moments I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by your side. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, my body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high, 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 it takes me high. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by your side. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire.
way onto another. What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves, they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way onto another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like
I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's the penultimate day here at the IEM Rio closed qualifiers. We're in the Americas region, and boy howdy do we have some bangers for you guys today. I'm Naira Mizuki, once again joined by Grimmy Rana or Freddy. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very good, and I'm very excited because, yeah, this qualifier, or all these qualifiers, they start very quickly and they finish very quickly. It's literally just like you blink and you miss it, and especially for some of the top teams, BC Game, Fluxo, really just like 1 or 2 mistakes, boom, you're out of here. And especially for the games we have coming up for today, that same situation scenario can be applied. But how you doing, Sam? You doing well?
Yeah, looking forward to how things round out, because obviously taking a look at the bracket here, there are some very interesting results that we've had across the board. Now, of course, the Imperial 9Z one, that's got a little bit of an asterisk on it because, of course, that ended up in a forfeit for 9Z because of some issues that they had. And Imperial, well, they took that. They took a map off of the Red Canids, who surprised us, I think, with their performance yesterday, but ultimately were dropped down into that lower bracket. BESTIA coming out on top of ODDIK and ShindeN as well, moving that a little bit further in the bracket. But today we're going to be down here in the lower bracket, seeing who's going to be making their way further along. We're going to kick things off with ODDIK versus Imperial. And Freddie, you were saying you were a little bit surprised to see that ODDIK have made it this far.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at the teams who are in here that have been eliminated so far, you've got Sharks and Fluxo. Fluxo, they've made that weird roster change, putting Lucauzi on the IGL, but they're still a team that played and are qualifying for majors. You know, that's the level that they're at. And then Sharks, who had just won a LAN, beating all the best teams in the region, including Legacy, who get automatically invited to IEM Rio. So when I think about all of those teams, I didn't expect ShindeN and ODDIK to still be alive coming into day 2. And ODDIK, what a game. These young players they've picked up, Nards and Dozio, kind of the juxtaposition of Red Canids, who have gone for the trickle down, or the tier 1 players who got replaced, Chages and Tamadeus. It's the complete opposite of that. It's a wild, just throw in the park of just, let's see what these players do. And, well, it's definitely worked out for them.
Ooh, what a treat, Freddie. We get Anubis as our very, very first map, straight back into the pool. And it looks like that's where we're going to be heading first and foremost. Picked in by ODDIK as well.
Okay.
That's not too sure how to feel about that one.
I'm gonna hit you with something. I literally saw this tweet as we were going live, and I need to find it because it applies to this game. If I'm not mistaken, Woody, the IGL of ODDIK, the AWP IGL, tweeted out literally like earlier today, being like, "Oh, I can't believe ESL changed, changed the map, etc." Well, he's just picked it. So I don't know.
Well, you know,
like, wait, was this some like big brain, like massive brain of like, yeah, Imperial, like, yeah, I mean, I can't believe they added this map during the qualifier pick.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, smokes and mirrors, throwing them off the scent a little bit. I did also see Brandon or B-Dog tweet out a couple of hours ago about Anubis, and he was like, oh yeah, I could definitely see how this is a lot more CT-sided. You take a look at the screenshot, and it's just T-side rounds.
Oh,
just
the eyeballer's foot. Yeah, that was mental.
It's just so much T-side.
Yeah, there's actually... Oh, we'll get into this. I've got a lot of thoughts. I've seen the map, but I haven't seen it being played or sorry, because the games I was watching in Europe earlier today were the big Nemesis, which continued in the theme of the IEM Rio madness. But let's just kind of talk about the Imperial for a second. So we've kind of I'll get on to more later because I want to mention Nards in more context. But Imperial's a really interesting team. The fact that they're down here in the lower bracket is mental, and they've had a really rough start of the year. They were at that tournament, Sharks won. Sharks beat them on their way to the finals, and on top of that, they lost the 3rd place decider to MIBR. So Imperial's a team that constantly hangs in the balance of, well, they're not quite Pain, they're not quite Furia, they're not quite Legacy. If anything, they've actually been overtaken by the latter two. They used to be like 2nd best in Brazil at one stage, I think, or South America. But they're also supposedly much better than every other team, let's say, in this closed qualifier. They haven't shown that yet this year, and I think that's a really big warning sign for a team who did make it through all the way from stage 1 of the major to stage 3. But with that in mind, the pistol round is live, it is a go, and on the T side of Anubis, Imperial aren't having a great time.
Oh, well, you know what? This site can be a bit of a difficult one to really maneuver, particularly when you've got so many CTs ready and waiting to respond to any kind of movement or motion you make. Well, there you go. While the bomb does get planted, and that does give a little bit over for Imperial, it is going to be the defuse to come through. And I think that's an important point you raise, right? We have all these expectations, and coming into this year, I think a lot, like across the board, there have been a lot of surprise results, right? Eyeballer's phase is one of the more obvious ones, but there have been a lot of them all over. And because there are so many important tournaments so early on as the year starts to kick off, it's really important for teams to start kind of making those statements now.
Yeah, this is a statement of the inverse for Imperial. For ODDIK, this would be a crazy way to start the year. Nards, who's been picked up from a much lower level team, Uara. They were playing at around, I think, so they qualified for ECL. He was on there, and they came like dead last, you know? They weren't a good team. He was farming, and he's come onto ODDIK, and he's continued that. He's the reason why they beat Fluxo. And I'm going to expect that we're going to have to see big things from him today, because he also played really well against BESTIA despite them losing. So he's already shown that he can contend against teams on Imperial's level. The issue is, he's died in this round. And over towards that B bomb site, Woody does trade him, but it's going back and forth. It's messy, it's chaotic, and the rotations also, I was about to say, get stopped, but no. Just about, ODDIK win out their duels and give themselves the 2-man advantage.
This is left try completely on an island at this point. I mean, the bomb is all... Oh, it's... at this point, it's just about doing a little bit of damage. There's no hope to win this round. Maybe hold on to the scout just to have that bit of extra cash available to you, but... yeah, this round just kind of fell apart so quickly. Ooh. Oh, spots one.
Nah, just that.
Yeah. A little bit of damage would have been nice, but 3 alive for ODDIK at the end of the round. Be happy with that.
Two 2-0 for ODDIK. And that was also a force buy from Imperial, because even though that pistol round was really going quite wrong, they got literally just about the bomb down. But that force buy isn't going to actually produce too much. And it's hard for me to talk about this map being CT or T side, because I haven't watched it yet. But my main impression, so that box on the A bomb site, it serves 2 purposes. So all that big box, the one that's like on the right by stairs, it makes it a lot easier for CT sides to retake. It gives them like just so much more coverage coming out camera from pretty much everywhere. Actually, I noticed one really like big issue with it, and I'm wondering to see if it gets abused. Is that now instead of using utility as a T side to cross the pillar, you can just walk pillar. There's like, you can't hold pillar from camera, which a lot of people like to do to play retake. And I wonder how that played in. So it's kind of like that box serves 2 purposes. Great for CT side when they're on the site and for when it's retaking, but the T side get a lot more coverage and space. So yeah, and then obviously that gap in the middle. What, like, how's that going to be played out? It seems both sides can utilize it. So I feel like it's going to be just a big clash. It's like literally just head on, just like no one's going to know exactly what to do right now. And it's going to be very messy. Same with the connector util, like it goes both ways. That's the thing with the updates, is that like nothing to me seems definitively CT or T, because everything can be used both ways. And I was very surprised to see it being like literally 12-0, 12-0 this morning with the eyeballer's foot. But that is also kind of what it used to be back in the day. So it's not exactly like it's a shock that this map was T-sided.
I must admit, I'm looking forward to scuffles around the door, because obviously the door's been inverted now, which I think is going to lead to some potential shenanigans. But I also saw there were a few, I think it's mostly meme tweets, but maybe it's more serious than I give it credit for. But people just tweeting out how they already have lineups for that new gap smoke, window smoke. What do we call that? Hole in the wall smoke?
So as in the smoke out by doors?
I'm not sure, because it doesn't show the lineup. It just shows like, I don't know, but it just shows like smoke in that little gap. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just very curious to see how that whole situation is going to get utilized. And I think you mentioned as well the hole in the wall now above the E-box. The potential nade spam, because that could be such a devastating area to deal with once you've got that bomb down. So
it goes both ways though. Like it's so weird. It's like both teams can die either side of it. Yeah.
Now there's just more potential to absolutely obliterate someone with a nade stack, which, you know, I'm here for. I live for the chaos. I'm not too sure that teams are going to be loving that. But I suppose they'll be a little bit like any nade stack, really, right? Like, it'll just be kind of situational. You're not going to be doing it every round. You're not going to be ruining anybody's day every 5 minutes. But the potential for shenanigans always there. Apologies for the delay, folks. I would assume we have a little bit of a tech issue at the moment. So hopefully we'll be jumping back into this as quickly as possible. We're only a few rounds in, and things have already started to look a little bit spicy. Yeah, confirmations. We do have a slight tech pause here. Could still be servers. As you guys know, servers were giving us a little bit of issues yesterday. And with a new update that came through and everything, I think that we can give a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, looking at Imperials, because I've spoke about on ODDIK, the main player to look out for right now is Nards. He seems to have potential just brimming, flowing out of him. And I'm very excited to see what he can do as he's really got, like, he got his first HLTV games at the start of the year, right? Last year. Like, he's very brand new player, 22 years old. He's rarely played up against maybe this level of opposition. Or like the top, right? And he has the chance now to prove himself, but it's not going to be easy. No Way on Imperial impressed me a lot at the major. He was super consistent and was like, I didn't expect that from him. He was so good in Budapest, and if he can just continue the form that he had at that major, that maybe I haven't seen before from him, that's going to upgrade Imperial. And I think having him frag alongside Vinny, and then obviously Try, who's just like omnipresent with the AWP, he's a big heavy hitter, which is going to be interesting to see how ODDIK deal with that, because when I compare like Woody Try, it's like, okay, well, I think I'm picking Try in that head-to-head, and Anubis is a very AWP heavy map, favoring the T side slightly in the old map. Who knows anymore? But ODDIK's issue has always been like, Woody's AWPing. He needs to drop it. He needs to do a Gafolo. He needs to do a Notsuke, drop the AWP. But yeah, that's going to be the big ones for Imperial. If and this qualifier, can No Way continue his form? Can he keep up with Vinny consistently like he has? And then I expect Try just to be out AWPing Woody, which then means Nas needs to step up like he had yesterday.
Just a slight update for anyone who was interested over on the European oh, no, never mind. No update for you. We'll go back into game. We'll save the updates for any further tech pauses. As now, unfortunately, Imperial off the back of those first couple of rounds and obviously forcing into the last one, they don't have a lot to deal with monetarily. That's okay.
Sorry,
who needs money when you have Deagles? I don't know, man. Try and Vinny just went absolutely nuclear. ODDIK trying to take some space, just get utterly deleted. The new little window, quote unquote, coming into fruition already, but okay, maybe tunnel vision's a little too hard on that, so No Way gets the kill, and now Nardis is the last one left alive. I'm sorry, okay, it's not 5 alive. I was about to crash out a little bit if they survived with 5 players in a round where all they had was Deagles. Don't worry, man, nobody saw. That was a round of CS.
I kind of want to hit a replay of just like, what the hell just happened? Like, I don't... Vinny just owned 2 of them. Like, within a second. Try got one as well. It's like, yeah, what happened? Vinny, probably one of the heavier fragging IGLs there is around. What did I say? No Way, Try, Vinny. Boom. Those 3 combined together. They all get a piece of the pie in a round that... Well, I don't think anyone expected that. Especially ODDIK. That rocks the boat and puts them... It takes them and removes them out of the driver's seat, which they were nestled in previously. And then now are on the brink of actually being down a round, because if they lose this, it's eco. It's 3-2.
Yeah. Got a good angling here that we should... Oh. What? That's probably a HUD thing. We'll ignore it. First blood already having been picked up by Imperial. Low and slow here. I like that ODDIK aren't overplaying their hand too much, particularly after getting caught out quite early in that round. Someone with a pistol as well, so try and get a little bit of information, maybe, you know, figure something out, but does get caught out and punished for it. So now the hit's going to start coming in towards this A site. And well,
Okay.
that should be all she wrote.
Look at this from
K-Sox-
Clocksky though.
Damn, gets a double. That's kind of big. I wasn't even expecting to get anything done there. It's a really solid position, but just the fact that he gets 2 is a pretty outrageous. But it has left Zera all alone. One more Zera to add to the South American bank of Zeras.
And also Mongolian.
True.
Just
What
a
about him?
cold Zera, the influence, unmatched.
Truly
So
iconic.
that means despite K-Slogs getting 2, unfortunately he was put in a position where all of his teammates had come up dry. So he actually just needed to get like 3 or kill all of them because the mid luck couldn't even get through to A anyways. Or the mid rotations rather. So Imperial, they go 2-2, but also put their opponents on an eco. And ODDIK do save an A1S, but that's going to be it. It's going to be most likely just USPs around it, actually. And Imperial now having a good start on their T side. This game's being played in tandem as ShindeN versus 9Z, which is also just has been pretty wild and wacky. ShindeN beat MIBR to qualify for the closed qualifier, which is just ridiculous. Dropped Fluxo in the lower bracket and then took a map off BESTIA. So them and ODDIK right now are big dark horses, which has been, well, actually, I'm going to take South America out of the equation. Just all of the IEM Rio qualifications. It's been crazy over in Europe. And it continues to be so.
That's what we love to see, really. Love to see the potential upsets, the actual upsets, shenanigans. Also, it's been really cool seeing rosters that have made a couple of moves in pretty recent times during the mania, quote unquote, and still being able to net some really, really solid results coming into the first tournament of the year. Hopefully we can see that become a little bit of a trend. And in that previous round, sure, it was a bit of an anti-eco, but Hello and Skulls hand in hand, just obliterating an entire enemy team. Now ODDIK forced to try to hold on with so little utility available to them. They've actually expanded quite a bit as well. They've already lost Zera. Tons of chip damage done as well. Denying them any space towards the bomb site. Just so much suppressive utility. And look at this lurk through the T-spawn as well. This could catch both of these players off guard. Depending on how that timing looks. Spots out the first. But is it going to make any sort of a difference? Because Vinny continues to be a problem on the site. Only 2 players left alive. It's now come down to, do we let them save? Or do we hunt this?
Hunt would be good, especially because they know where Nate is now. Same with K-Slogs, but I don't think they're in position to do anything about it. You can see the changes in the map already coming out. I'm still just getting used to this, to be honest. Like, I want to be talking about the game at hand, but I'm also just focusing on, like, how Anubis is playing. It's wild just to see, like, an update dropped at night, and then we're playing it the next day. And especially for these guys, it's a quick turnaround. ODDIK were playing pretty late yesterday. Same with Imperial. This is a big change up from the CT side. They are just swinging. I don't know if there was any util from them there whatsoever. There was just numbers. And that is all they need. Imperial
Speaking of just swinging.
full.
Just keeps going. Skulls did the same thing. He just swung through a smoke there and got punished for it. But then on the other side, you know, we get another swing coming through from ODDIK. Just keeps things that little bit more contested. it's a change of pace. It's an important one, and it's one that Imperial definitely did not expect. And I think that's probably what's happened, right? Utterly caught off guard, and unfortunately just weren't able to respond. Now, however, we move into this next round, and the conversation has to be, there's no way we let that happen again.
That was a one-off. That was a gimme. Imperial, they let him have that, but then straight away, we can see Try setting the tone. I'm super excited to see him back on Anubis. Like, this is going to be a paradise for him. And currently, alongside Cello, in tandem, they're taking mid control. But Dio Zero and Nate are looking to contend this.
Already so up close and personal. Oh, ships in the night. Okay.
Okay.
The inverted double door goes burr, and Cello just hits every single one of those shots. This is what we were saying, right? Flash in the pan, crazy round this time. Heavy presence from Imperial in towards mid. Not going to allow that to happen in consecutive rounds. The site is theirs. The bomb will get planted. Not only is the site theirs, I would argue the entire map is theirs at this point. There's even a little bit of a hunt going on here from Vinny to see if he can spot out Woody. Woody, ever weary. It was a low HP Vinny, so he gets his. He still could very easily get caught out here. Imperial are out for blood. Up to 5 rounds now, a 2-round deficit. And ODDIK, these flashes in the pan need to get a little bit more fire to them. Ah, that flash was nasty.
It's a weird one. Like, all these util pieces, they probably, like, a lot of them hasn't changed. So it's just digging into the memory bank, the reactionary flashes, etc. It's like still remembering how they work. ODDIK, though, on their map pick, the issue, the thing is, I look at 3 rounds on the CT side, and if the foot eyeballers game is anything to go off on, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Three's more than enough. Eyeballers reverse swept. Or just, yeah, reverse swept on this map and then took that momentum forward and ended up winning out the whole game. 2-0, which is kind of a crazy result in the European side of things. Europe's actually been pretty normal in terms of length of games today.
Yes.
Apart from the Nemesis Big Academy game, which Nemesis 13-0 Big's map pick, and then Big one Nuke Nemesis map pick, and then went to double overtime on Dust 2. And I have confirmation, or I had confirmation from the Nemesis owners that that game was played. Nemesis finished at like 7 AM their time. They got 4 hours sleep. And they've got another best of 3, and then potentially another one. So, big day for them, but an even bigger day for ODDIK as they firmly hold on to mid. And we see an MP5, if I'm not mistaken, out, the buffed one.
Was interesting. I mean, the way that they're holding mid there, just kind of holding those angles, not really getting any cover for themselves. Jesus, guys. That's a little bit unfair. But yeah, I mean, you could see like Imperial were playing around a smoke further back on the bridge. So they've got a little bit of cover to just kind of play around with. Whereas ODDIK were just kind of out in the open a little bit. Imperials do well to take advantage of that. Vinny, happy feet, not quite as happy as he'd like. This is a little bit scary how close this is. Look at it, no ways, half HP. Fox still has an HE in hand. Has managed to pick up a smoke as well. This is likely to be a save. You know what, there was a world. But without a kit in hand and on the other side of the map, this is the right call to make. There was a part of me that was getting excited.
Orb should be saved though, at least. And Imperial playing to the level that I'd expect. They lost to Red Canids yesterday. But a little part of me is like, on one hand, disappointing. They should be playing better than Red Canids. On the other hand, Red Canids, David Diaz did drop a 1.21 HT rating. He had some debut. 1.64 against Sharks, 1.21 against Imperial. That's a pretty decent debut, but it's also a player playing to a level that you'd expect. So Imperial got caught in those honeymoon crosshairs, and now it's time to make a lower bracket run. And especially if they lose to ODDIK, that could be really detrimental to their VRS points, because it's a lot more negative for a higher ranked team to lose to a lower ranked team than it is positive for a lower ranked team to beat Imperial. So Imperial lose more than ODDIK win in this scenario.
A surprise win here could just be the pivot point that they need. Start turning that momentum a little bit back in their favor. And this time everybody's abandoned mid. No one's really willing to fight that right now. We just smoke it off. Both teams suffered heavy casualties in previous rounds in that particular position. So I'd rather just smoke it off, keep an eye on it, but not give over anything unnecessarily. Imperial really trying to work the map a little bit here towards the extremities. Now we've got utility going out towards the A site, trying to sell a bit of a fake. Oh, and it is working. One player left behind here to try and hold on to this B site, while two players from Imperial are all it's going to take to play rampant distraction. The B site has been utterly overrun. The bomb will get planted. And sure, ODDIK still have 3 players left alive, but the 2 other players cannot get away without dealing with No Way first. And No Way, well, he has quite firmly said, no way.
But you see what I mean there. I think I mentioned it all the way back at the start of that box. It almost gives the T side an advantage when they're coming out A main and ODDIK or ACT side is playing camera. And to me, that's what it felt like happened there. No Way is just playing with so much lack of visibility for ODDIK and so much just free space. And then from that position, Imperial go up to 7. And it's cool to see the MP5s out. That got buffed as well. The MP5 SD. Its formal name. Its government name. I remember when that first got introduced, it was really overpowered as well. And then this was, oh god, it was, yeah, a long time ago. I was a big pod anyway, so overpowered with an asterisk. But yeah, it's just weird to see like that and the MP7 back. Or the MP7, I don't know if it was ever here, but the damage and damage drop-off being increased, not gonna lie, it's actually making it pretty viable. But I've seen people go more for the MP7, so that was part of the update yesterday.
Love the gun lore. I must admit, I don't generally go that deep into the minutiae of the weaponry. I'm a play-by-play caster. All I have to do is say gun go burr.
Because it's, well, like it's just the same thing, right? Normally, there's like, and this change is like, I don't know. We're really gonna have to see. But regardless, that's a great pick from Try, and Case Logs unlucky. He was wanting to leave with the smoke fade, but yeah, Try. You know what? Yeah, this is what I want to be seeing, Sam. This is what I want to be seeing from Imperial. This is exactly what I said at the beginning. They sometimes don't look like the team that should be contending against tier 1 opponents. But these are the type of performances and rounds I want to be like, yes, this is the Imperial that should be playing the stage 3 of the Major.
I feel like Try is not living up to his name right now. Like he's exceeding, you know. Like we should change his name to success or succeed.
I was so confused where you were going with that. That makes sense. I was like, are we watching the same game? I was like, dude just won the round.
And he's really lived up to his name because he got a try. 3 points. Hey. Rugby puns. That's what this devolved into as ODDIK struggled. Man, ODDIK cannot put a foot right. They've won pistol, force, and a wibbly wobbly eco round. No, it might not have been an eco, but it was a wibbly wobbly round.
It was the gun round where they just peeked mid, and it was one of those things where I was like, oh, everyone died?
And those are the only rounds so far. Everything else has just been all Imperial all day long. Timeout coming through.
I like it. It's a good timing of a timeout because this is ODDIK's map pick, and I don't really. I don't. Yeah, like I'm struggling to understand why now. But at the same time, it's really weird watching a map like Anubis, and especially in its life. It's like where it is in its lifeline right now. It is so T-sided, as we've seen from the European closed qualifier today. It's like ODDIK, they're getting owned. Let's just wait, see what happens in four rounds. Let's just see what happens. It goes against what I think about Counter-Strike, which is sometimes trying hard. It's hard to keep up with.
If they can snag this one, they'll certainly be in with a chance. But with the buy that's come through,
Big kill.
okay,
Big damage.
Zera, that's massive. Cello offline. That could help out. He's been quite clutch. His numbers advantage gives Imperial pause as well. Skulls is also devastatingly low here.
Look at A. Look at Vinny. Remember, ODDIK are coming through camera, and what were we saying about how hard it is to get that vision from camera?
And now with the double door changes to try and make the space. Oh my god, they've just walked straight into ODDIK. ODDIK have proven that mid is their territory. Very often they win out in those scuffles, and it's happened again. And that's the bomb lost as well. That's a weird bit of decision making from Imperial. And it's left them in a nigh unrecoverable position. Under 1 minute left. But you have to do something. It's the last round and a half. You can't just kind of sit back and go, well, GG, go next. Vinny now closing the gap. And is certainly conscious of the fact that somebody could have pivoted in. Shots ring out across the map as Try continues to take so much damage. Not able to win out in those duels. Keeps his life just that little bit longer. And that's necessary. If they're going to have a hope in hell, he's going to have to keep doing this over and over. 2 kills already, but it's a 1 versus 2. And the bomb still wasn't recovered. Our 2 players are so separated from one another, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know what's safe. There's no clarity, no sight lines. And that's it. Time runs out, knows that there's not a damn thing that he can do. 8-4 is our score at the half. Imperial with a dominant display. But with ODDIK being able to pull 4 rounds out of a hat, maybe there's still a chance for them in the second half.
4 rounds is actually pretty good. And especially with the momentum going at the end, pistol round is going to be very, very important for this ODDIK side. But even though they have got 4, we're yet to see some of the individuals maybe really turn up. Nards is sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. He's barely had any impact. And the reason why that matters the most, and that is very important, was because of how influential he was against Fluxo yesterday to get to this point. It was a punch upwards from ODDIK, and Nards got the most opening kills against Fluxo and also against BESTIA. Despite not playing too well against BESTIA, as a team, he was there. And they were competitive. So
about your love tonight. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right.
All right, ODDIK now praying for a miracle as they managed to snag 4 rounds on their CT side, but on what is a seemingly still quite T-sided map. There is still hope for redemption, for a comeback. Try has already lost his life early on in the round. That's going to leave them in a little bit of spot of bother. But they have managed to overrun the B site already. Not too sure what was the call over towards A. Maybe it was just a stack at the start of the round. But it means that they now have to play retake with only 4 players still alive. There's dualies in hand here. I'm a big believer in the dualies. We can set that up nicely. Maybe that's going to be the turnaround that is required. But ODDIK have set themselves up quite nicely here on the side. First kill to connect. Janoe tries to trade back and in fact gets 2 for his money. Keeping this very, very close as the rest of the team starts to move in. But time starts to tick away and Skulls cannot do any more. 5 rounds on the board here for ODDIK. Second pistol under their belt. But it wouldn't be the first time if it fell from their fingers.
Yeah, that's a monumental pistol to be collecting. This is exactly what we were saying as we were going into the half of starting out on this T side is strong. They've got a lot of wiggle room to work with. And that sometimes is the issue on Anubis. If I'm thinking back to the previous iteration of, sure, you're going to have a T side comeback, but if you lose the half 10-2, like, you know, your room for error is minute. The room for error here is actually quite big for ODDIK. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen. We've got the gap, the hole being put into work immediately. I don't know what to call it. I haven't actually thought of, like, what is it? Just gap? Hole?
I don't know, man. That's what I was asking you. I thought you'd know. Because I saw in the patch notes that it was just moved. Like it used to exist somewhere else and they just moved it. So I figured
it was on mid, right? So they've patched. They patched the hole was the first window, which has now been patched, looking left side. They then moved that and inverted the doors. So that was like the main kind of premise, right? But like, the call out there, if you were in water, would be like he's peeking mid, and that's when you'd look at that, like, oh, like he's peeking me mid. So you can't say that anymore. Maybe.
I guess you would go with like window or like maybe new window.
Well, there is a window because like the window is left side is the where case locks is now.
Yeah, so maybe new window. I don't know. Somebody will come up with a name for it. Somebody in their ranked games will say something brilliant, and it will have a name.
Yeah, because UKCS calls what Nowhere's about to molly now. That's connector, but we call it electric. There's an
I've heard it called E-box as well. Yeah. I call it dark because it's
dark. A lot of people call it dark. But this is a big round. There's going to be an AX, there's going to be a BX. There's 3 players here, and Diazera, he's just like jumping out. There was no util. They have flashes. Nods has utility, but he just went.
And at that range, you're going to struggle to get the full value out of the MAC-10. But that's okay.
Wow.
The rest of the team, they're fighting back. Try doing his absolute best to keep things contestable. But falls by the wayside, quickly followed by Cello. Leaves Vinny once again in a potentially unwinnable scenario. 1 versus 2. Does have a kid. Spots out the first and does connect. Now his position's known. Has to play this perfectly. Spots out an elbow. That's going to force a reposition. Oh, and the smoke coming down. This is exactly what he needs. He can now cross over, get towards the bomb, but oh, man. Just disrespecting that smoke utterly pays dividends. A 7th round for ODDIK.
I thought we were about to see the buffed MP7 really show itself and rear its head, but unfortunately for Vinny, the crux of the issue in that 1v2 was the smoke. He dropped that smoke beam in. I was like, oh yeah, Vinny, what a smoke. And then it was way too shallow. If it'd gone deeper, and it meant that if the Nate wanted to push the smoke, he'd be way more exposed. But yeah, unfortunately, too shallow of a smoke, and that's going to come and cost him. So ODDIK, this T-side run has already set sail. It's got a little bit behind it, but there's still a lot more counter to be played out, and they still are down by a round, but that should change here up against what is just P250 armor, CZ armor, and I guess MP7 armor.
Oh, this could be spicy. Cello spotted out Woody. I'm seeing the value of the new window. Looks like it could be a lot of fun.
What's Woody trying to do? I was quite good. Like, he's just jumping around. This is cool though. This is the boost, so he's gonna get boosted up here. And against the pistols, yeah, he has a massive, favorable fight there.
Immediately dips, right? Takes quite a bit of damage in there as well, but manages to survive, which is pretty big just in and of itself. I'm also now seeing why we already have smoke lineups for the spot. Woody, speaking of, gets caught in a bit of util usage there. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, a 3-person shootout has ended with Imperial having the numbers advantage here. No, they still don't have the gun advantage, but they keep pressing those numbers. Brings it down to only Nods with 1 HP. The bomb has been lost, and it's now in control of Imperial. Nods still has an AWP, still has everything on his side. Smoke comes down. He's got an inkling. Knows Vinny has to be nearby, but where is he exactly? Turns to look the wrong way, inspecting the side of the smoke. Vinny slips in. Trying to see if you can spot him out. The barrel of a gun, a shadow, something to give the game away. Like ships in the night, they slip past one another. And as the smoke doesn't clear necessarily, but they both pip over the top. And it's Vinny to get the final kill of the round. Imperial steal that one away.
Fails one clutch with the MP7, but he wins it out with the second. That's a monumental round for Imperial to be getting. And it just all went wrong when ODDIK went for that execute, and then Imperial pounced. Despite the opening kill going in favor of Woody, it all goes awry. And Imperial, especially in that last 1v1, it just favors them because the T side, there was so low time, he had to make a move. And Vinny's just chilling in the smoke, being like, yeah, sure, make the noise, and then I'll play off it. But Nards, AWP out. I've just realized they picked up Nards to replace Woody on the AWP, so my wishes have come true. Woody's finally off the AWP, and maybe that's why ODDIK are winning. I didn't even clock Nards was an AWPer, but here we go. He's on the AWP, and that's why he's been doing so well. He goes for double dipping, doesn't kill Vinny, but he allows Vinny to escape.
There's the pressure, the threat of the AWP in mid. Imperial immediately back the hell away. And that's going to give over a lot of space here for ODDIK. So coupled with the numbers advantage, they now have some space to work with. And seeing the AWP, now look, there's a lot of like mental maths that goes into trying to figure out, exactly what your opponent's buy is going to look like. But I contend that you never have a 100% understanding of what that is. So seeing an AWP there, that could actually convince to an extent that maybe the buy is just that little bit more robust than what they expected. The problem here is, of course, utility is quite scant, and they've used a lot of it. So as the exec starts to come in, they haven't smoked off. No way. He just gets a double, a triple. Can he possibly get another? No. Nods, the hero of the day. 2 kills back to back before he's finally shot in the back. Nate's going to be able to get this bomb planted. But it's a 1 versus 2 to bring it home, and that flash seals the deal. Skulls shuts it down. That should be the defuse. I like the idea, but the execution just failed them in the final moments.
That's the no way that we have come and loved to see. His progression in Imperial has been really excellent. And it was a bit of a gamble picking him up way back when. But he's definitely developed very nicely into his own. And he's still playing that A bomb site to perfection. So despite this being the half for ODDIK and their map pick, Imperial are shutting them out of this game slowly by slowly. And what's the economy going to be like? Is the purchases coming through? Kinda. Bomb down. Heavy loss. Oh, only 2,400 loss bonus. So, wow, this is actually a really big investment for only 2,400. If no bomb goes down, ODDIK are going to be skint for the next gun round. So this is actually a really weird round. I don't like it.
Things have been a little bit closer in terms of like back and forth round wins. So it's left ODDIK in a bit of an uncomfortable position. As you said, opting to really go in on this round. Oh, and Nods is just instantly deleted. He did so much with the AWP in that previous round. Would have loved to have seen a little bit more, but this really is just spray down. There's very little hope. I say that. All right, Nate, you've kept this far closer than it should be. He's picked up an AK. Still has a Molotov. Doesn't molly anything off. He's going to save that for a little bit later on because no one's willing to peek him just yet. But he has literally zero information right now. They could be anywhere. I think there's the inkling of someone in towards this mid kind of connected position. But he's got so many different angles to try to watch out for as he swings around spots one. It's perfect timing for Vinny. And there it is, a round that got way closer than it should have, but a bomb plant may just help them in that next.
Yeah, especially with the opening interactions there when they were coming onto the B bomb side. I didn't anticipate that a bomb would get planted, but it does. And even at that, like the bomb gets planted, Nod's still 3.5k, Dear 4.1, like Woody's going to get an AK, but not full util. Dear has to go onto the Galil. Like, it's still not the prettiest of purchase. 2 rounds ago, the kind of closest it's got in a gun round was because Nods had his primary weapon. He had the AWP out. And even then, they couldn't win the round when he got the opening kills and made the space for them. So instead of him and Dear leading the charge like they did against Fluxo, a really, a great team of the region who play at majors, they're not able to keep that performance up against Imperial, at least on map 1 here. And Tri, he knows your tricks, but Woody is faster to the punch.
Oh, Woody taking full advantage of that new window and immediately getting 2, but the rest of his team not quite able to get the same results. No way. Caught changing weapons, reloading. I'm not too sure. That was a devastating round from ODDIK, and the bomb was on A. All of that was happening towards mid, towards B, and K-Slox was on A with the bomb. I mean, it was just an outrageous round, and it's very reminiscent of that one crazy round on the CT side that they won, and you start to wonder, is that replicable?
Maybe he got a little bit lucky with the Woody initial opening kill on Tri, and then it kind of just steamrolled from there, because as soon as Tri dies, it leaves his mid player very solo. But Dear, I called him and Nods out. It's just lurked towards B in back-to-back rounds and opened up them both. This time, Woody's here to join him, and he does love his boost, Mr. Woody does. In mid, outside B, trying to catch off No Way, maybe over towards Connector. There are 3 players now actually over on this B bomb site. But Woody decides to get off their boost, and ODDIK look like they're going to set up for what could be and should be a split B through water and B main.
This is interesting because Cello started this round with just the CZ and has managed to pick up Skulls' rifle. So died in a position where that was possible. Gonna give them a huge opportunity, and now with Tri getting that first one, Cello, no, does not actually activate with that rifle in hand, and Tri, an uncharacteristic missed shot, but he won't miss twice. Now with the player advantage, and with 40 seconds remaining, ODDIK have to rethink their strategy. There isn't any sort of a lurk set up here, so no one to play distraction. Bomb started moving towards mid. We're gonna have to be aware of the fact that Tri is hovering around water. listening for a sound, a step, something. Should be
This
able to
is
hear it.
weird.
Watching the new window. Oh, it was too tight. The shot just doesn't connect. But now he knows that there is a player in towards mid. Woody gets caught on the cross out in the open. Absolutely nothing to stop him. And Try gets that final kill. Map point for Imperial.
Okay, so that's actually a big difference with how the mid window has changed. Because previously, Try, he's sitting there and he's gonna like easy kill basically. But now that's not quite the same. I assume there's maybe a boost maybe you could do, like as in not a boost of players, but you could jump on something that could make it easier. But I don't know. I haven't actually delved myself that much into it. So that's a big change already. That helps the T side in the mid rounds. But try as they might, Try and No Way are just too strong. And ODDIK, they just unfortunately got stuck in a trap of Imperial. They lost an early player there and then went, screw it, gamble stack. And they made the perfect stack. Alongside that, they had an extra utility to bring over, and that utility was Paramount. So when ODDIK went for the execute, Imperial dropped their counter utility, and ODDIK just were going in with nothing because they'd already used everything. So the CT side, B-hold is not easy, but they make it look easy.
Unfortunately, now on map point, ODDIK in a bit of a tight spot once again.
Ooh,
Oh
big
my
opening
god,
kill.
nods. And winning out on his counterpart as well. Try has been instrumental in so many of these rounds. So to take him off the board, that's going to relieve a lot of the pressure. Might just give them the opportunity they need. But bearing in mind, complementing the AK and the AWP are 3 pistols. So they're very spicy pistols, but they're pistols nonetheless.
And also, Sam, this isn't the first time ODDIK have an opening kill, and I don't think, and this, yeah, there's 2 times as half they had an opening kill, and they've lost a round in very similar situations.
Nods is trying to keep it in their hand, though, right? Like as soon as there's a kill back, he gets another one. No Way has picked up the AWP, he gets a counter kill. So far, every kill in this round have come from an AWP. Let me see who's going to be the next one to walk into a crosshair. Dear Lord, the bomb is on A, and all 3 of our CTs are still on B being held by Woody. This is insane. The bomb now is going to get planted, so they're going to have to rotate. Now, Woody is either going to catch them trying to rotate through water, or he's going to be able to flank behind them and get at least one on their way towards the A site. So what's the play here? Waiting to see once that bomb plants. Once that bomb is planted, they're not moving. What? Freddy, am I dumb?
They're just saving. They don't know that there's the Deagles and the MP7s on the other side. And they're so far away when the bomb gets planted. Their money isn't great. Imperial have 4 rounds to play with. There's no point throwing away this weaponry and also inadvertently giving it over to the likes of Dear Zero and Case Logs. It's a smart call from Imperial. It's the right call to make. This is what the last round would have looked like if ODDIK had gone A. Imperial in that 4v5 gamble stacked B. They were right with the gamble stack. This is an instance where the gamble stack goes wrong. But the benefit of said stack is that 3 save and rifles are just going to get dropped across, or maybe not rifles, but Vinny, at least with that MP7, he's been loving the MP7. He's clutched up with it. He's been using it more than a rifle. And I think it's really interesting to see how it's always been MP9, MP9, MP9. MP7's the GOAT. Even No Way's brought one up.
I must admit, I was really, I suppose, again, it comes down to the fact that they don't have caster vision. And it's that same point that I was making a little bit earlier about you can do as many calculations as you like and get as close as possible, but you never really know when things have gone that weird in the rounds, what that economy is going to look like. So you're absolutely right. I think I was just blinded by, first of all, my bloodthirst for chaos. And of course, the fact that they didn't have that vision. And unfortunately, you mentioned that money. 2 players now. I mean, okay, this weapon has actually paid off quite handedly so far. See if it has an opportunity to do that again, as within mere seconds, we have a trade-off. No one has any real advantage here. This mid has been so hotly contested in quite a few of these rounds. In the first half, ODDIK seemed to have a pretty good grasp on it. This time around, it does seem to be a little bit more evenly matched, but that's a really important kill from Skulls. Shuts down the A main player. That's going to force their hand a little bit. They're going to have to start moving, if not towards A, towards mid. And no, it looks like they are going to commit, just kind of keeping an eye out for any sort of flanks. And we still have 2 players ready and waiting.
The Azira's kind of been living by the sword, dying by the sword. And in this instance, over towards B, they get the better of him. A lot of the rounds ODDIK won were actually in part due to him getting that opening kill. But out towards A, they attempt, and attempt is the operative word, because Vinny snipes them down, mows them down, move aside tree. Oh, sorry, move aside try, because no way can AWP apparently. Vinny can AWP. There is a whole host of secondary AWPers here for Imperial. And Woody, 1v4. He will meet the same fate as his comrades. The AWP rings out as Imperial win map 1 in this elimination game. And most importantly, win out on ODDIK's pick.
I really felt like ODDIK might have had a chance coming into the second half. They finished that first half with 4 rounds. And we start to think, you know, maybe if they can get that pistol, start building some sort of momentum. And they do manage to pick up 5 rounds, but unfortunately just not quite enough at the end of the day. Imperial maybe leaning into the T-sided nature a little bit, but certainly kind of stamping themselves as the better team. Will that trend continue on the second map, or will we see a nice change of pace from ODDIK? We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out just that.
Tonight, I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. 2 hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. 2 step in, baby, slide, slide.
I've been thinking about love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just gonna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just gonna be the one to treat you right, treat you right.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of the suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me down.
I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me.
Map 1 is a thing of the past. We move now on to our second map of the series here at the IEM Rio 2026 closed qualifiers, the Americas region. We just finished off on ODDIK's map pick, and unfortunately, they stumbled and fell at that final hurdle. Now, Imperial move on to their own map pick, and have already kicked things off with a very swift kill onto Diazera, who had a few shining moments on that previous map, but not going to be allowed to participate in this round.
Diazera was the live by the sword, die by the sword guy. And ODDIK, even though they lose one, they're going to still try and continue to apply that pressure. They're all around this B bomb site. It is a skirmish. And Woody finally puts it into an even keel, 3 versus 3. Tries still got all of the utility, and no way it's just gooshing everyone down. Finally gets a confirmed kill. And I think ODDIK, they've maybe lost steam, as Skulls is also just chilling, walking up banana. This is the position where I may be scared of, like, Try gets caught off with the bomb maybe, but I think this should be fine for Imperial.
Nice way for them to kick off their own map pick, bearing in mind they lost both pistols on the previous map, if I remember correctly. So nice for them to be able to have that little bit extra in their back pocket, create some padding for themselves, bomb to be planted. Hey ho, and that's that. Might see a couple of exits here, which would be nice for ODDIK, just to have that little bit more. But at this early stage in the game, it's kind of whatever. Stat padding, really. We move to round 2. I'm very curious because yesterday we saw a lot of CT forces after losing pistol. And I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar from ODDIK here. Particularly because they're on the CT side. Like, maybe there's something there to leverage.
Yeah, I'd like to see Nards pull out the scout early on. I wouldn't mind that. And yes, that's going to be the case. We see Nards getting a scout out. The MP7 buff. Yep, there you go with Nate. It's been a very well-used weapon in this tournament so far. And it will continue to do so. Surrounded by pistols. Imperial, got to respect this round. It can get out of hand very quickly. Boost up on short. Diazera in connector. First blood for the force buy.
Not expecting Skulls to be so up close, about Diazera rather. Managing to get 2 before finally being traded out. On a round like this, that's exactly the kind of opening damage you need. And okay, Nods showed us what he can do with the AWP on the previous map. Didn't have quite as much success with the Scout, but you know, there's a whole nother map here to make up for lost time. 2-player advantage for ODDIK. Could be exactly where they turn things back around. This is what we were kind of hoping for as well. They've now left Imperial in a really uncomfortable position, and ODDIK have such solid control of the map here. They have basically all the information they could need. And as we see Woody continue to creep up, it's slowly kind of ticking off all of the other boxes. They can't be, you know, they're clearly not party. They're gonna check bathrooms. Are they in bathrooms? Not seeing anybody here. They know where Imperial aren't. And so at this point, they should have a really good idea of where these last 2 players are.
The world that Imperial just don't go for this. Yeah, okay. They're gonna pretty much walk away, as I was thinking the same thing. If Vinny was high HP, like maybe, but yeah, this feels a very unwinnable situation. Just gotta make sure no one dies, and
on that note,
doing a great job of that so far. Yeah, there goes 1 AK. Cello slips away. Nice little micro there. Doesn't pick up the bomb. Actively works around it, because if he did, that's obviously a pretty, it's like, hey guys, I'm here, because they didn't know where he was. So he's able to save his AK. He's also been able to buy a bit of utility, especially with that final kill. And I assume Imperial, without the bomb plant, it's going to be a ropey purchase, but a purchase nonetheless. Diazera, a wild man, but hey, sometimes that's what you need.
Hell yeah. I mean, the fact that they get that 4th kill towards the end of the round as well, we knew this was going to end up being an economic reset. So that little extra nail in the coffin. And it is a pity that Vinny dies because he had almost a full belt of utility. So to bring that through certainly would have been nice to not have to spend that extra little bit. But we move to the next round. Already taking a lot of early space and control. But as a team, you know, you don't really have the firepower here to spread out too much. Especially when the goal of the round is still to try to win. You still have an AK in hand, so it's not kind of a go next angle. It's not a full walk up either. There has been a decent amount of utility being used here, so ODDIK are going to cotton on fairly quickly that it is going to be a push in towards the A side. They all get spotted through the smoke there. A beautiful flash, however, gives them a stay of execution. That allows them the space they need to start trying to overrun. Nods will still be able to get one before finally being pushed back and put down. An Imperial, how the turns table. They're now the ones in the 4v2 advantage, having come into this round with very little to their names. And it might just be ODDIK that go for the save angle.
Welcome to South America. These are the things you love to see. Try will fall. So the MP7, it really is. Like, it's crazy to see overnight this weapon just be thrust into the meta. An extra $600 as well. That's gonna be quite nice. Nate will be able to drop over a rifle or drop over his MP7. He buys a rifle. But Imperial, yeah, giving ODDIK a taste of their own medicine. Back and forth, we continue to go. Neither side has been able to grapple consecutive rounds just yet. Nate lying in the shadows as well. Would be wary for skulls, but he's not going to enter his sight line. So Imperial keep 3 alive, including that scout, 2 primary rifles, but you sure as hell know ODDIK, they're going to go right back into things. And yeah, tactical pause. They have to buy, like, they're double eco. Woody, it's 1900 loss bonus. Woody has no money next round. K-Sox has no money next round. But maybe Nate, Diazera, and Nards do. So there's an argument that they could go for an eco here, buy next round. But in both instances, there is gaps in the purchase.
I mean, that is the nature of that kind of 1-for-1 scenario. Denying a lot of kind of save angles as well. There have been a few things here and there that have been pulled through, but for the most part, it's been a lot of reinvesting. A lot of trying to deal with this economic recession. A much needed timeout as well. Okay. I mean, this is serviceable. It's not the ideal. But considering that we've just had 2 rounds back-to-back of low buy eco angles, getting way more value than they had any right to. Yeah, that as well, obviously. I mean, they can't really afford not to, but it's just, we've got a trend going right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have to go for the force buy. They were on that double eco. Woody and K-Sox sort of had no money. So I do like this repurchase. They were stuck between a hard place, and they're actually going for the exact same round they did when they won that force buy. Diazera, closing connector, and then they've got the boost up. That con player, though, is just going to get silenced, and he's going to get isolated, and that's a big removal of information. Alongside that, the boost has come out, has gone down on short for ODDIK, so they've really got no info, and have just gamble stacked over towards the B bomb site right now, leaving Nards on this scout just completely by himself.
Yesterday I was talking about damage sponges. It feels like Diazera has taken up that mantle in this map. Getting caught out, unfortunately, and that's not the way you wanted that round to kick off. And with Nods falling very quickly thereafter, left ODDIK now scrambling to pick up the pieces. Continuous chip damage coming through, trying to create a little bit of distraction over towards that A site where the bomb starts making its way over towards B. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately it's the site overrun. 4 still alive here for Imperial. K-Slox, 1 little kill for you. Well, either way, it's a round going yet again in favor of Imperial. ODDIK, at least, oh no, things are looking tight for the ODDIK squad.
Yeah, I mean, well, so that's the round that breaks the camel's back, because they were on the double eco, they forced up, and whoever wins the first 2, so whoever first wins consecutive rounds comes out on top, right? So Imperial, they win 2 in a row, they break ODDIK's money, And ODDIK are just going to have to go on this eco. This is Imperial map pick, and they're really showing like it right now. And especially against this anti-eco, it's smooth sailing. It's one player falls, it's Cello, but that is A-okay. They go 4-1 up, and ODDIK now needs to start and revamp their CT side, because the 2 rounds we've seen from them have been very similar. And one worked simply because Dia0 got a multi-kill with a 5-7 close.
Imperial looking very much the team we saw earlier as well on Anubis. Showing no signs of slowing down just yet. This is a good opportunity for ODDIK to come back into it though. Got a little bit of cash available here. Maybe some of the noise being made out towards Monster. A little bit of chip damage coming through the smokes there as well. The suppressive fire is near unbearable. Managing to deal with most of it. A re-smoke as well. This is just buying time. They do actually manage to get a kill through that smoke. And on Vinny, who's had a pretty good showing so far on this map. Might be the opening they need, but look at this flank. Dear Lord above. They have encircled all the way around the map. There is no map control at the moment for Imperial. And Imperial need to really kind of hit the accelerator here before that flank can come into fruition. They don't even have a chance to move in towards the site either. Yeah, I mean, this is just falling apart at the seams.
Let's... Dia0, question is, how many kills can he get? Only 1. Oh my god, Cello. On a 6-punts. Kills the lurk and then opens up the B bomb site. Nards, the only defender laying in their path. This was a done and dusted round. ODDIK, they had the flank. They had all the numbers. They had the players here. And yet somehow, as the dust settles from the fog of war, it's a 2 versus 2. Case locks in connector. Nards on the bomb side. Imperial, if they just group up and hit, they should be able to overrun wherever they choose. But instead, this silent treatment, their patience is actually going to come and bite them.
So little time remaining here. Seems like this is a done and dusted one. Ah, 1 kill down. Tapping on the bomb.
Time.
Oh, just at the last possible second. At least they do get that extra little bit of cash in the back pocket, but that got dangerously close considering a lot of factors, like how much map control ODDIK had taken. They really had kind of corralled Imperial. They had all of the information they could possibly need, but yeah, unfortunately, Imperial winning so many of those really... I say Imperial, Cello winning so many very, very important duels there. But that was what we were saying. That was the moment that ODDIK could bring things back into their control, and they took it with both hands. The problem is, despite winning out that round, it's still... They're not out of the woods just yet. Yes, they can string a buy together here. Yes, it is a decent buy, but... they're by no means comfortable. The good news is, if they can win this round, Imperial's money is going to be in a serious predicament.
Bye-bye. Boost Vinny decapitates. However, there's a lot of presence from ODDIK in short, so the trade does come in shortly. There's a lot of bodies there. I don't know how many are confirmed. Imperial, they have a lot of space towards long, and that's where Cello and No Way are going to just be surging up. They are running. They are making no mistake. They know they have that space, and they're going to take it. It's no mystery. The bomb is still going to go over towards B. And ODDIK, they don't seem like they want to give up short control whatsoever. So as No Way and Cello start to put some pressure over on this A bomb site, what's it going to do to the rotations? The aim here is to pull as many over towards A as possible. You can see they're already starting to move. No Way charging through the smoke. Nods on the other side of things.
Ooh.
Something. They 4 rotated onto the A bomb site, I'm guessing, and then they walked out on through Monster, and there's 1 left short, and they played retake B, and then Imperial won the round.
Huh. Well, there you go, folks. Freddy is indeed the Oracle. It looks like we do have a little bit of a tech issue, so we'll find out if Freddy could indeed tell the future, or if it's another one of those rounds that have gone very unpredictably.
So they killed everyone B, and the bomb's only just going down now? And No Way's heaven?
Close enough, I guess. Ah, well, 5th round for Imperial. No matter how you slice it, that's them continuing along with their fairly dominant performance here. I know it's still somewhat early in the map, but the ODDIK have really struggled to string rounds together. Well, they haven't strung rounds together. It's been 2, again, flash in the pan rounds, very akin to what we saw from them on Anubis. Seems to be a little bit of a trend here.
Five to 2. I'd be scared if I'm ODDIK because they also have no money once again. So Imperial are sure to go to a 6th unless someone like Diazera has something to say about it. There's going to be some extra SMGs brought up. So Woody and Case Locks get MP9s. But that's just going to be it. Nard's saving heavy for Yorp. Maybe hoping that his MP9s get some kills. But this is looking like an Imperial who, firstly, should never have been in the lower bracket, but playing like that team.
It's a nice little opener here. Or trade-off, I suppose. Hopefully we can find a little bit more value in this one. 2 MP9s and a USP to complement the M4 does leave things in a little bit of a dangerous spot, and Imperial haven't actually committed to anything just yet. Again, it's that more patient play that we had seen from them previously. Angling towards long here. Diazera in position. Shots ring out. No one finding that value just yet. A flash over the top. Can he find himself a little bit of value? And yes, he does in spades. A double kill for him. And once again, Imperial completely shut out, not given the opportunity. And again, it comes down to that map control. They give over so much of it for free. Give ODDIK an inch, they will absolutely take a mile. And finally, we're seeing some signs of life once again. And again, in a round where they didn't have a whole hell of a lot of money to work with. So they can now come into this round. They've done some sizable damage to Imperial's economy, but they can string a really solid buy for themselves. AWP in hand now. Nods had a outstanding performance with it over on Anubis just a little bit earlier on this evening. Hopefully we can replicate a little bit more of that. Imperial themselves haven't really been able to bring that out. Things have just been that little bit too back and forth. Love to see it back in Try's hands. But for now, not to be the case. Case Locks does get a little bit of value out of that boost. Does get flashed off the position quite early on. May actually give away the game. Oh, caught up close and personal in the smoke. Maybe extending a little bit too far there. Trying to get a little bit too cheeky. Will be punished for it. That map control that we lauded them for has worked so well, but clearly not when you're trying to take monster control. Now, numbers advantage firmly in the hand of Imperial as they delete Case Locks. Once again, trying to get a little bit done with that boost. Damage continues to rake up in a tally. And this will be Imperial taking a 6th round. We continue to go back and forth. We're not building up any sort of long-term stability here, but Imperial continue to be on the receiving or on the winning end of all of these rounds. Wait to see if Diazera here can maybe get a little bit of damage done on the exit. We spoke about how important money is, and well, ODDIK are in dire straits. 2 players on $0. Sure, you've got 2 with over 3K, but you're not going to get anything super useful out of this. Diazera somehow surviving, but unfortunately that means that they know exactly where he is. The question now becomes, how much do we risk this? Ah, unlucky. Skulls keeps his gun. Diazera gets shut out. Imperial to 6. And a very important timeout to come out from ODDIK as well. given the way that these last few rounds have gone. We mentioned before about how so many of their rounds have been a little bit gimmicky. We need to see a bit more kind of tactical depth coming through here. You know, a couple of cheesy set plays can net you a few, a few rounds against a team that's quite a lot stronger than you, but it needs to be a little bit more that they can bring to the table. So hopefully with this timeout, we'll start to see a little bit of a change up in the approach. I did like how they took that map control, and as much as, you know, you could call it quote unquote gimmicky as I did, but it's a really solid way of approaching this. You've got to work the map. You've got to deny as much of that control as possible. That's one of the huge advantages of this map and what makes it one of the kind of more heavily CT-sided ones. ODDIK just haven't been able to find the full value from that. So again, we go for a little bit more aggressive control here out towards Party. Instantly shut down by Kello, waiting for the aggression and just sits it down.
Kello's having a game, isn't he? He was actually being very instrumental in Anubis, which is it's good to see. Kind of like him maybe keep up with the trio of, or the rifling duo of Noe and Try, then also Vinny. So a lot of firepower, and they're firing on all cylinders. Speaking of Vinny, he falls outside Monster, but the reaction over towards A actually maybe is a ruse. Case logs around this smoke. Wait. What? Skulls doesn't come up con. Case logs? Even though catches Try off guard, wasn't looking the right way. Nard's final player alive on the A bomb site, gets the kill, but then instantly pivots towards B. He has read this round perfectly. There's no smoke towards heaven. There's no smoke that can go towards heaven. And it's just a freeze because No Way's coming over to his teammates saying, let me clear towards A. I've cleared it. Well, he's over towards CT. He's either heaven, he's either towards graffiti. I'm going to come on the flank, and Nard, he is anticipating this. Issue is, in that moment, the bomb is crossed over. So Nard's now sandwiched and in an impossible situation without a kit as well.
To help him out just a little bit more, I think I even heard like a tap on the bomb to see like, maybe he'll give the game away, and without him actually showing himself, that kind of signals to them that it might just be safe. He might just be trying to hold on to this AWP, which we know is absolutely the case. Trying to retake in this situation with an AWP is going to be difficult. That's playing the game on hard mode for sure. And again, we constantly kind of come back to it, but they're really struggling to build up any economy. So if they lose the AWP here, that's going to be kind of the only vestige of firepower that they have into that next round. So they do get to hold on to it. But Imperial now, I mean, I'm having some serious Anubis deja vu. We were sitting on 7-3. Imperial took the 8th round. ODDIK took the 4th. And it was the same sides as well. Imperial 8 rounds on the T side. Like it's looking very parallel.
Yeah. I'm not like crazy confident in the ODDIK side, especially because this is a low buy rounds. Like this should be 8, as you mentioned, and 8 rounds on T side overpass. Like that should just be enough, really. To be honest, like the individuals are shooting really hard. Nards has been spotted already towards A and tagged down immensely. He needs to be careful. Doesn't want to lose that AWP because he might not be able to buy one up into that final round. So mission survival, like in the last, is activated. And he is as far away from the action as possible over towards long. And it's a good reaction from Imperial. AWP mid, let's just go B. And there's only USPs on the other side. And it's very easy for them to get past.
It's genuinely one of my favorite things to talk about. Just the sheer suppressive, like, just the threat of the AWP and how that's able to cause so many rotations, so many, like, changes in approach to a round. And this is the perfect example of it. In a round where you presume it should be very little that ODDIK have to work with. You spot the one little bit of firepower that they have from the previous round. Why would you risk it? Unfortunately, that threat really was just a threat. Yelling through an empty tunnel. And it's an 8 round for Imperial. ODDIK are gonna need a miracle at this point, man.
The miracle is at least this round, and then the pistol. That's like the start of said miracle.
Sure. We had similar aspersions on Anubis, though.
And they did actually get the last round and pistol, right? Yeah, so...
They did.
Oh, this map's not as worse. Like, Anubis is definitely the worst for the sides. So, there's that. And Zero in towards Connector, he's been a driving factor for ODDIK's success. He got them their first round with a 5-7 in that very position. And now on round 12, he gets the opener and backs off into short, commits to that control. Issue is, he's not going to be able to get out as Cello has taken full control of front toilets and also tries in Connector behind them. No one's going to join them. So Imperial are going to start to maybe close in on this position. Zero is going to be seriously careful here.
And Woody's already been found out. Oh, and how
And Cello
all of the
dies.
last few, the last few dominoes just start to fall apart. Starting to bite back a little bit, however. The bomb starts moving its way over towards the B site. Now, it is just Nate here holding on to the site. Paranoia is going to start to set in a little bit. Rotation, while not terribly far away, if Imperial decide to storm the site, Nate's going to find himself in a world of trouble. Utility starts to come through. Rotation hasn't started just yet. And, well, there's that world of trouble. Bomb's going to get planted pretty much uncontested. And Nods with a scant 16 HP. In a 1 versus 3 AWP battle. Spoke about miracles earlier. Well, there was
Misses
ever a
the
time
nade
for that.
as well.
Oh, it was too deep on the nade. Oh, gives away his position. And there it is. A slightly better performance this time around as Imperial run away with the first half of this map. 9-3. ODDIK only posting up a scant 3 rounds. But can they make a comeback on that second half? Well, we shall see. He's kind of stuck behind this smoke here. No way he's been taken down. They're unsure if Try has made his way through. Oh my god, bro. Oh, that's devastating. The clay pigeon shooting, the second kill follow-up. And at that point, the round is boomed, the mental is boomed, the digits are doubled, and ODDIK are in some serious trouble. Heh. I mean, it is rough out here, folks. I mean, the sheer aggression, because it starts with Try being really aggressive in towards bathroom. Generally speaking, you're not really thinking too much into that. It's just like, whatever, pistol round, that's what happens. Then we get into the second round. No Way does, well, exactly what he's doing now. He's taking control in towards Party. He's got the rest of his team there to back him up. It's a bit of an anti-eco. Easy peasy. Makes a ton of sense. Third round in a row that we are taking very aggressive map control. It's Try that picks up that first kill. That was quite a distant shot as well. Tello now looking to follow it up. Does just that with the MP9. Picks up an AK for his troubles. And ODDIK have barely made moves. The bomb is still hovering. I mean, they've made moves towards the site, but the bomb is nowhere near the rest of the team. They're making all of this noise on B, but the 3 players from Imperial that had taken mid have already... I mean, they've hard rotated in. He's alone on the site. The entirety of Imperial is here. The bomb is still not moving. Like, this is an ODDIK that really does just... It feels like they don't know what they want to do. Oh my god. I refuse to believe that this was calculated. So close now. 2 versus 2. ODDIK, we kept talking about needing miracles, and they've just made one happen for themselves, but they haven't gotten to the end of the line just yet. Skulls, oh, pops through window, instantly shut down. Nods to get that final kill with only 3 HP remaining on the other side of it. That was either a tactical masterclass or ODDIK fell forwards. Sorry. And in the same, like, vein, right, of taking crazy control, this time not towards Party, it's towards outside. Should get caught out here. Tap, tap, tap. Damage done. All the King's horses swing. But this time around, ODDIK maintain their control of the situation. Skulls is going to be hard-pressed to get a 1v4 going with a pistol in hand. So ODDIK now maybe have given themselves a little bit of room to breathe. As mentioned, Imperial are going to have money in the next round. This is not a major concern for them. And the fact that they've got a 6-round lead, let's see if we can make this miracle happen. I mean, if there's anybody that you want it to be a little bit spammed down, probably going to be your AWPer, because 1 shot, 1 kill, assuming you can actually hit that shot. They've managed to garner the space for themselves, despite the heavy suppression that's been thrown in at them. Skulls now from this barrel's position, spots out, doesn't really get any damage done. The HE is chunky. That does way more than I anticipated it would. A flash over the top gives them the opening, but he's instantly traded back. Continues to slow them down to the 1-minute mark. Triangello holding those sight lines, holding those lines, and Woody all alone now. And try as he might, his name is not succeed.
That's it. That's 12 for Imperial, and them going for that eco in round 16 is really paying off. And I think that's a good lesson for everyone watching in your faces and whatever. You've got rounds to work with. Don't just throw everything in the kitchen sink at each round. Take your time, be methodical, and everything will work out in the end. 7 now to play for. 7 map points until ODDIK subsides, and Imperial will move forward in the lower bracket. This is looking like a pretty weak buy. Galil's, Tech9s, ODDIK, they're all grouped up, and they're going to try to end this on B.
Done a sizable chunk of damage to Nate, but
timing of the spam.
There we go. Oh, just spams through the smoke. That miracle that we kept hoping for has slipped through their hands like a broken hourglass. Bomb has been lost, can still be recovered, but Diazera, 1 to his name, needs to make this an unthinkable ace. They want just that little bit more playtime in this server, in this game, and indeed in this qualifier. All eyes on him now. I think most of us have already decided how this round should end. Perhaps something magical can still happen. A flash in hand. Give him a chance. He slows down now, maybe trying to fake that he's moved over. There was so much time left. There's a world in which he could have gone A. A lot of the CT utility, in fact, all of it now has been utilized. They haven't bought the bait. They're holding fast, and it's Try that gets the final kill of the game. Imperial are your victors here. A 2-0 victory for them, looking incredible so far. And for ODDIK, well, unfortunately, they did incredibly well to get this far at all. But now it's going to be back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board, but there's a lot of similarities with ODDIK and some of the teams over in Europe right now. So like Big Academy, they got knocked out pretty early on. Same with Gen 1, but they also took a lot of scalps with them along the way. ODDIK didn't come into this qualifier as one of the better teams. They came through the open qualifier, and with a very new roster and very inexperienced players, I say they should be able to come out of this with their head held high. They took BESTIA the distance on 2 maps, and they took Fluxo so far that they actually outlasted a team with so much experience. Against Imperial, a new day, a new dawn. It didn't quite go their way, especially that Anubis pick. It was a big gamble, and unfortunately, that gamble did not pay off for them. But in all honesty, we shouldn't have Nards and Diazera out-fragging Try and No Way. Like, that shouldn't be the case. And today, that isn't what happened. So congratulations to Imperial. They shouldn't be in the lower bracket, but now that they're here, They're just going to keep on finding their way forward. They go to the lower final, and they'll be playing up against the winners of ShindeN versus 9Z. The graphics wrong on your screen. ShindeN didn't 2-0 9Z, or well, they might, because ShindeN are actually a map to the good. But that's going to be another game of like, if Imperial play 9Z, that's an awesome rematch, right? From the FF at the start. But if they play ShindeN, it's kind of similar of the like, they should be beating this level of team.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how that does end up, because obviously 9Z, I'm sure they'd love the chance to actually play Imperial, because they unfortunately had to go with the forfeit a little bit earlier on. But the bracket is rounding itself out quite nicely. The Red Canids will be playing BESTIA a little bit later today. And similarly, the other lower bracket, or the next lower bracket matchup, which, as you already alluded to, Imperial versus winner of ShindeN 9Z, that's also going to be happening later on today. It won't be Freddie and I this time, unfortunately. We are done and dusted for today's broadcast and for IEM qualifiers, in fact. So it's been an absolute pleasure, Freddie. Our first, well, at least my first CS broadcasts of the year, and as always, glad to have you by my side. But that's going to be us signing off here. As mentioned, there will be more games a little bit later on, so thank you everybody for tuning in. There'll be a little bit of an extended break, as you can see, but when we return, we'll have more South America action for you, so don't go too far away.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What a no man. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. Come on. And all I know I gotta be out of here. I just keep on and more. There's gotta be a better place. Oh, 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 oh. I gotta get out of here. Oh, 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 oh. So you can't hold me back no more. Got to get out, 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 got to get out of here. I gotta get out, yeah, yeah. Come on, got to get out of here. You can't hold me back no longer, no. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out, got to get out, gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good evening, gamers. We are back for the battle for IEM Rio in the Americas region. Once again, it is I, Travis, alongside Hayes, for what is another great game in that battle for the main event in Rio de Janeiro. I think we've got a bit of a barn burner on our hands again, Matt. We had a great game last night. Red Canids are involved again. Usually it's entertainment when they're on the server.
Oh, absolutely. But they got some stiff competition here in Bestia in their upper bracket final. Like you say, everything to play for. A home tournament, obviously, for Red Canids. For Bestia, it's on home soil to a degree with it being South America. And you could just imagine how much this qualifier means to all of the teams involved.
Absolutely. And I think the main thing as well for Red Canids is that there's quite a lot to talk about in terms of the day they've had. Obviously, we've covered them yesterday. We've kept track of them today as well. We mentioned that multiple of the teams that have been playing the Rio qualifiers are also playing a LAN in Curitiba. And actually, Red Canids were playing against Bestia's academy team earlier today. They very comfortably won map 1 to make absolutely sure they prioritized a chance at making IEM Rio. They forfeited both map 2 and 3, even though they had about 45 minutes to spare. So they're really making doubly sure they are ready for this game against the main Bestia squad.
Yeah, and you know what? It might be slightly more detrimental to their VRS ranking to have actually decided to forfeit that LAN game in favor of playing this one. But I'm glad that we haven't gotten to a point where teams are forfeiting bloody IEM Rio closed qualifier matches so that they can prioritize and protect their VRS points, right? Like, I feel like the scene has been trending in that direction, and the illustrious nature of this qualifier has to outweigh a LAN game, especially with it being an opening matchup, and it doesn't then cost them their life in the tournament. So I'm actually really happy that Red Canids have prioritized this qualifier.
You're right, though, but at the same time, the point you touched on, it is a bit of a VRS roller coaster for them, because I believe they're around about 80th in the live rankings at the moment, and that is not where their quality, it dictates they should be. So, yeah, I think it's going to be awkward for them if they continue to have to deal with these clashes. And to be fair, it's awkward for everyone in every region. Here's the veto between these two, and one thing that I think is very important to point out, Matt. In the history between these two teams, Nuke Ancient will be our first 2 maps. Every single matchup between these two in 2025 was finished in 2 maps. Mirage Inferno on 2 of the 3 BO3s, Ancient and Mirage in the 1 prior. Bestia have won 2-0 in both ESL Challenger League and CCT every single time, and only Red Canids getting double digits on 1 of those 6 maps. So it's really been a dominated matchup for Bestia.
Yeah, true, actually, and more so than what I would have expected, you know. The one thing, the caveat is that Buddha wasn't involved in any of those games, and I think Red Canids obviously have got a bit of a change of, Davideus is certainly a new player in the mix as well. I think Shay may have just joined the team before or after that last game, I'm not sure. So slightly different complexion to a few of these teams since then. And oh, never mind. I was going to say, what the hell's going on? He's surfing off the roof with the Desert Eagle in the pistol round, but we're all good. Yeah, I think talking a little bit about Buddha, obviously he came into the team towards the tail end of last year. He's actually only played 11 series for Bestia since he joined in November. Of course, the Potted crew kind of leveled up by joining the best team in the region. And he's actually got a 1.18 or 1.19 rating when I checked earlier since he's joined Bestia. And I think a lot of people had some questions over Buddha's individual level. And he seems to have, for the most part, have put that out to bed.
Yeah, in South America at least, right? I think it was always an issue when he was on 9Z in years gone by that maybe games in South America he'd be fine, but when you played in the big tournaments it'd be a bit of an issue. The one big thing that BESTIA have going for them is that they did win a LAN in EU, which is huge for them. Right? I mean, they barely made any progress and won any trophies at all as an organization in days gone by, especially in EU, and they're able to play that LAN in Draculan. They beat Cybershock in the grand final. We know that Cybershock have a lot of talented players on the team, and they had a good win against 9 in that tournament as well. So, yeah, genuinely really critical for them to get a bolster and a boost to their VRS at the very end of last year to really get them going in 2026, feeling like they can compete and can qualify, and will plainly get invites to these events straight up.
Sure, it's a massive boost for them in that regard. I mean, it's the first LAN they've ever won outside of Argentina, not even outside of South America. So it was a huge result for the team to cap off last year. And I think they're cooking with this roster. I mean, Thomason is obviously another, probably the most notable name on the team, who's just super consistent, a young talent, an absolute star who I'm a massive fan of. And then Casson seems to have kind of elevated his game recently. He was playing quite hot or cold, or hot and cold, should I say, towards the end of last year. But I think he's found a bit more stability, because when he's on, he's got that AWP style where he can actually just take over the game. He's very confident in the fights that he takes. He always backs himself. He seems to make pretty smart decisions more often than not, and he can be a difference maker.
He can for sure. I think you mentioned Thomason. Whenever you've covered BESTIA and all the ESL Challenger League games that we've covered in South America over the last couple of seasons and last couple of years, to be fair, he's one we always talk about. When we had our player to watch feature, right, it was always Thomason that we pick for BESTIA games. And like, he's the one player right now, if I was to pick a South American talent who hasn't made the breakout to a bigger organization yet, it would probably be him, because BESTIA, the main thing that they've lost, of course, is Luchov. Luchov was a very long-term player for BESTIA. He moved on, and Thomason hasn't. And we always obviously considered Thomason a little bit better than Luchov. You have to look at some of his kind of domestic rivals in a way, like Davides, who he's playing today, like DGT. They've both had their goes in Pain Gaming, for example, and Thomason hasn't really had a chance like that. So he's staying loyal, and I hope he gets that chance by staying loyal.
I mean, the good news is, I remember we had this conversation last year, is that he's still only 21. And so there's a long time ahead for him to get that opportunity to step up to the next level. I mean, he's learned a hell of a lot, and he continues to sharpen and hone his skills here in BESTIA. And I mean, they're taking strides forward, and as long as they're moving forward, then that justifies his decision to hang around. But you don't want it to be a thing where it's just never gets considered perhaps moving to another team. Either way, like I said, it's not necessary to be thinking like that now for Thomason, as we can flip the script to Red Canids. Trav, obviously we got to talk about them a lot yesterday, having covered their game where they played against Imperial and looked very impressive, right? That was a hard-fought matchup for them, where they actually were able to come out on top to get themselves into this upper bracket final. Davides was probably their best player. I think History was the one who impressed me the most, though, Trav.
I think that's fair as well, because we expect the likes of Davides and Shay and Kawes to be really consistent, especially the duo of Shay and Davides, right? But I think it's fair to say that maybe the lesser players in the team did really perform excellently. You got History, you've got Drop. Drop had an incredible 1v3 on Mirage, by the way. If you remember that one, then he was near Van. And that is definitely one that makes you realize that he's got the ability to whenever it is necessary. So I think Davides is still one of those special players to keep an eye on, though. He's, as we touched on yesterday, he's back home in an organization he knows so well, with lots of experience with Pain under his belt. So I think it's fair to say he did better on Pain than, for example, as a player I've compared him to, DGT did. Davides making that semi-final of the Austin Major last year, of course, really putting Chilean Counter-Strike on the map all over again. And yeah, I think this is what makes this Red Canids particularly exciting right now. And having Nuke as map 1, we saw how damn good they were on CT against Imperial. That was a result that deserves to be spoken about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they kind of came to that game as underdogs for my money. The one guy I am looking at for maybe a little bit more would probably be Kawes. I mean, Drop is the IGL, and he had his moments, right? He was a pretty safe pair of hands when it mattered the most. Kawes, like you say, I mean, CT side Nuke was a very impressive performance from him, but I do feel like we could get a little bit more juice from the squeeze.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think, unfortunately for Cowers, that was one of probably the main things that caused him to eventually get dropped by Pain, because they wanted a little bit extra from a rifler in the Tier 1 tournaments, right? Cowers might have been excellent in South America, and especially maybe in some slightly lesser important games online, for example. But LAN, I think he had a slight fall off, and I think now, you know, he needs to try and build himself back up again. And I think he has been, to be fair. If you look at how Red Canids finished last year, they had that famous moment at the major, obviously, in Budapest, where they almost certainly should and could have beaten FaZe, but for one right-click smoke that should have been thrown by history. In that very position on the bottom left right there on Nuke, in the corner where that bomb plant position is. And
should start calling it history and not Astralis anymore, I reckon.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, there were too many spots called Astralis anyway. We should start calling it history.
It's even more iconic at this point, I think, at least in terms of like the current, and in the current day and age, exactly, and how major the implication was. Excuse the pun. It certainly is going to be a relative and relevant one for a long time to come. I mean, not like BESTIA are unfamiliar with their major mishaps as well. To be fair,
I mean,
way worse to be honest. I know, it's been beaten to death. Exactly.
Yeah, it has been beaten to death. You're right, but I think it's one of the important things as well for BESTIA is that they are actually playing a lot better than I've seen from them even last year. Like just before they won that LAN in Draculan, they're playing some of the best Counter-Strike I think I've seen from this org as a group, especially with Buda being added in. So I'm excited.
Which is ironic because they lost Luchov. I wouldn't have expected a caster to have said that sentence since his departure, especially with the nature of his skill set. Anyway, we digress. That was a lovely convo, Trav. I'll be honest, I enjoyed that one. As we get into the game here, it is going to be Red Canids to start off on the T side of their map pick. BESTIA certainly no slouches on Nuke. This is a map that they enjoy playing as well. It will be Ancient from here and Inferno as the decider, which is a map that both these teams tend to ban occasionally. So that will be quite interesting if we go to a third.
It will be, but I think either one of these two teams will want to stop that from happening. And historically, when you look at this matchup, it's BESTIA who have stopped Red Canids from getting to a third every single time. Every single
we're going to a third today. This is the one.
I think so too. Every single result in 2025 was a 2-0 for the Argentinians. So it's time to see if things will change here today. Buda will start off the game with a great tap with that USP, and what Red Canids are doing on the B bomb site here toward control is very much telegraphed. Good molly and a good smoke though. It does force Thomas into trying to show his hand, and they know that one player is stuck into a dark, but Timo still hits one, and History is able to catch him as well. It's all down to Buda, and thankfully for him, he knows that History is still lurking around double door. 3 kills for History, but it's not enough.
Yeah, BESTIA just had a very good idea of what was going on there. Had some information. They were able to just stack up that B bomb site. There were so many players. Red Canids took quite long. There was no misdirection. They were kind of just hoping maybe that BESTIA hadn't figured out what was going on in the round, but yeah, they certainly had, and they were able to set themselves up accordingly. No bomb plant for Red Canids, but they're still going to opt for the force buy here anyway. I'm trusting Shay with the AK.
Yes, sir. Always one player having to take the hit economically, obviously, when you have to drop that AK, but History will be happy to do that if it get one of your star riflers on that AK, and that is what he can do. Shay gets one immediately. Yasin will go down.
Yeah, Red Canids are able to take some space, and it's exactly what BESTIA do as well as they make their way into lobby off the back of outside control being found for Red Canids. Well, Thomason does have his wits about him. Kawe's looking for the timing while the rest of his team wrap around the map.
Thomason's done well to get through that position without being seen, but he probably would have wanted to be seen because he wants to try and get a kill back in this round, and now with Drop finding one as well, that could change things. There sweeping forward, able to somehow deagle spam that frag, and 1 HP left over in getting it as well. And somehow, Red Canids on their force buy are going to do it without losing a single man by the looks of things.
Yeah, they actually make it look easy. Everything just kind of goes according to plan. Initial frag outside, force the move to be made from BESTIA. Then they start to connect the dots in on the A-bomb side. No issue in finding any kills. Great way to answer back after losing the pistol. And Timo probably going to be able to save us from us. I say that. He has got history who's coming in his direction right now. He's got the box, which is kind of providing the cover. And history is going to decide against pursuing him and instead will prioritize the save. So Red Canids level it up off the bat. And I think we're going to have, I mean, I know history has been pretty one-sided as far as this matchup is concerned, but I think we're going to have a very evenly contested game this evening. None of their previous games have meant as much as this one, I don't think.
Yeah, and not just because of that, but also because how these two teams have grown recently as a squad, right? Just look at what BESTIA were able to do at the end of last year, like I was touching on, winning that LAN in Romania, a Draculan, with Buddha looking really, really good. Red Canids bringing Davideus back. They both had a bolster to what they have wanted to try and do with their rosters, and it has improved them both, and that's why I think it could be a very different result, like you say. But I also think we're going to have quite a lot of this. We're going to have quite a lot of back and forth, maybe quite a lot of the force by wars coming into play. And already we've got one here. Who will win the 2 rounds in a row to break the money early? Davideus playing top silo with the MP9. And one thing we haven't touched on just yet is that this is the new patch. We might see a couple of MP7s or an MP5. MP7 is looking very strong in the couple of games I've watched over the last 24 hours or so. So, yeah, you got the new knife pull-out sounds as well. Maybe catch a few people off guard who haven't seen the update yet, maybe. So maybe
it's one of those things that when you hear it, it's like, oh, that's different. And then 3 days later, it just becomes normal again, right?
Yeah.
As you've seen with the audio changes in the past, Davideus is going to be able to make his way into a completely vacant A bomb site. BESTIA kind of pry on the fact that Red Canids might think BESTIA would stack up A because of their weaker weapons. They try and get one step ahead in that regard. And unfortunately for them, Red Canids have read into the situation brilliantly. Now the question is, do BESTIA even attempt this retake? Because I would say no. I think that they just end up saving on all 5 players, and you have a full set of forced up weapons to work with going into the next round, even though you're saving your money. So I don't want to see them commit anything here, to be honest with you. And yeah, they are going to depart the scene.
Yeah, I hate to prefer the boring option, but it is the right option here for sure. And of course, as well, for Red Canids, it means they have to keep the 2 MP9s on History and Davideus. So it might mean they're a little bit weaker in a situation they don't want to be in the following round. Same goes, as I say, but basically just running it back again in round 4, the same as round 3. Seeing if Red Canids can maybe make a different play. They'll swap the MP9 over to drop instead. Davideus now taking the M4, as he probably so should. They will choose to drop one, prioritizing the AK, which I think is the right call.
And now it's going to be a complete change up in pace here from BESTIA compared to what we saw from them with their force buy in the previous round, where they kind of sat back and hoped Red Canids would come to them. Now they're taking more initiative, taking the fight to their opponents, but Red Canids equally making moves here around the map as well. They're clearly showing a tendency to be quite keen to wrap around outside and pressure heaven and hell early in the round. That's a good kill from Timo on the AK, though.
Yeah, able to catch Davideus after he got one back. Shay's in a very good position, though. He doesn't just see one, he sees 2. Bit awkward with the way he bounced off the top of the ladder there. That could throw your aim off sometimes, but thankfully the second player was the low player, so he's able to find both. And that retains or recovers a man advantage for Red Canids, I should say. Emerson's FAMAS still in play. And Ox's Deagle is as well, but you can play behind that fire. Maybe there's a chance when they look to go and cross, but there's a jiggle. And they figured where Thomasine is playing from, with Heaven control, it's going to be very difficult. Actually risking the cross there is history, rather than just planting front hut behind the wall. Bit risky there, but one will go down. Noxy will charge it up the vent. Will be heard by one. The MP9 will manage to get one kill in the end. Traded by Thomasine, but he needs to find both these 2 kills on pretty tough situation with the FAMAS as well. He will go for a double swing, and even though he does find the 1, that is what the double swing is meant to do. Guarantee a trade, shade the triple kill, and Red Canids also reach the number 3.
Yeah, pretty easy sailing. Smooth sailing so far for Red Canids as we get into the first gun round. open play for Casson very early on. You're talking about how BESTIA have really kind of grown and gone from strength to strength. And I think one of the best decisions that they made as a team was taking Nocte off the AWP, allowing him to focus his full attention on his IGLing. Obviously, his AWP was kind of lacking a little bit in terms of its firepower it offered, and then bringing a new AWPer into the mix, right? Now, I feel like that kind of unleashed BESTIA and allowed for them to just level up.
Yeah, I think Cassin in particular is a player that I was maybe a little bit underwhelmed by. I feel like I'd never seen anything like truly special from him coming through the lower tiers, but I think he has slowly, bit by bit, over the course of his last year and a bit of his career, just got slowly, progressively better. I think that is one of the main things that you've got to praise him for, which is why BESTIA maybe become a little bit more dangerous in the last few months or so, especially toward 2026. They will know that it would be a bit of a nightmare if they weren't able to put that LAN bonus VRS they got from winning in Romania to good use and get more invites, more tier 1 wins, more possibility to finally make a major and get the stickers they think they deserve after all the calamities that befallen them. Befell them? That's right, isn't it? Befell them in 2025. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that. And they have got, as I say, a great record against Canids coming in today, but love to see if they can keep that up when Red Canids are looking stronger than ever. As we've touched on too, Red Canids are playing from Curitiba at the moment, playing from a facility at that Curitiba LAN. So they already had to forfeit a game earlier, if you may have seen, against BESTIA's Academy, funnily enough. They won map 1 at a counter, but decided to fully prioritize this Rio qualifier.
Yeah, and like I was saying in the pregame, I'm really glad that they made that decision as well, because they're prioritizing the illustrious nature of this qualifier is a lot more important than trying to protect your VRS points. And they're obviously still in that LAN event as well. I mean, BESTIA Academy, they're going to be very happy about that, being gifted the win either way. Thomason's going to be very happy with that as well, straight through the smoke. Drops cow is great way to start off this first gun round here.
Red Canids yesterday got off to a very quick start against Imperial. They were 4-0 up, then lost 7 rounds in a row. Were able to grind out the final round of the half and make it a 7-5. And from there, they didn't look back. They won 12 rounds in a row, if you count Overpass as well after that. Completely swept Imperial off the server. Today, it'll be very curious to see if they're also able to put in as solid a CT side.
Yeah, good point. Side. It was so reliable yesterday against Imperial. It's not even like any of those rounds were particularly close. It was quite shocking how they were just so seemingly easily able to dominate that second half on their CT side. What, they won 8 rounds in a row, I think you said earlier?
Yeah, and if you can't Overpass, it was 12 total before
Imperial
finally won 1.
All right, well, 24 seconds left on the clock here for Red Canids to piece this one together. That's a big moment there from history. Great crosshair placement. Thomason deleted. This is one of Buda's specialties, though, anchoring the A bomb site from behind the reactors. This is where you can do a lot of work, and unfortunately on this occasion, it's just going to be a single kill. Red Canids. Oh, I was going to say, was Casson not heard the steps there from Shay? I don't think he was shift walking, and now all of a sudden it's all on Timo coming through from heaven. He's going to have to say a prayer because odds are not on his side, and Drop isn't either, evidently.
12 kills between Drop and Shay already to begin this map for Red Canids. Very clean. And yeah, that was pretty much all Buda could do. He had to choose an angle to swing. And as you say, he's been pretty reliable in all the games that BESTIA have played with him so far. As you say, actually not as many officials as maybe you'd think. He's only added at toward the end of last year. Did play that LAN in Romania that I mentioned, but hasn't played a huge amount.
It's his 12th game, honestly. 12 best of 3 since he joined.
Yeah, so Synergy can always be a bit of a question mark at that point. But when you put him in those anchor positions that he's done for so many years, you can rely on him usually to get at least the 1. He did get the 1 and prioritize the fight okay. But yeah, in the end, when Canids won the brawl again, quick tack, and we go again.
Blistering starts the map for Red Canids on a map that they've already shown us that they have a fantastic CT side, and 4 out of 5 rounds in their T side only losing the pistol paints them in a brilliant light. And this is all while Cowboys hasn't gotten a kill, and Navadeus has been pretty tame, but that's because Drop, Shay, and History have been having a very good time of it so far here in the early stages of this all-important upper bracket final. One spot up for grabs, guys. There were 8 teams coming into the closed qualifier. We've reduced it to just 6 teams now after a couple teams were eliminated. Of course, most notably Sharks and Fluxo. I guess we've also bidded farewell to both ODDIK and 9Z since then. So
yeah,
down to
ShindeN
just
beating
4 teams
9Z.
now. Yeah, crazy, right? We're now down to Red Canids, BESTIA, ShindeN, and Imperial.
Yeah, ShindeN and Imperial will be going on right now, and I will keep you up to date over the course of this broadcast as to how that one goes, because the winner of that plays the loser of this. We'll be covering that game later. Could get a bit of a Red Canids Imperial rematch, who knows? But Che and Kawes, it's a great entry toward Ram. Navadeus is able to find Cassim too, and the Noxade Eagle is not connecting. Once again, Red Canids burst through as a pack. And I wouldn't say Foxes necessarily work as packs, but I'll tell you what, they are looking pretty solid. And Noxade, has he disconnected or has he fallen to his
No,
death? I didn't
yeah,
see.
I'm pretty sure it's the latter, I'm afraid. I'm almost certain. I'm almost certain. I'd love to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think it's warranted this time round, unfortunately.
Did he fall from heaven?
I'm thinking it must have been, right? Like, that can't be his body there. Maybe that could be his body, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's no pause, so it definitely wasn't a disconnect. Our suspicions have been confirmed. Well, not a tech pause, that is. Tack one going to come through, and that's because BESTIA recognized that this game is getting away from them pretty quickly.
I don't know why I said, like, referred Canids to foxes when they are also wolves, who are very much pack animals, right?
True.
I don't know why I said
mean,
that.
I don't think
realized.
foxes are. I get you. I don't think foxes are entirely solitary. They'll often work in like like they'll have like a partner or something. Like normally maybe 2 or 3, but it's not like a full pack of like 5, 6, 7 plus animals, right?
No, they'll have a mate and they'll like raise the cubs. I would imagine together, but you're right. I don't know why. I guess it's just because of the Red Canids logo and the tail. Like it's a very foxy tail.
I thought it was red.
Thought that. Yeah, and that's probably why I correlated the two. I've just realised that, well, Canid also part, you know, wolves are Canids, and wolves are famously the best pack animals probably in the world. So, Buddha, I digress, as you said earlier. Buddha will get the first kill onto Navadeus. And we have a little bit of a creep through. But as you can see, Thomason is kind of jump spotting that position. It just matters where Kawes decides to go with this. He could flank outside, he could try and get through toward low, and in the end, Thomason doesn't actually see him. He's jump spotting, hoping that he sees Secret, and he doesn't see that ramp push. So it opens up the B-bomb site entirely for Kawes. He's got a very powerful angle now on the ramp, but he's not able to deliver. And that means that the duel will continue now with a minute on the clock. Oh!
And he might have the elements of surprise. Both Drop and Shay are around half health, so not unfathomable. And there we go, a double.
And now I can very much fathom this being a 1v4. 25 seconds on the clock. Kawes and History trying to confirm it. They have put themselves on B. There's still a couple of flashes available as well, but Cassin can take his time. He does have a kit. They're now trying to maneuver into position, and History gives Cassin no chance at all, but it is Kawes with that triple kill. That was dirty, and that is exactly what we wanted to see from him when we mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I just I think it's such fantastic decision making. First of all, that he's got the confidence to go through the smoke and down the ladder. I think he realized what Thomason was doing and he tracks him, and then he doesn't hear the audio cues because you can't hear a player when he's jump spotting. Obviously, he's just hitting his head on the door frame there, but he knew exactly what was going on in his mind. So then steps out, instantly executes Thomason, and then doesn't just hang around in the vent, turn around, wait for someone to drop down. He realizes that window of opportunity is open if he moves very quickly to try and get into the B bomb site and beat that ramp player rotating down. And that's why I was a little bit of like, you know, I don't want to say annoyed, but aggrieved that he didn't instantly hit that high headshot, because it's almost like he deserved to get that kill with the decision making that he had, but still able to get it anyway. But then the 180-degree turn to get the third frag of the sequence, that was the craziest of them all.
Well, great kill from Cassin on the scout, and he does have some help toward ramp. Canids will be annoyed if this is the round they drop. Overpass will try and do some tidying up of the AK, making sure it's not anywhere near the CT side. Noxie's pulled out the Nova. We know that's a bit of a specialty of his. He does like using the Nova over any other shotgun, actually. It is very cheap, of course, and can have a great kill reward.
I mean, it's all good and well, but he's like looking up the secret stairs towards outside. And I guess it's more just for information than anything else, but even if he sees someone, he's not going to be able to do much about it. Yeah, he has rotated back round. There are two players firmly fixed on this A-bomb. Like Nocte with his Nova will find a kill. Cass and Scout has doubled down, and the round is in disarray.
Nocte was on the ladder when he got that headshot with the Nova. Almost
sickening.
Just playing up and down, being an absolute nuisance. First clear of the game for Nocte, it's with the Nova. Shay does clear Buddha, though. That could be awkward. It's only a USP on site for Cassin, but thankfully Shay's out of bullets, and Nocte found one more as well. What a round for BESTIA to win.
Yeah, indeed. That's a massive reprieve, a big let-off, but something that can't afford to be around in isolation. They have to build on what we've from him to just stack up the defense on the A-bomb site, where he picks up 2 more kills. Like you say, knocked his Nova, probably was on the ladder, unless a player tried to go down the ladder into the Nova, but either way, no matter how you get them.
He was playing whack-a-mole and didn't get whacked.
The mole bit back is what you're saying. Yeah. The mole's revenge.
Perhaps.
Revenge of the mole.
He's put himself.
Anyway.
That is true. He's put himself in a very good position here outside. At this time of the round, you maybe should expect the possibility of this, but do you clear it? Considering he's only got his 2 kills with a Nova so far, I want to see more from Noxe. A long time in-game leader of this BESTIA project. What's he got for us? Used to AWP in-game lead, now rifle in-game leads with Cassin on the sniper. Good counter flashes. Shay, not even consider it yet, then does swing into it, and Noxe does hold on. It's a beautiful double, and he's taken the 2 biggest rifling threats out of the round.
Yeah, brilliant work from him. Like you said, it's almost a labored glance there from Shay right before he commits to the angle. That second kill was instantaneous from Noxe, though. Oh, drop, trying to catch Timo as he retreats back in towards the A-bomb site. History wants to make a move in the process as well, but Thomason will take him down as BESTIA start to show some signs of life here on their CT side of Nuke.
Reaction from drop to find Timo, but Cassin was set up for the trade. Yeah, signs of life are in play. Red Canids, we know how good they can be on CT, so 6 on T is already pretty good for them. But BESTIA need to try and recover it, and they're on the right track to do so. It will be, I think, mostly I was going to say mostly a buy for 3 of the players on Red Canids, but if Carrots can fully buy, Drop can fully buy, and so can History, I think they will just probably commit to something here. I mean, Drop could possibly drop a Galil if he wants to, and buy double Galil to get another player on a rifle. History can afford the AWP. So definitely a full purchase coming in.
Yeah, there we go. As you mentioned, Drop probably going to be dropping an AK there for Shay. And he buys up a Galil for himself so he can afford a few extra pieces of util. Respect the IGL. So Red Canids have obviously been dominating this affair so far. Sorry, Trav, I was just going to say, and for the first time, it feels like we got a bit of a contest brewing.
I know you're going to talk about some silly stuff, because I did my research. I found a graphic on Google. There are about, of all the Canids of the world, there are about 20 foxes, right? 20 different varieties of fox. It also counts jackals, coyotes, the main grey wolf and, you know, other wolf types, the dingo, and the African painted dog. So
I was going to say, the wild dog is what we call it here. It's called the painted dog abroad. That has to feature on the list. And the jackals are pretty common here in South Africa. Get side stripe and black-backed jackal as well.
Yes, and I know you've always told me we always seem to fall into the conversation about like incredible wildlife in South Africa during some casts sometimes. But yeah, the wild dogs in Africa are one of your favorites. You told me.
Absolutely. Oh, I love that as well. Brilliant work from Kawa as someone let that hound off the loose by himself. Like you say, fantastic spray with the Galil to be able to get both of those frags and get out with his life intact. It was an opening kill for BESTIA in the round, having taken down Shays. So maybe a little bit surprising they decided to actually make that move into lobby. Maybe a little bit unforced, but either way, no time to dwell on that. And Drop is in a position that I don't think Teemo is ever going to anticipate. Free frag for the IGL, completely opens up the B bomb site, and everything going according to plan here for Red Canids to get back to winning ways.
And yeah, quick blip, it seems. And Kawa's holding that position above the ladder with the Galil, getting both on the spray down when BESTIA wanted to go searching, when they're a man down. And, you know, just good protocol to have. It's very, very common for a CT side to take space when they've lost it on CT Nuke. And when you lose certain parts of outside, you usually try and take lobby. Kawa's stopped them from getting anywhere near it. And yeah, 7-3 will be the score. 9-3 still a possibility, and that would be some T half.
I mean, already is, right? Of what could be 7-5 at the worst from here. And let's think about how 2 of the 3 rounds have been won for BESTIA. One was the pistol, and the other was a half-pipe. So it's not like they've been very reliable so far in the rounds that have mattered the most. Stark contrast compared to Red Canids, who have been brilliant from the word go here. They look like a team to me, Trav, that have been working in the off-season. I don't think that... I know Davideus joined the team very recently, but you can see that they've been practicing hard, clearly, just with their game plans. There's been quite a lot of depth to their game plans. They've all been on the same page. They're all very sharp individually as well. Doesn't read as a team that started playing once we got going with the season again. They probably got a bit of a head start, which I like to see.
In general, I think something I've mentioned before, I think South American teams really have a bit of an advantage with that, purely because of how many local lands are put on. I think they really get you raring for the season early, rather than the drag of just playing online CS. They really get you up and ready for a season. Almost in fighting the Molotov event and somehow gets away on 5 HP. Che entered secret brilliantly, but in the end put down, and Thomasin will be wondering how on earth he's still alive after that door went through. And they're now bursting toward A off the back of it, but Cassin is here as well, and he does have help.
Yeah, Cassin's been brilliant in terms of his repositioning here, showing presence one part of the map, getting a kill, repositioning, catching Red Canids off again. He's done it twice now with his sniper rifles, and Drop will be his next victim. Much needed round going BESTIA's way. They need the last round of the half as well to really give themselves something to work with going into the second half. Going to be a long 40 seconds here. History just going to try and carry his AWP across. Scoop up the smoke left and spawn. And that's going to be a 4th here for BESTIA.
Yeah, and Cassin playing well. Like you said you wanted to see. It's something I'm glad to see. 12-6 for him. Thomasin, bit of a quieter CT half of Nuke so far, but I think it's fair to say that that one kill he got might be his most important kill of the game, because it just solidified that round, kept them in an advantage, and then forced them elsewhere. If Shay got that frag, they'd probably just go down to B and follow Shay.
Yeah, exactly. Would have created the path there for Red Canids, but Cassin denies. And here we go, final round of the first half. So we've obviously already highlighted that these teams played against each other 3 times last year. Nuke didn't feature once, Trav.
That is a very good point, and also it's because Red Canids didn't really have a good Nuke, in my opinion.
And BESTIA's was way better, yeah.
Exactly. BESTIA really love Nuke. I've played it quite a lot. Everydays now, the team of Red Canids have really added Nuke to their wheelhouse. And look at this, a very fast A play to end off the half. Thomason cannot pivot. My goodness, the Glock even doing some damage in the end. Shay will then just spray Nuxe down through that main smoke. It's going to be a very comfortable end to this first half. 8-4. The Red Canids, they got a 7-5 against Imperial yesterday, and that was a 7-5 deficit. This time they have an 8-4 advantage. And as you say, I really think it's a bit of a sleeper pick for Red Canids. I think maybe teams would look at their veto and say, okay, well, they don't have the best record on Nuke, but you look at this year, they have yet to lose one. And that right now they're on track to keep that up. 8-4, incredibly good looking for Red Canids. We'll see if BESTIA can bounce back after the break.
Pulsing through my veins, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire.
Red Canids clean with it again on Nuke, maybe proving that they've got a new favourite pick coming into 2026. Put a lot of work on it clearly, and it's bearing fruit. BESTIA have got to try and bounce back on the T side.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive order here for BESTIA to try and fight back, and one that you almost feel like requires a pistol round win. Look at how they've dispersed their utility between them. Every player carrying a single piece coming into this pistol round and going in towards the Julies of Drop. Davidaeus is going to take first contact. Drop surely going to get overwhelmed. No, never mind. He's going to mow them all down on for the ace, looking to chase down the final player. It'll be the Fox to get the job. No, Timo denies. Brilliant work from Drop regardless.
Was it Rops who got that?
It was. It was
on ramp.
Single mag, all 5 kills.
Yeah, and Drop almost followed suit there. Just saw his name up in lights at the very end, I think, and was like, "Oh, I've got a chance at one of the plays of the tournament." And couldn't complete it. Great hold.
Still counts.
And of course, it still counts, and it'll win them the round. So it's a brilliant play. Clean with those dualies. And it's crazy, right? I mean, the dualies happen and make those plays happen so very often, but it's the only round we ever see them in. It's just not a viable weapon in any other round, really. And you know, there's better upgraded pistols you can use in gun rounds. On pistol rounds,
Yeah.
the dualies are king if you play positions like that and have the Kevlar to boot too.
It's not like Davides was able to find an initial kill that really took the attention away from Drop either. I mean, maybe his presence did help a little bit, but I feel like that was just all Drop, baby. Brilliant work there, finding 4 kills. Perfect start here for Red Canids to the second half. It puts them just 4 rounds away from going up 1-0 in this upper bracket final. And it should be just 3 with this next round being a hard anti-eco. It's going to be Glocks across. Oh,
They went for it.
I don't like this. I'm not a fan. I don't have to tell you, Trav. I know that. But for everybody else at home, no bomb plants in the pistol round. They lose. They're down 9-4. I reckon you concede this round. You go 10-4. You get a gun round. You stand a much better chance. They've put a lot of their chances now hinge here on this force buy.
Yeah, and utility is not really great either. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be, but they've only just got enough to maybe cross in towards secret. It's going to be a scrape to get it down. Nades are available. Shay will right-click the nade as deep as he possibly can. Sees one player, and it activates history to get the kill. There isn't one more HE for the CT side to be able to break it again, which could have maybe worked out even better for them. But it gets them off to a good start. That's the main thing. And for Bestia, they really need this plant lower now. They've got a right-click smoke available if they want. They could go to a double door and perhaps plant in a smoke near double door. Jay can try and get himself at least the one. Does get the one, and Canids does get run down by the Buddha Tech 9. Drop has dropped into Dark on B to try and help out here. He's maneuvered into a very good position where he can keep an eye on kind of both angles, double and single. And with Davides dropping in, he finds an important frag, only his 5th of the game, but it's really helping out, and he could find more, does find more. Makes it a triple. Davides has arrived, and actually, when Red Canids needed him.
Yeah, what a sequence of kills coming through from him, making it look easy there as well. I mean, he dropped down the vent with the SMG, and I feel like one of the Bestia players must have been waiting for him, but he was able to get the kill anyway. Trades up his MP9 for an M4, and that does the rest. Oh man, a brutal round for Bestia to lose, because it looked pretty good there off the back of the Buddha double. They decided to pump the brakes, which I was a little bit surprised by, because I was almost certain Buddha must have heard drop down in towards the cubby in that shadow corner there. So I thought that they would have just tried to keep the pressure and hunt him down. Force by unsuccessful. No bomb planche is just rubbing salt into the wound. Timo will answer back with lead, but his teammates are dead.
Bars. That's all I'm going to say. Continue.
Okay, just the ad-lib. I like it, Thomason. Let's see what he can do here with his hand cannon. I feel like Hills would go a decent distance right now in terms of giving Bestia a chance at the fight back, because the more money Red Canids rack up, the more difficult the comeback's going to be. Oh, is your audio sounding hella scuffed right now, Trav, or is that just on my side?
A little bit delayed, yeah. I think it's a little bit off. It's a little bit off. Hopefully it's okay for the stream. If not, we are aware and we try and sort it out for you. Also, it's also near the end of the game anyway, so you guys hold
Good
on
time
for 2
to have
rounds
tech
in
issues
chat,
in. Yeah,
maybe?
yeah, exactly. It's not a massive ask. Yeah, come on, you know. Here we go. Big gun round. Bestia have to make this one work. AKs across the board, a healthy amount of utility as well.
History will break that smoke. He'll have another one to come through to help him out, but he'll miss his shot. Harris might dive down the vent now to try and help, because I think they're going down secret again, quite possibly. These outside smokes. They will let them fade, though.
Yeah, Bestia clearly want to just try and take their time on the cross, and they don't want to give the information away that that's what they're doing. At the moment, it's just Drop who's there with an incendiary primed, holding that super tight angle. We'll spot a glimpse of somebody, drops the incendiary to keep them at bay, but that's only going to buy 5 or 6 more seconds. So do BESTIA double back to try and make their way outside? Oh, that's a big gunfight. Davideus coming in to support his teammate. How is going to be the next point of contact, as it does seem like BESTIA want to keep up with the original plan.
Kawes near single, takes Noxe. Oh, good reactions, and Kawes has really had himself a map here. We said we wanted to see a good Kawes performance, and he has certainly delivered that. He might only be 13-9, but he's had multiple multi-frag rounds that have really shown us what he's all about. That was a brilliant hold. And Red Canids are going to get up to 12-4 here. Buddha will not be 1v4ing with 20 seconds on the clock. Even though they've hit the doubt and watch to see what he does, he might choose to save with the money they have, honestly, so they at least have 1 AK in this next round to try and stay alive. That's what he's going to do. But yeah, what a game from Red Canids so far, man. As we touched on before the game, at the moment, BESTIA had beaten Red Canids in every single map they had played last year, and without really Red Canids getting close. 1-13-11 in all of those 6 maps. It's been single-digit rounds for Red Canids every single time. It's almost certainly going to be single-digit rounds here for BESTIA, and Red Canids coming out on top.
Yeah, they've just looked so good. I mean, BESTIA definitely haven't been at their best so far. There's been some moments, probably only from Casson, maybe 1 or 2 from Thomason, but really not much else outside of that. As for Red Canids, from top to bottom, they're in exemplary form right now. 8 map points here for Red Canids to rack up their map pick. They have not lost a round on their CT side across 2 maps played on Nuke yet, Trav. Impenetrable defense. Have I just jinxed them?
Let's see. Ness will find one. Shay finds another. And the Mac 10 of Thomason has launched his way to 2 kills elsewhere as well. But it doesn't matter because History and Drop have both got a kill back. And Noxe, the captain of BESTIA, with only a Mac 10, has got to try and win a 1v2 against an AWP and an AK. How does he launch himself out of Hut? Might to bring that fire extinguisher with him, because Mac 10 alone might not do enough.
As you could spray it out the hut there and create like a bit of a smoke screen type of vibe. Maybe the only thing that could help him out, it's going to be the dink from the Mac 10, but it's not enough to get the kill on Drop. IGL and IGL action. It's the Brazilian who emerges victorious, as does his team. 13-4. Again, a flawless CT side from Red Canids. I know this time it only required 5 in a row, but still very impressive.
Very impressive, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can keep that up over the next few months or so, because their Nuke has really been something to talk about, and seeing how good and clean their CT sides have been is something that's exciting me, because they really didn't have Nuke as a pick for themselves last year. This year, they certainly have, and they have kept that streak and record in the green, in the 100%. So very exciting for them, and they have a great chance of clinching the series 2-0 now and get that one step closer to IEM Rio. Whoever wins this BO3, of course, reminder, is 1 BO3 away. We'll see if Red Canids can complete it after the break.
A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause your body's sad. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high, 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 it takes me high. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love It's like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me higher. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause you by your side. Your love, it's like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Oh, like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, we're caught in the flame. Your love, it's like a wildfire, it's never the same.
domination from Red Canids so far, and there's a great chance they're going to be able to keep that up because they just seem the form team coming in this evening, Matt. And I just have a feeling that this is the moment they'll finally get one over Bestia. They've done that with a map, and let's see if they can do it with a series.
It's a good question, and I feel like they're on course to do that, right? Because of how good they looked on the previous map as a team across the board, individually, the game plans. Red Canids just seem to be in that flow state, and Bestia were just not at the races throughout the entirety of Nuke, right? They only managed, 5 rounds on the map. One of them was a pistol, one of them was a half-buy win, so just nothing compelling to take away from that map for Bestia, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's worrying for them because I'm concerned because I want them to do well. Bestia, ever since they've had those roster changes, I've looked at it and been like, yes, I think they've definitely got something good here, but I'm not so sure. We've also lost our feed temporarily, so we'll get that back in a second. I think we're going to be okay. There we go. But yeah, I think for Buddha in particular, when he got added to Bestia, that improved them tenfold and very obviously has made a big difference. But even though they won that LAN in Romania that I've touched on over the course of the series, that is one step. They need to make sure they don't take that one big step forward and then take small steps backward over the course of the beginning of this year.
Yeah, you want to set the tone for the year, don't you? You want to get off to a good start. I mean, a deep run in the qualifier would be great, but imagine actually qualifying for IEM Rio and being able to add that to your calendar in the first few weeks of the season.
Indeed, and I think for Red Canids, if you look at map 2, which we've got coming up now, historically, they have been pretty damn solid. I mean, we know that Nuke is now a map that's clearly in their wheelhouse that they've added, and they look very strong on this year. But if you look at Ancient, they also don't mind playing it too. Bestia, of course, are more comfortable on it. They played it a lot more. They have the reps. They've actually played it quite a lot at that Draculan in Romania that I talked to you about. They beat Cybershock on it twice, which is a pretty good win. And both coming pretty comfortably as well, 13-9, 13-10. They beat ODDIK in these very qualifiers. So they played it once this year and are still looking solid on it. For Red Canids, they've also only played it once this year, but while it was in this qualifier, it was against a team that they should be beating, a mix called Folha Amarella, which have some players we know, like CK Zhao and Zaroba and Farsin from the years gone by. But
sure,
yeah, I think in general, Bestia have had more reps, and the only example we've seen of Red Canids playing this map against a more tier 1 opponent is when they played it at the major against Fnatic and they lost 16-14. So yeah, I'm slightly concerned, and I do think there's a good chance at 3 maps here.
Yeah, that is the one, like, you know, maybe discrepancy or concern for Red Canids is the lack of reps on the map. But I just feel like stylistically they'll be a very good team on Ancient, you know, with history being in the form that he's in at the moment. Kawa is being very reliable. Davideus is going to be very difficult to contain. Drop is calling fantastic rounds. So I just don't know why. I'm just feeling like Red Canids on course to get this done on 2, despite the fact that Bestia will have a decent advantage with Ancient being the next map.
Yeah, and I think we know that Bestia, historically, when we watch them play it, they are a very, very solid Ancient. And if you look at the games we kind of was touching on in last year and times gone by, we covered quite a lot of their trajectory and path through ESL Challenger League. They beat Gaming Gladiators on it to, of course, eventually then made Pro League, in fact, over Bestia. They beat lots of players that lots of teams that they should be beating, like Crew and LP and teams like that. And that was even while playing with one of their academy players, and Lexi, if you remember, as well.
Of
so
course.
It shows definitely a good sign there, but you have to look a bit further back. If you look at maybe back in October, they did lose a couple of games against likes of Bounty Hunters and ShindeN. Of course, there's some results on LAN too. So yeah, they're there and thereabouts, and you'd expect them to come up here with a really good game, and especially their pistol rounds. I think it's something important to mention about their pistol rounds on Ancient. They've actually won 19 out of 26, which is a very, very good return. But yeah, they need to make sure they have it here too.
Yeah, I think that's like my one reason I'm not all in on Bestia right now is because of the fact that Nuke is also generally a decent map for them, and we just didn't really see that from them at all. So it's like, okay, can I back them here on Ancient? Like, I'm a little bit apprehensive.
we'll see. We are in the game, but still on a pause at the moment. As you can see, everyone looks like they are ready with all the util brought up. So hopefully we get underway shortly.
Of course, this is the second game of the day here on the stream. After this, we're going to be casting the loser of this game against the winner between Imperial and ShindeN. Be a good idea to see what's actually going on there. Okay, they're currently in overtime on map number 1. ShindeN are leading 15-12, so they've got 3 map points to beat Imperial on Nuke.
And this ShindeN team have been giant killers throughout this entire cycle to qualify for IEM Rio. They beat MIBR, by the way, in the open qualifier.
Brilliant.
In the BO3. So that's the reason they're here, and they're making sure they're not going down with a whimper, thinking, okay, we've made the close qualifier, that's pretty good. They want the main event. They want something pretty special for themselves. Let's see if they can do it. Pistol round on the way here, though, between Red Canids and BESTIA. Kawes is forced forward here. Thomasine and Buddha on the other side in Jaguar. Drop close. They don't check Cubby properly, and Drop gets a comfortable dually spam. That's his 5th dually kill in the 2 maps we've seen in player CT Pistol so far.
Might not be done as well. Or creeping down ramp. There's going to be a big contest here at the bottom of ramp. It's Shay and Drop in combination. There's 3 players for BESTIA. Drop gets destroyed. Shay will find one before he goes down, which maybe leaves Davideus with a bit of a chance, but he's going to have to be clean, and he needs at least a multi.
And he's not able to find it. The Glock removes him. In history, now 1v3 shouldn't be winning this in any shape or form. And there's no kit. Actually hits the goosh on Buddha through the corner of the wall. As you say, slightly unfortunate. It means that it's not a kill. It means they can all swing him and all remove him. Knocks in a pretty quiet map 1. And it's good for him to start with a quick 2-0 in terms of the scoreline. 2 kills.
Yeah. Boost the confidence. Red Cannon's going to be forcing back here off the back of losing the pistol round. I think BESTIA did pretty well to keep their composure in that pistol round, because when Drop gets that kill, I mean, that's the initial entry player, but they then kind of realize the response from Red Cannon's trying to push back down ramp. They stack their numbers up together. Bit of a love tap there through the smoke, maybe a bit more damaging than just a love tap. 81 damage onto Thomason, walking wounded through the rest of the round here.
Yeah, lots of damage. BESTIA know how the beginning of the first map went. They got pegged back pretty quickly. And they don't want to lose the force by war here. Want to just complete it here and now, get a clean start, get a 3-0. And now they can put the pressure on with these 5-7s, but the swing comes through. And there's no damage there. Bit of a team kill in the mix from Buddha on toward Cassin, but Shay is only able to find 1, so they do retain an advantage. Thomason will be dropped the Mac 10 as he's low HP. And Davideus is now backing away. They've given up the site. The plant will come through. Even though it was a little bit messy, the fact that they got the first kill very quickly through the corner of the smoke on long, that was a big factor to making this take a lot more easy.
Yeah, it's important that BESTIA do get off to this good start here, where they can settle themselves back into this best of 3, settle into their map pick of Ancients as well, answer back after what had happened on Nuke, show that they have what it takes to make a contest of this upper bracket final. I'm talking about how Nuke hadn't featured in any of the previous best of 3s between these two teams. They'd played 3 of them. Ancient certainly has. On one occasion, in the first best of 3 they played, and you've obviously mentioned only out of the 6 maps that were played, Red Cannons were able to get to double digits on one of them, and that one map was Ancients. It was 13-11. Not expecting a whole lot from this round, though. I mean, Red Cannons would certainly welcome some damage. Shay with his 5-7 is going to be looking to hug the smoke. Catches a glimpse of that Mac 10 carrier making his way into Jag, and It's all just some misdirection, just pulling the attention away from the say bomb site, shift walking their way forward. Red Canids none the wiser.
Yeah. Should be the comfortable start that BESTIA needs is to assert themselves after a very slow nuke. I mean, they just got destroyed in the end. Another clean CT sweep was the main factor for them. But you know how the EU, or technically the global qualifier, is going as well. Finishing, almost getting toward the point where you're going to find our qualifying teams. By tonight, we'll know the lower final and the upper final. The upper final, of course, will qualify one of Hotu or BetBoom. So Norbert could be going back to Rio, where he won his major. How about that? That'd be something cool.
That would be crazy, right? I mean, that was what I want to say 2023 with Outsiders. 2022. Okay, yeah.
I think
would be incredible. I mean, but I feel like Norbert's one of those players that you could actually make a pretty cool documentary about his career. And the reason I say Norbert is because it's not the name that you would expect, but he's actually he's had a pretty crazy ride so far throughout his career, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. And he is a very good player. I think he's always kind of went under the radar because people saw him on VP and was like, okay, well, he hasn't got a good rating, but he played so many bad positions. And at the end, people only I feel like the community only really like VP for Norbert with the way he managed to deliver in those positions sometimes. And now he's the highest rated player on Hotu. That team, Hotu, with Mizu from Thales, Clash, and Duke Fazura, pretty much the same ranking as BetBoom, so it shows you how far they've come.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the brand of Counter-Strike they play. Either way, big round here for Red Canids. First gun round of the map, and they've been able to draw blood. 2 players have been taken down. BESTIA were hoping that they might just be able to go for an early play in towards the A bomb site with focus on middle, maybe expecting that to have pulled the attention away from the A anchor, but hasn't happened. Teemo will get a kill back, though, onto drop. And again, it's on the opposite side of the map as to where BESTIA are going to be looking to try and finish it off.
Thomasin waiting to entry will boost up his teammate onto tree. Usually the play you want to make when you're in an advantage or not. Usually it's a better parsing to maybe see if there's a player behind big box, have a bit of an elevated angle to hold towards CT. He'll shoot 1 bullet when falling from that position to make sure he wasn't heard, but as long as it's short, really, because they'll know where he is after that anyway. He's very close to Donut, though, and Shay and Davidaire, I'm not sure they'll know that exactly. Holding a wide angle, but Davidaire swings past it, and even though he goes down, he takes one with him. Shay found the trade on Thomasin, and history will find the final frag on Teemo. So Red Canids immediately off the mark on the first gun round.
Yeah, very good work from them. I mean, I like the double play in towards Donut there. Davidaeus and Shay working in conjunction with one another, able to mop up BESTIA, who look to try and get a bit of a foothold into Donut. Just good setup from Red Canids as well, because obviously they get the initial frags in the round, but BESTIA kind of keep them guessing a little bit with that kill from Teemo onto drop. So what Red Canids actually do is they think, okay, well, let's just hedge our bets here. Let's stack up a couple players into middle. We can have that option for a quick rotation in either direction. Just double up back in towards A, works the trick.
Mid, carpeted with fire and flames, as it so often is on Ancient at the beginning of the round. Caston's got that AWP out. Quite quickly walking toward A main again. This might be a bit of a surprise for Red Canids for them to go for what is technically a similar play, but earlier in the round, especially after you just lost a round over toward A. History will hold on for one, and I think he might have just hit the collateral on Teemo, by the way. Lots of damage done, and the bomb will now go down.
Yeah, Thomasin also taking a chunk of damage there. Red Canids realize what's going on. They start to rotate accordingly. There's a couple players passing one another in the smoke, and somehow Shay's been able to emerge, and he's gotten 2 kills. That's ridiculous. Teemo and Nocte now the last 2 left remaining in some awful post-plant positions, and all of a sudden this just becomes impossible for Nocte. They know exactly where he is. He's been spotted by Shay, who will step out with confidence, knowing for a fact that he's there. Tears his head off as well. Big round coming through from Shay, as Red Canids will get themselves a second.
4 players alive as well, which is going to really help with their economy early game. And already they've wrestled back control, just like that. BESTIA got their 3-0 start. They got some semblance of feeling like they're in the game after getting destroyed on Nuke, and now Canids have hit straight back immediately. Tack will be used to decide what they want to do here because they can buy. It'll just be a little bit awkward. Cassin can buy up the AK. Noxe can maybe drop one to one of his more, I'm sure he won't disagree with me for saying this, more talented teammates like Thomasin or Buddha.
Yeah, probably fair. I also was there with you. I agreed that it was a good decision for BESTIA to just try and go for another A exec walking into the A site. And I mean, essentially, I think that's the third round in a row they've tried to walk through A main into the A site. And they probably keep expecting Red Canids to be kind of foregoing the defense over towards A in the earlier stages of the round because they wouldn't expect BESTIA to do it again. But yeah, Red Canids have been up to the challenge.
If there's no audio for you guys right now or watching the stream, we're in the same boat. Apologies. If you've got audio, good for you. We'll try and sort it out on our side. We'll try and figure it out. Bit of early damage to Canids. Go on.
I'm trying to figure this round out here because they've gone all in. If they lose this 3-all, no finances, mean 4-3. They're just going for these exec heavy plays right now. Good trade onto history as they look to set foot in towards this B bomb site. Cowboys at range will drop Buddha as well. It's not going to stop BESTIA from actually assuming control of the bomb site, but they certainly are walking wounded.
Oh, they're going to push out K very aggressively, and actually that's a really good play to make, I feel, but Nox is still going to take two. Now it's down to Davideus. Oh, he doesn't know that Cassin's got the line from behind pillar. And it looked like he was fumbling a little bit of a decision of whether to use utility or just pull the M4 out and go for the frag. Either way, could have been a win for Davideus. The madness that Red Canids choose to play with there by pushing out the cave smoke as a duo almost worked, but didn't in the end.
I honestly feel like Red Canids actually just bit off more than they can chew there, and unnecessarily so, because they had the 4 versus 3. They should have just conceded control of the bomb site and kept wall banging to try and disrupt the planter, but they decided to try and like flash their way back through the T side cave smoke to get back into the B bomb site, and that kind of gave BESTIA an even level playing field, because even though they were down by a man, they were the ones who were being fought into, and with all the chaos going on, BESTIA were able to get the necessary kills. So I think Red Canids need to just slow things down a little bit there in that sort of a situation.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I think they could have waited that out, as you say. And for me, it's those sort of situations where it's very hard because you don't want to sit back and just let them have the control, but at the same time, you also, you want to play aggressive. You want to try and keep them. You want to make sure you just don't give a life away for free. So there's 2 ways of thinking about it, but yeah, we'll have to see if they can do more of that to a more successful extent for the rest of the half. Lots of damage on Buddha and Cassin.
Oh. Felt like Drop would have been in some trouble there. Cassin was all in. He was fully committed to that play. Davideus is going to combine with his IGL as well. Both of those players looking to aggressively posture themselves at the start of the round have been taken down. There's more where that came from, though. Demo's going to try and get ahead of the utility, but he sees 2 players. His crosshair basically ends up between them. History has dropped Thomasin, and this is the most convincing round we've seen from Red Canids so far here on Ancient.
All 5 alive. Money will be bolstered once again, and BESTIA go back to square one all of a sudden.
Probably going to force buy here.
Yeah, because they're double eco, aren't they? With 1400 on Noxe Buddha, 1500 on a few players too. It is a logical option to go for.
Okay, well, the good news is that Trav and I have an audio again. Hopefully that means you guys do too as well if it was lost for you. If not, well, then we're just like you for real now. BESTIA, what do they do here? Well, it's grouped up at elbow, and there's going to be a big burst into middle momentarily. Tech-9s across the board. They're going all in.
Oh, the deep nade. Thomasin looks at it as if to say, why me? Didn't hit anyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Why am I the one that had to take 50 damage from that?
It's going to be a delayed take. A single smoke and flash to aid their cause. Smoke replenished for Red Canids going to delay BESTIA even further and perhaps force them to reassess.
In these sort of rounds, when I think Red Canids are aware of how poor the money is for BESTIA, and are probably aware it's a force buy rather than an eco, I'd like to see them have an extra player just around A. I mean, they kind of do have that with the CT position of history. There will be some utility to push him off that line. Novadeus behind the default box. The one to hold on to, and lowering his bullet count on the A1S has to actually escape into a donut. History does get a move in the end, and the bomb pot actually does come through. Despite the damage on Cassin, a couple of reloads into a donut. They are tripping over each other somewhat in that position. Now, Drop realizes he could be being pressured, or picked up, shot miss, out of bullets himself now, getting even more awkward. Shay will finally activate. Drop does go down to Buddha, though. The low HP players are being dealt with, but it's still a 2v3 that's vaguely winnable. Thomas with that all picked up, but the bomb's being defused in front of his face. In the end, they get both the kills to recover it. Very awkward overall there for the Canids, but they win it with 3 alive somehow.
Yeah, there was a hell of a lot going on there, and probably a good decision from Davideus to duck dive his way back through the smoke to get out of dodge, kind of abandon History, who was the first player to fall. Thankfully for them, they inflicted a lot of damage, so most of those BESTIA players were walking wounded. That was messy, but Red Canids will emerge victorious. And there was a bomb plant for BESTIA, but it's not going to be enough to push them over the edge as far as their money is concerned. They're still going to have to save here, which means a prime opportunity for Red Canids to get themselves the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. I mean, one of the most entertaining rounds in the game, just of how strange it was. And it started the strangeness in the kerfuffle of that A play, of Davideus being almost out of bullets with the M4, and then just going through that smoke that was in front of him into Donut to team up with Shay. Yeah, it was a bit strange, but
you could sense the panic, right? Yeah,
exactly. And even though there was panic, he very clearly figured out that was the right play to make, and it was the right play to make, as it turned out. So another one of these rounds, Matt, we spoke about it yesterday, where a hero AK is committed to.
Oh my, yeah, and very quickly been dealt with decisively. Shay mows down 3, clean tap on the 4th. He gets an assist on the one player he didn't kill as well. It's a brilliant effort from Shay, who's raced to 15-4. And how long has it been since we've seen this? Shay just being able to dominate and take over the server and not really trying to take a shot at him. I mean, obviously his time in Imperial wasn't what he would have wanted it to be, being in roles that he's not really at his best at, but here, he's just been brilliant for Red Canids, and he's having a fantastic game on Ancient. Now BESTIA are paying the price for actually overspending in their eco round. It means they're very light on utility. And I know there was a hero AK drop for Buddha, but now he has to work with the Mac 10. He'll be the one to fall, but at least he's been traded out, and Timo's doubled down on entry duty.
Yeah, I think one of the main things that BESTIA aren't afraid to do is that even if the weaponry is a little bit poor, they know they can still use utility and a certain strategy with a quicker play to make the weapons that they did have just as potent, right? And you can see it there. They've already got 3 upgrades because of it. 3 AKs and a Galil now in play. And yeah, I think they're going to be holding on here. Noxey's found 1 kill back, making sure that it retains it. Davideus is still here with a smoke and a kit, so they do need to be careful. I don't think they know he's in the corner. He'll get his 1 kill. I make it a second 2, but there's no time to do anything else with it. He uses the smoke to try and go away, and actually does take 1 more with him. That's honestly incredibly worth, because Thomasin won't get away from the bomb blast either. So BESTIA win the round with no one left alive. Sure, we're nearing the end of the half, but again, it hurts their purchase here.
Yeah, and moving forward as well, in particular, if they lose this round, that's where they'll suffer the consequences of losing all those players towards the end of the round. Right at the end of it, should I say. 5-all, hotly contested affair on Ancient between these 2 teams so far. Looks like BESTIA are just going to go for the brute force approach again. They really have simplified their approach on this T side to just playing numbers-based Counter-Strike. I don't think we've seen a single default from them on their T side of Ancient.
I think it's important to mention as well that, like, that is something they might be forced into. Knowing how poor the economy has been in the last couple of rounds with their purchases, their full buys, it's like, okay, we kind of have to make our faster plays happen here. Can't just go for slower defaults. They are really trying it here. They haven't gone for something as quick as the previous round. And Buddha, I imagine, is being waiting to be flashed out in middle with that Mac. And he goes. I still just choose to take it without the flash coming through. There is the flash that was necessary to remove Davides from the corner of Donut, though. Pull back and play the corner. Another one comes flying in. And History always lined up too. Could even make it more as well. It's a tag through the corner of that Donut on Timo. It's a chunk out of it. Sure, it was tasty, but the double kill was tastier. Now, 2v4. How do you hold on?
I mean, do you? Can you? Is it even possible? Timo's committed to the bomb site right now. Cassin's trying to play it out from Donut. Red Canids are going to be pretty one-dimensional as far as their retake is concerned. And Timo, he feels like he should have had that multi-kill dead to right. Cassin might be in a position they're not going to anticipate, but Cowboys will get the trade anyway. Oh, man. I mean, that's rough for Timo. I feel like he needed, or he should have gotten more than just the one from there. Play was a very good call, though.
Big difference if he gets that second as well, right? I mean, that could have actually set him up. There would have been a little more space to work with after that second kill. Would have perhaps meant that Cassin didn't have so much on his plate either. Now, it was so near, but yet so far to bring the round back into their favor. That's the thing you have to do when you're in a 2v4 and you've got an enough to plant. You can't just sit back and hope you can hold the line and get, individually swung.
Yeah,
one by
exactly.
One. You know you're going to get traded. You have to play aggressive, and he almost made it happen. Now the final round of the half coming in, and it's exactly what we were talking about. The money has just not been good at the end of this half for BESTIA, and they're down to 2 rifles in round 12.
This is them paying the price for all the lives they lost at the end of round number 10. Feels like they've had so many rounds in this first half where they've had to play with the broken economy. So the fact that it is going to be at least 5 rounds for them isn't an awful return. Let's see if they can find a way to eke out another.
History, one of the players that you have been in particular impressed with when we've watched Red Canids over the past couple of days.
I have been,
maybe overperforming slightly from our expectations, but it's probably about accurate for his own expectations of himself.
Yeah, hopefully it's about like a new standard we can come to expect from him,
Would be nice. Definitely elevate Red Canids to another level, especially with Davides coming back into the fold. And History will deliver more. There is another double kill and more damage as well, as Shay easily finishes off Thomason. He may have got a double kill on that trade, but no more than that. It's a very fast end to the first half. And again, Red Canids are in control. This time, only just. BESTIA need to avoid dropping into that lower bracket, and by doing that, they have to win Ancient. We'll see if they can after the break. Red Canids are still looking damn good, and on T side, where their pack-based gameplay has really been looking clean, I'm hoping, for their sake, they continue it looking so good. But CT Pistol, the BESTIA, is going well for them on this occasion. A nice double kill from Thomason with the dualies. And drop in history, have a 2v4 to try and win.
Make that a 2v3. Interesting smoke being dropped there by Cassin to just try and deny them being able to go through red room into the top of middle. Top mid into red room, should I say. Fantastic multi-kill from Thomason to open up initially there with his dualies. That was sporadic, but just destroyed those first two players trying to come through from elbow. And Red Canids have actually called BESTIA's bluff here by having gone through that red room smoke. That certainly does make things interesting in the round all of a sudden. Even though they're down by a man, now it's starting to occur to them that maybe they have actually taken that space. It's Nocte who's in Temple, and he's going to come across contact. He's going to come into the fight, and he's done damage to both of them, but hasn't fragged either.
And that could open up the plant for history. Drop will continue to play on CT. That could catch Cassin off guard. No armor on Cassin, by the way. There you go, the fight's about to come in now. The thing is, it's also a no armor fight, because Drop didn't have it either between the two of them. And now history with 5 HP, being played a little bit by Timo, being toyed with somewhat, and it gets Cassin into the action. So they will make sure they convert that pistol round, but they do give up the plants. That will probably mean Red Canids go for something aggressive here with their buy and won't let up.
I mean, honestly, a much-needed pistol round there for BESTIA. And it was always supposed to be theirs off the back of the way that it started, getting themselves into a 4v2. So it does get particularly close. And it will go BESTIA's way at the end there. Now, I'm wondering, are Red Canids going to go all in off the back of the bomb plant? Or do they look to actually save their money and then buy up in the next? No, they want to try and keep up as much pressure as possible. Try and maintain their lead.
Right then. The buy for the Red Canids is an AK, a Galil, a couple of Deagles, and a Tech 9. Utility is good, and I think BESTIA are going to try and fight 5-5 here. Oh, drops in the process of trying to block that smoke, but gets peeked as it's coming in. That is the one issue of trying to do that in that position. Pretty unlikely that it really work in your favor too much.
Yeah, unfortunate timing, that's for sure. And again, they're going to look to try and phase through a smoke. This time, it's going to be through Donut, and they've got Carways is going to come through A main at the moment. BESTIA playing pretty detached in towards that A site as Cassin spotted the gun barrel, looks like it. Got to be careful, that's a full belt of utility there on you, Mr. History, bomb included. Oh, Shay with that AK would have loved to have been able to tap Nocte out of the round, but does at least look like they've done enough to get control of the bomb site and find a plant.
Oh, Shay. Straight back into Donut. Clotheslines Cassin. They're going to need more of that from him in this 3v4. Bomb is down. There is a kit on Buddha. But the main thing here for BESTIA is there is no retake utility left. They're going to have to win the duel straight up. Dancing back and forth with the FAMAS. Gets one more. Now Carrows has to deliver. Does find Thomason, and then Shay still not got himself back into the action yet. They know where he could be, and that kit is trying to hold the bomb. Now the body blocks have to try and come in. They're going to choose to try and fight him,
no,
and you just shouldn't be doing that. Shay deletes them. 20 kills in the game. Carrows then swings to remove the saving Timo. Oh, that's a big one to win.
Yeah, they felt so compelled to try and force the fight there with Shay to get that kill, and you can understand the decision making. I'm not sure that there actually was like a quote unquote right or wrong decision to have made in that moment. The problem was that Buddha was one of the two players who tries to pursue Shay, and he's the only guy with the kit. So that's why I immediately said it's over as he dies, because the kit's been dropped too far away from the bomb and there wasn't enough time left, no matter what had happened with that last player for Bestia. So rough round. They're going to use their final timeout here. Red Canids 5 rounds away from getting themselves into the grand final of the IEM Rio closed qualifier.
And even though that was a 2v4 at one point, you had the feeling with that one kit and no retake utility, no smoke to block off Donut, that it was never over. And you actually would vaguely favor even Shay and Kawes in that. And it did turn out to be the case in the end. And they couldn't really play a style where they had Buddha holding the defuse and maybe players body blocking him, because they had to worry about Kawes too. Just ignore his position.
Yeah, worked out really well with some sharp shooting coming through there from Shay in particular. Bestia are going to force buy Trav, and I feel like their hopes actually rest on winning this force buy. Lose this, it's going to be 10-6 before they can reinvest, and that might be Red Canids getting too far away with it.
Yes, sir. Could be seeing Bestia again later tonight. They do not want to be on the ESL broadcast later tonight, because that means they've dropped into the lower bracket.
Yeah. Oh, Kawes starts to move as soon as the push comes through. Thomason's doubled down, but unfortunately there's even more where that had come from. He wasn't expecting a third player to be in that position. And now Red Canids all of a sudden going to look to try and streamline themselves in towards this B site. You'd think Davideus is the one to scoop up the C4. First responder is Nocta with his 5-7 at range, and then you've got another 5-7 on Casson. So even though kills have been found, those weapons are unrecoverable.
Yeah, now they know where he is as well. Tagged down to 35. There's just nothing he can do. There's nothing anyone could do with a 5-7 in this position, really. Unless somehow a random smoke works out on the timing for them. That's what you can see. Red Canids are already preparing for. As you can say, they are quite close. It's a bit spooky, but History was holding the line at a good angle, making sure he deals with them. Davideus will make sure that it is a clean sweep. No one will save anything. 9-6 will now turn into 10-6, and they're getting ever closer to that qualifying match. And don't forget, you know, from the global qualifier, we have 2 teams going through. From the Americas qualifier, we only have the 1 spot available. So Red Canids are going to really put themselves in a strong position if they're able to complete this one here.
They've been so impressed, Trav. Honestly, certainly going to be one of the teams in South America that I'm going to keep a very close eye on moving forward in the next couple of weeks to see if they continue to go from strength to strength and grow as a team. Because you got to imagine that there has to be room for improvement, right? Davideus only joined but a week ago. So that's kind of a scary prospect that this team could actually go on to get even better.
Yeah, I mean, I've bigged up Davideus since the very beginning of his career. I mean, I think it was Paqueta, the team he was playing on in
I can vouch for that, honestly.
Lower tier Brazilian Counter-Strike. He actually played in an ESL qualifier. I believe it was a DreamHack qualifier. On the games like I covered of his, it was a Nuke game. He got like 60 in a double overtime or triple overtime game, and ever since then I was like, okay, well, it might have been overtime, but to drop that many kills, I think he's the guy to keep an eye on. Timo's gonna have loads of flashes coming his way, and he can't get anyone. A save from Kawes. Davideus got dinked. He's remained alive thanks to his teammate. And the 2 X-Pain players who weren't on the team at the same time as each other will team up.
Oh my God.
Means that it allows Drop in History to continue to frag. Shay gets another. Now Thomas needs to do something special. You know what he's capable of. He's had a very quiet series so far. Incendiary still available, but no kit, so it would be a 10-second stick in that smoke. Kawes will now reveal his position. Still plenty of time to work with, but he's caught in the side by History. 11-6 it is, and another great round from Red Canids.
And I love the call. I'll just come out and say it. I love the call there when you know you're 10-6 up and you're basically on the brink of just completely destroying your opponents. You just go all in on that A bomb site. Timo's probably going to feel hard done by that he wasn't able to extract more value from his position because he wasn't checked by the initial players entering into that A bomb site. But the guys flooding through afterwards were able to provide the cover necessary, get that kill. It was still quite messy, quite a kerfuffle going on that A bomb site with how much utility was being thrown, but they're still able to eke out the plant. A good kill through the smoke as well. It's now a force buy from BESTIA. Good damage going back and forth, but Davideus will frag Thomason. That's a crown jewel removed already.
2 rounds in a row where Davideus has been dinked down to below 20 health. This time, though, it's him getting the kill. History will again find a frag elsewhere. History, once again, great game. 18-9 for him. Shay, 21-8. And if they're able to close this one out and win it, so let's say like 13-7, that would be a 13-4, 13-7. So many games in South America are very close. And considering historically how this series has gone with how BESTIA have dominated the head-to-head, that would be an insane switchback.
Yeah, it would completely go against the grain, that's for sure. Good kill from Kassan, catching his opponent off guard. Davideus none the wiser. In the meantime, Shay is going to be going in towards currently what's a vacant B bomb site. And he is going to be kind of just risking things a little bit by taking that control immediately, not trying to shift walk forward. Bomb plants in itself will certainly be worth something. Now BESTIA have to try and figure out where's that bomb actually planted, going to get close enough to hear, okay, it's not A, has to be B. No kit, no utility, Buddha's low, but you've got to back them in the 2v1.
I'm not. I'm backing Shay, genuinely, from this position. There's no kit. As you say, one player low. Shay, not full HP. I just trust him to play this one correctly. You'll be able to hear them charging in at some point as well. They're going to have to make some noise. There's the MP9 going for the tap. He has not planted for himself, though. I think that might do... Oh, my goodness. I was about to say, maybe that makes it difficult for him. But the first kill is clean, knows where the bomb is planted, and an instant transfer. Oh, I know it was one bullet from death, but straight through the wall. Bish, bash, bosh. 23 kills on the board and 12 for Red Canids.
Well, what in God's good name is that spray transfer coming through from him, man? I mean, the first kill was always going to be a difficult one, and I don't even think he could believe that he got that kill on the transfer. He almost had to do a double take there and think, wait, hang on, I've actually won the round. And Trav, well, your faith in Shay was well-founded. Able to win the clutch for his team, and surely that's enough to just put BESTIA away. Man, oh man, what is it with Red Canids and basically just being unbeatable in the second half on a map here, whether it's Nuke or Ancient? They really level up as the map goes on. An opening kill comes through, at least as a trade from Timo. Surprised there's no immediate response from the rest of the team, but Davideus off the back of a little stutter step there will get himself a triple. Blistering affair on entry duty. It's going to be Red Canids, our first team into grand final of the IEM Rio closed qualifier.
My God, how clean was that, bro? I mean, Red Canids, one map, one at a canter, 13-4. I thought this one would be significantly closer. It was not. So many games in South America are very close, and it's very hotly contested. That one was not close, and Red Canids are really proving that they are a team to watch. Maybe it's the buff of being in a LAN together. Of course, earlier today, I mentioned about how they were playing that LAN in Curitiba. They forfeited after winning map 1 in its BESTIA's Academy, funnily enough. It's turned into a pretty 50-50 day for the BESTIA organization. Their Academy get a forfeit win of a Red Canids to really boost their VRS in Curitiba. But the main team fall pretty convincingly, and we'll be seeing them again later on tonight. ShindeN are currently doing battle against Imperial. The winner of that plays BESTIA in that consolidation final to have a chance to play against Red Canids in that grand final for that spot in Rio.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, Red Canids, they are, like you, really on my radar right now.
I mean, honestly, yeah, they definitely are a team that we're going to have to keep a close eye on because of how good they've been recently. And they're into that grand final, one best of 3 away from claiming that spot at IEM Rio. What a huge accolade that would be for this team to get to feature at that tournament. As we do get to see ShindeN currently 1-0 up against Imperial. And not only that, they're also up 7-2 on the second map CT side Overpass currently. So we could actually get a rematch between ShindeN and BESTIA for a little Argentinian derby to see who gets into that grand final tomorrow.
That would be really cool, right? Because as we say, we've seen that match in the qualifier already, and there's, I'm sure, a lot of pride on the line between those two teams playing each other, especially with so much on the line. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing if we get that. And right now, Imperial, once again, proving my point from yesterday when we covered them against Red Canids, just not looking like they should. A team with that name value, with the players they've got, they should not, no matter how good ShindeN have been playing, no matter how good these other teams have been playing to beat them, they should not be struggling to make it through the lower bracket of a qualifier like this. They should be one of the teams contending for the
Exactly.
main grand final. And they're going to have a lot of question marks above their heads, I think,
Yeah.
if they do end up losing to ShindeN.
For me, that's the key anecdote or a point that has to be made in this particular qualifier. Because if it was in like an ESL Challenger League, just like a normal group stage match or something like that, then it's like, okay, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But if they're losing to ShindeN in the lower bracket for IEM Rio closed qualifier, that would be really rough.
Yeah, and their year 2025 being propped up by how well they did at the major, which I'm still not entirely convinced was entirely convincing either, with beer 1 wins and wins against teams with stand-ins and stuff like that. I think Imperial are really on the edge of needing some serious changes after sticking with what they had from last year. I think it's not really tenable for the future, but that's a whole other conversation. We are done for now. We have a bit of an extended break until we figure out what our consolidation final will be. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that extended break. We will be back in about an hour or so, maybe longer if Imperial suddenly make a crazy comeback and it goes to a long map 3. But either way, you know the place to be. And we will be back here for that game to find out who will play Red Canids in that grand final tomorrow.
To another. What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? grows stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know it told me pride aside. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Gonna miss you. Gonna miss you. Forever like this. Forever like this. Forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this. 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 Can we stay? Forever like this. Forever like this. Forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this. 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 Can we stay? Forever like this. Forever like this. Forever like this.
Can you hear what I say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, and the love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burned out right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learned my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. Change
I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me.
is a magical moment, and not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome back, everyone, to the last game of the day. It's me, Travis, and Hayes once again in the South America region, and for a derby between 2 Argentinian teams in the battle for IEM Rio. Maybe, bro, maybe. Red Canids, we've seen some incredible performances from them over the course of this qualifier so far. We've seen them beat Imperial. We've now seen them beat BESTIA as well in very, very convincing fashion. If it is a rematch tomorrow, I wouldn't put it past them doing it again. But we have to see who they're going to face. It could be BESTIA, but it could also be ShindeN. And considering we covered BESTIA on this stream earlier, I think ShindeN deserve a bit of a moment in the sun here and a moment for us to talk about them because they have really been on an incredible run lately. I think one of the main things that has really changed their fortunes is a change 2 weeks ago, bringing in Tomijed as the in-game leader for this team. He used to play on Dusty Roots, sort of Argentinian, a mixed sort of South American team with some Uruguayan players as well on occasion. I think he's really elevated this team to the next level. They've got some great players. Naz, of course, is former BESTIA. IVZ, I'll talk about him in a little bit, as the AWPer is doing some great work. And they're really punching above their weight right now. Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? And if you just look at their results in South America, they are beating the supposed cream of the crop of Tier 2 Brazil and South America consistently and convincingly. In the last couple of weeks, they've beaten Imperial just earlier today, which I'll get onto in a moment, 9Z in this qualifier, and also Fluxo and MIBR. The MIBR win coming in the open qualifier for this very event. So they've come all the way from the open quals, so they would have started from, like, I don't know, they're playing against some tier or level 5 face it players in the open qualifier, right, in round 1, all the way here, beating these players, beating these teams, sorry, that we know are usually, as I said, the cream of the crop of Tier 2 Brazil. So they are really deserve to be here. And sure, BESTIA did beat them in the upper bracket 2-1, but they have a chance for revenge now. And honestly, considering how they're playing, I would not put it past them. Insane that they haven't dropped a map against any of them. I mean, that is a massive shock, right? And I have to see if we've got another one on our hands here. The derby, the Argentinian derby. Naz, of course, once again playing against his former team. And yeah, it's going to be a big deal for these two teams to get through to that grand final and at least have a chance to play for IEM Rio. Can ShindeN continue to show us what he's got? And I want to keep a close eye on IVZ in this series. He had an incredible game against Imperial on Overpass in that game earlier on this evening. He had a 1v3, he almost had a 2v5 win. I think he dropped 36 or 37 kills on that second map. He was unbelievable. So he's my player to watch in this one. Are we going to go with IVZ or are we going to go with Ives? I actually like how you said it. Okay, so Ives or Ivies? Is that what you're going with? Okay. I like that too. I think it rolls off the tongue. I think it's all right. IVZ, when we go for 3 letters, obviously a lot of 3-letter aliases in Brazil, right? It can feel a little bit tough to get off the tongue in a big play-by-play moment. But yeah, let's go with IVZ, or IVs, sorry. And yeah, it's a good start for BESTIA though. Couldn't do anything more in that 1v3, as we'd probably expect. It wasn't anything that he ever had in his hands. ShindeN never got a much better record on Nuke lately than BESTIA. As we kind of touched on earlier in the Red Canids game versus BESTIA, they've kind of fallen off a little bit on Nuke, have the top Argentinian side. But now, ShindeN, you could argue, are just plainly better than them. If you look at the history, than BESTIA. We've got a quick disconnection, so we'll get back in shortly. But yeah, they beat MIBR 13-5, Fluxo 13-10, BESTIA 13-6, 9Z 13-10, and now Imperial 16-13. As I said earlier, that is incredibly convincing for this side to look this good on Nuke. Not sure how Nacho's been able to get that kill, to be honest with you. He was so very low. And I don't even mind how Timo played that. He tried to use the incendiary as cover. You know, Joe, you mistakenly called it a smoke. That's kind of what he was trying to do with it, right? He didn't want to be pushed on the left. He wanted a little bit of cover. And of course, maybe playing behind it would be an unexpected play. That's what he tried to do, but didn't work out. And ShindeN hit straight back. Force by War underway already. Who wins the 2 rounds in a row? Yeah, looking forward to that grand final, man. It's going to be super fun. It's always great pleasure to be the 2 casters to actually send one of these teams to one of the big events, right? I think we've done that quite a few times over the years. We've done quite a few of those games for ESL Challenger. Of course, for ESL Challenger League as well. Not just the Challenger Lands, but ESL Challenger League, getting to see these South American teams off to Pro League. ShindeN will manage to get their second in a row. Now BESTIA have a chance to hit back, because they have managed to save quite a lot. And they're going to choose to buy around it all. I don't blame them, honestly. We appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we'll figure it out. But that's why we appreciate occasionally having a little bit of a messenger in chat to give us a notice of something that sounds a bit awry. Sometimes there's not much time for us to, you know, to see chat as well and then realize what's going on while we're casting the game. Yes. Yeah. Classic technology, huh? I mean, it was working perfectly earlier. What's changed?
Nothing. That's the craziest part.
Cassin will tap Ives down through the smoke. That is awkward for him, and that is the one AK, of course, that they've got in this round. Cassin usually the AWPer for BESTIA. Trying to play the gap angle, that pre-fire tap almost connecting with one more. Willing to continue to take the fight, and he has big damage, but not able to connect with either. Somehow, Naz and Tomajid are both still standing. 17 and 15 HP. Not sure how. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a follow-up force buy here from BESTIA, right? I mean, I got a little bit distracted by some of the tech issues we were having. Obviously, ShindeN were able to string consecutive rounds together, and BESTIA have opted to double up on their force buy. So putting quite a lot of stock and value in this investment, and Buddha, while leaping away, is going to be able to finish off what he started on Tomajid, or I guess finish off what Cassin had started. Naz is walking wounded as well. So it looks like BESTIA, well, the gamble to go for a follow-up force buy might reap a reward and pay dividends for them.
Oh, he's just been able to drop down the vent in time, but the thing is, it's very telegraphed here. 20 seconds on the clock. They should get the bomb down on B, and the Biz will get it down. With Naz on that 17 HP, as you can see, a little bit disconnected from his teammate, not playing right next to him. Actually are a little bit closer now, so it's not too bad, but it's going to have to still be a Biz to do the damage, and there we go, he goes aggressive. That's what you need to do in a disadvantageous situation in an after plant, but a Biz will get finally caught now. But it's all down to Naz, and he knows there's an MP on the other side, doesn't want to get completely wide swung, maybe not being cleared actually, and that is a great headshot on Noxie. Now he can play time. Buddha may have that. He's going to go for a hold because of it. Oh, he refaces again, and that gives Buddha enough time for the defuse. If he went for that jiggle and then went back hiding behind the double door, behind the event, I think he may have won that round.
And there's kind of no reason why he shouldn't have done that, right? Because he saw for a fact that Buddha had gotten off the defuse on the first shot where he jiggled around the corner. Probably would have been way better off just trying to play time at that point, but that's the nature of the beast. You know, rush of blood to the head, there's a lot going on. Probably backing himself to hit the one tap, kind of gets caught up on the fact that he doesn't have much ammo. I think that's where his focus was, and not maybe playing the situation the best he could have.
It's going to drop down into main in the immediate round following. He's actually heard I think 3 separate players, but he's not able to get a clean duel on any of them. We'll go down to Noxie. And in the end, it's going to be a pretty clean one. 5v2, just like that.
Yeah, good work here from BESTIA to contain the round. There was a lot going on. ShindeN looking to try and play on the front foot, but BESTIA have been able to deal with them decisively, as they now will string consecutive rounds together for the first time. You would imagine it's a lovely nade molly combo coming through from the dark corner. He drops a smoke to also keep himself alive, extinguishing the flames. Naz and Timo going to cross paths. And Naz was never long for the world, I'm afraid.
He wasn't. The fact that he stayed alive for that long was a massive surprise, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think Bestia have started pretty confidently here, and they will know that they don't want to be in a position where they lose to like a local rival. If they lose to like a Brazilian team, which is higher ranked than them, or even not, one that's on the up like Red Canids, it's like, okay, look, we're relatively even. We got destroyed. It's one of those games. It can happen. Losing to ShindeN when it's a domestic rival, and you know you should be the #1 team or #1 Argentinian team. It's definitely a look for them that it will be worrying. Thankfully, they're still in that position, I think, because they did beat them last time out. But they've got to do it again. They've got to make sure they do it again, because otherwise they will be out of the tournament and no more chances at Rio.
Well, the good news, and I can confirm, is that my audio is now coming through to the stream. So we've managed to figure it out, and yeah, it's been from about the fourth round I've been back, so at least I've been able to confirm that. I've just been keeping one ear on the stream to see if it is actually coming through. So
there you go.
Lovely. Glad that's resolved. Can focus my full attention on the game once again, as BESTIA have set themselves up nicely here out the gates, been able to get themselves to a 4-2 scoreline as we go into another gun round. Cassim with his open play, Ivy's doesn't have his, and we saw what an instrumental part that was of ShindeN's success against Imperial just a little bit earlier.
Timo will strafe away back through the outside smokes, and he's going to choose to fall all the way back. A few bullets put through it by the M4A4. ShindeN not committing through those outside smokes immediately just yet. And Nazistan, an excellent pick on Buddha. Buddha started very well in this game, up to 9 kills already. He's been one of the main shining lights for BESTIA ever since he's kind of been let off the leash of the in-game leading, considering Noxe, of course, is still doing it on this team. Been pretty solid. That incendiary has split up 2 players of ShindeN, and Abiz was looking to try and go for the entry despite that. I think he'll think better of it, probably smartly.
Yeah, I also like that ShindeN aren't overcommitting to the situation here, just trying to feel things out in the 5 versus 4. They've got a lot of space that's been afforded to them in through secret. BESTIA feel compelled to make some sort of a move. So it's going to be in towards lobby to get information. And ShindeN are going to make sure that they don't take too long to actually commit towards this B bomb site. Timo on top of the boost, not going to get cleared by Naz. And well, now BESTIA actually start to realize what's going on. Not only that, but they get kills in the process. TommyJet is very disconnected from his teammates. So although they get the bomb down, it's effectively a 4 versus 2 on that B bomb site as things stand.
Oh, nice little pre-fire tap, and Timo, that is clean. The adjustment to deal with the player behind the silo as well. TommyJet is now not in a position to win this one. He might decide to, yeah, he's going to keep his gun. There's no reason he's going to push in toward ramp for no reason. Very clean from Timo. It made it a lot easier than perhaps it should have been. And of course, in what is an Argentinian derby, it's important to mention that Timo is the one Uruguayan on the server. So he's showing up well at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like he's got that skill set where he's got like incredible first bullet accuracy, and I could kind of maybe see him taking up a bit of Luchov's roles with Luchov departing, because Buda's certainly not going to be that guy. I think that Timo has that like explosivity about his game where he can kind of be thrown in first, and you can trust him to do some damage in terms of the entry kills and the entry fragging that's required. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of an evolution from him in that regard.
The main thing that's really important for BESTIA in this opening map is that Thomasine has started well. He had a very quiet game against Red Canids, and to be fair, kind of they all did. Can't blame him solely. Great control from Noxe there to get the spray transfer with the M4A4 on what was Naz on a headshot angle. I know it's only against what is a bit of a Tech 9 buy, but still, that was a good hold. Important frags to keep his team in a big advantage.
Yeah.
And now Ivy's about to go down. He will go down. That is the 10th kill for Thomasine, and a big lead for BESTIA to start to work with.
Yeah, and building up a healthy bank account behind them as well. So ShindeN have got quite a lot of work cut out for them in these last couple rounds of the first half to try and give themselves a decent halftime scoreline to work with. Running out of time, running out of opportunities. I mean, you could bet your top dollar that BESTIA, you know, Noxe in particular, and the coaching staff would have been watching that series between ShindeN and Imperial, knowing that they'd be playing against whoever the winner of that game was. And I mean, Nuke was the last map that they would have seen, so maybe even could have taken some notes away from that particular game that could be helping them out here.
Looks funny seeing the player in the vent through the X-ray, where the player model is angled. It just looks a bit goofy. Also, have been a few little movement things that have been changed in the recent CS update with how you jump and all that. We are playing on the patched patch tonight, by the way. There was an update just released with a couple of bug fixes from previous night's big update. Lovely pre-fire from Cassin.
Yeah, and this is what he does, is you'll see him get a kill on the map somewhere on the CT side of Nuke and then just immediately look to reposition to have some presence elsewhere. Just try and stay one step ahead of his opponents. Thomason up to the challenge on that A-bomb side, and BESTIA just going from strength to strength. I mean, TommyShed's going to find a nice double, but that then obviously compromises position. Good decision to drop down the vent, but he's got the read on Nocte, making his way down secret. Doesn't want to waste too much time hanging around for that gunfight, so instead he'll shift his focus onto the site. Nocte really looking to just run him down. That's going to cost him his life. TommyShed all of a sudden has converted a 1v4 into a 1 versus 1. Cassin with the AWP is going to look to just try and hold the line. TommyShed's got the info, forces him back with the flash. Couple shots not going to connect. Forced backwards for the reload. Cassin has him wrapped in right now. Does TommyShed actually want to swing out and take the fight, or does he want to try and buy time? Probably something in between. Eventually he commits the big wide swing, but Cassin will connect.
Big kill from Cassin to deny the heroics from what would be a crazy clutch from TommyShed, the new in-game leader for ShindeN. One of the main factors that surely they've improved so much lately. And yeah, Cassin will deny it. I appreciated how TommyShed played that 1v1, right? He wanted to try and get information on how far Cassin was maybe walking up. Cassin knows that he's trying to bait him into running at him, and then he'll go for the swing when he thinks that Cassin is moving toward him to catch him in transition. And Cassin will make sure that he stops and stays accurate, and he'll hit his shot. Well played. Good chance for TommyShed to make something special happen, but BESTIA will keep on trucking. 7-2 the lead. ShindeN do need a 7-5, I think.
Yeah, we got here pretty rapidly for BESTIA as well. I mean, they won the pistol. ShindeN answered back with 2 of their own. BESTIA persisted with their 4 spies, and they haven't looked back since. In complete control against their countrymen. It's very cool to see 2 teams from Argentina that are both as good as BESTIA and ShindeN are.
Yeah, I agree. It's great to see more South American countries have good teams. I mean, you know, 9Z were always the trailblazers for like the lesser South American countries of like Uruguay and Chile, and now, of course, we're seeing them spread out a bit again with Davidos back on Red Canids. EGT back on 9Z again. That show's already down secret. Oh, but Timo will be cleared by the combination of the flash from TommyShed and Naz. I said they need a 7-5. 8-4 would be, I think, something they'd take from here. Keep them in the game, and especially as Nacho has found Thomason, at least a 3. Should be pretty set now.
Yeah, should be, surely. Not going to be dropping the ball from here, that's for sure. ShindeN finally going to get back to winning ways. It's been a streak of 6 for BESTIA. Going to say, I thought Cassin created a pathway to get out with his life intact, but Nacho will deny, and now Nocte is trapped as well. This is ShindeN's map pick, of course, and I think they need probably 4 rounds to feel like they've done themselves some sort of a service or a justice on the T side here.
Yeah, I think so too. One of the things that I think is something that I always tend to bring up is how difficult it is to win against a team you've beaten convincingly only the other day. Because ShindeN didn't just beat BESTIA on Nuke when they played it in their BO3, they beat them 13-6. It was very, very convincing. But of course BESTIA now will, I'm sure, have done their homework, remembered what happened. It's always harder for the team that won to innovate than it is for the team that lost to fix their mistakes, I feel. So I do think I would not be surprised if BESTIA found a result here. Great kill from Nacho, though. That's a great start, considering Noxay put him down to 3 HP. Off angle, knee spotted, just about gets the kill. Nice little jiggle to make sure he doesn't reveal too much of himself, and he'll fall back in a 4v4.
It's always a bit of a tough one when you're in Cassin's position, because it's like, how much do you want to step out before you actually commit to the shot? You want to give yourself enough of the person to guarantee the kill, but not so much so that he can actually see you. Cassin still has a job to do. He's gotten 2 kills in the round so far. He's in a bit of a tough position, but his teammates are going to alleviate a lot of that pressure by finding the kill on TommyShed. Now Cassin can remain focused in on that B bomb site. Scope trained on the angle. Another shot connects. He's in some sublime form right now. Himself and Thomason both with 12 kills apiece. Ivy's going to fake that bomb plant out initially and then look to connect on it on the second time round. Or complete it, should I say. And this is where he can do some of his best work with the AWP. The problem is he's got two players on the other side of the smoke as he makes his way through. And BESTIA immediately back to winning ways.
Yeah, the thing is for Ivy's there, he has no idea with the positioning of that smoke that both, or two, sorry, of the three BESTIA players have got through control room down into a double door. He thinks they're still coming from ramp, which is why I wanted to try and make a play. If there's one player to a double door, then maybe he can get a quick no-scope, reposition. But two being there, gives him no chance. Earlier, Ivy's hit a incredible streak of form against Imperial. He got a 1v3, I think, near the end of regulation into overtime. He had I think they had two 2v5s, one that went ShindeN's way and one that was only denied by a cello smoke diffuse on low HP, from what I remember.
And that's almost like, it's fantastic he was able to do that, but how much energy has that drained from him? Because this is...
Yeah.
I mean, on paper, I guess equally as important, because if they'd lost that game, they wouldn't get to play in this one. But this is the game that you need to win to get into the grand final. And so, you know, going through those sorts of moments, it's obviously a big energy dump when you finally win that game. It was such a hard-fought battle as well. It's going to be a big test of, like, the mental fortitude and the energy reserves of the ShindeN players in this series in particular.
Absolutely. And, you know, beating a team like Imperial is no mean feat, so I'm sure they're giga hyped about that. And
exactly.
They have to have a half-an-hour break and go straight back in what is just as important game. Lovely peek from Cassin, close range. Great flash against Thomason though. It forces Cassin to swing with the 5-7. They'll trade their way in. Buddha and Timo try and hold them at bay. That nade, oh my goodness. It took Nacho, I think, from 6 to 4 HP. That was so close to giving Timo a clean 1v1 to fight. But he's still got a chance.
Feel like he's been a bit hard done by there, honestly. Like you say, still does have a chance. Last round of the half, he's certainly going to roll the dice here. Full health kit and an incendiary at his disposal right now, and it's certainly not going to be a discreet approach coming through from him. And, well, ring, ring, his bell's been rung, and unfortunately, even though he's still alive, it feels like it's guaranteed from here that the round will go ShindeN's way, and it does. They get 4.5. The big question, is it enough?
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. Every sound, I just keep on walking, and I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. If it's the last thing I do, got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out.
Seems like we may have missed something relatively important, including the pistol round, but it is what it is. 8-5 is the score. ShindeN are able to convert it on the CT side, and if they can defeat this BESTIA 4-spy, then they are back in this and could have a streak to show.
I mean, I want to say that BESTIA struggled on the CT side against Red Canids earlier on Nuke, but I think it's down to Red Canids having an incredible CT side, so I wouldn't read too much into that, because we saw Red Canids do the exact same thing against Imperial last night. Either way, it is going to be another force buy here from BESTIA. And sponging either to get the bomb down, because they don't have much money here with this force buy. They're setting themselves up for a big barreling on in. They will draw first, but it's a fantastic flash time to find out Baz. Get kills initially. IVs will respond with one, but
Take 9. So dangerous at whatever range it feels like sometimes. Cassin will get the bomb planted now. And even though Thomason's on 1 HP, I just don't think there's any way back for Nacho and the Biz here. I would just be looking to save, honestly. I think for Nacho and Abiz, I would not want to throw anything away here too much. They might try and go late. The thing is now, Abiz has been taken down to 3 HP, and even though he gets a second kill somehow, fair play. The thing is, Nacho does not have one of the defuse kits, so we'll just look for damage. He'll get a kill. Extra money, of course, with the MP9. But I'm going to try and run him down. Actually, to be fair, before he goes down to the bottom, he finds Timo 2. So even though ShindeN lose the second round of the half, at least it comes with a bit of economic damage.
I suppose. I mean, it is a bit of like a silver lining, though, but a very, very small one, because they won the pistol, which was exactly what they needed to start off the campaign in the second half, and then you lose to a force buy that doesn't even have the backing of a bomb plant in the pistol round that was lost. So certainly a big concern if they lose this round here, round number 15. Almost feels like the end of the map is around the corner at that point, and it feels like we've just started proceedings here in this consolidation.
It does feel a bit like that, actually, doesn't it? I think for BESTIA, they'll want this to be the case, as I said earlier, to assert themselves over ShindeN in what is a domestic matchup which holds a lot of weight. Probably the most important game they've had between each other before, with Rio on the line. Still a chance available. ShindeN have had pretty much a dream run to get this far, but it could be time that maybe BESTIA put their foot down. They're the one team of the, I guess I could kind of mentioned it earlier, the upper tier 2 in South America that have managed to get one over them recently in 2026, and looking to try and do the same again. Maybe just having BESTIA as your bogey team is going to come back to haunt you in a little bit. They go for a bit of a buy there, of course. Didn't work out. They're now full eco. BESTIA are going to reach 11-5.
Looking like they're very comfortable, right? They're looking a whole lot better than they ever did throughout the entirety of the series against Red Canids. Just felt like a bit of a non-stop. BESTIA, honestly, but they're looking like they're back in that state of the team that you expect to see. I mean, Buda's immediately having a much better game. Thomason's at the level that you expect coming through from him. I'd say Casson, for the most part, was pretty good earlier. He's like one guy who I think was probably up to at least close to the level that you expect, but across the board, BESTIA are all on more reliable on their game plans and the individuals and the level that they're putting up on the server right now. To work with, and he's already been taken down to 7 health.
Noxe will drop down. Managed to get that kill with the Galil. Yeah, against the full eco, there should be no risk. It could be a bit of a speed run to the finish line for BESTIA here. 5v2 off the bat. There's even a Zeus in that round, but as you can see, Thomasin has nabbed it. And the gun round for ShindeN has got a lot of work to do. And unfortunately, I think the main issue with this here is that they haven't built up enough loss bonus to get IVs his AWP. And that's the main thing. I mean, you touched on it earlier, right? Like, he's clearly had a massive high earlier, dropping 30+ kills in like 36 or 37 against Imperial to get a crazy double OT win. Now, the come down, 5-12, not had much to do. It's a rough feeling.
Yeah, it is, right. One of those things where trying to manage your energy levels is very difficult, but also can't at all blame him for just pouring it down. That matchup would have been, on paper, more difficult for ShindeN than this one. Either way, not at all an ideal start to this all-important gun round here for ShindeN. Nacho's already been dropped very early on, and like BESTIA are one of the better teams at converting their 5 versus 4s, so spells trouble here for ShindeN going into the rest of the round. And the reason I say that I think they're one of the better teams at converting their 5 versus 4s is that I think Nox is a really good IGL in terms of kind of recognizing the state of the round, how getting that kill would have affected the setup from the CT side, and then being able to take advantage of it accordingly. Now it's the lobby crunch from ShindeN to try and make up for the fact that they've lost a player early on. But it might be a bit of like a false sense of security or information, because BESTIA aren't going B from here, and actually ShindeN have realized that focuses towards outside, and that's where they take the fight. But although they find success there, it's pretty much the only success they're going to find. Tommy Shed's out of ammo. He's gotten taken down, and BESTIA, all of a sudden, blinking, you would have missed it there up to map point.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a speed run, isn't it? I mentioned earlier how sometimes this can just be what happens in these sort of games. You have a crazy win the other day against the same team, 13-6. You demolish them, then you play them again a couple of days later, because of course it's a tournament in these sort of qualifiers where you could meet them twice, upper bracket, then lower bracket. Yeah, it sometimes goes the opposite way, and more often than not, does seem to be the case. BESTIA have learned what went wrong, fix their issues, and they've got some of their stars performing well as well, like Thomasin and Buda in particular. Thomasin was very, very quiet earlier against Red Canids. Here he's back up to his usual self, 21 and 11. And ShindeN's crazy run is not over yet, but they're going to be a map away from losing that chance at what could be one of the more fairy tale open qualifier to close qualifier to main event runs.
And that map is going to be their opponent's map pick as well, which is only going to make it more difficult for ShindeN to try and answer back. But it's one of those situations where when they end up in the break, it's all about just trying to get back into that state as a team and realize, okay, it's now or never, boys. If we lose this next map, we're eliminated. And sometimes you can dig really deep in those moments, right?
Right. Shame, bit of a full start this series. I wanted something maybe a bit more explosive from these two, especially in a derby like this. We know how close that previous game was. It was a 2-1. Who knows? We could still get there at the end of the series. Could just be the way map 1's going. Cannabis, hold on. MP90 has a lot coming his way. There's actually a push up toward Hell instead, so he realizes he can leave that position now. He's Got a FAMAS flank toward Heaven as well. Ivies will get that kill, but Buddha finds Tomijed. They're very low HP now, though. Not to tag that ever further. 19 HP, well, will tag him down even more. The base drops down, gets taken down, and it's all down to Nacho. Very low HP. He needs one bullet anywhere in the little toe. 8 seconds for Teemo to get the bomb planted, and eventually Nacho closes it. Oh, by the skin of their teeth, ShindeN recover.
Yeah, that probably gets a hell of a lot closer than they ever would have wanted. Great effort from BESTIA, but they will fall short. Nacho able to cling on and get the job done. And that's going to result in a tactical timeout being called here by BESTIA. Maybe that was the moment for ShindeN. Try and get some excitement, right? Maybe feels like sometimes all you need is a spark to ignite that excitement and that belief once again.
Ivy's holding the line, dropping down into main. We'll eventually get some information on that though, and it helps Tomijed spin around to find Buddha. So ShindeN not going quietly just yet on Nuke.
Oh, big moment there. Thomason trying to come through the smoke, and at the same time, Teemo trying to make a move outside. Both players have been dropped, giving ShindeN a massive advantage. BESTIA starts to stumble a little bit here as they get themselves up to map point. Okay, all right.
Ivy's, it's a great pick on Nuxe. If anyone in chat does know how you want us to pronounce his alias, by the way, feel free to tell us. It's the first time I've... Actually, no, it's the second time I've covered him. But, yeah, for us, sometimes
Ivy's?
rolling it off the tongue. Ivy's sounds nice. IVZ. It might be a little bit longer, a bit more tongue twistery. Yeah, I think, or Ives as well is another option. But as I said, lots of three-letter aliases in Brazil. Ifs. What have we got left?
I know, I'm just rattling them all off right now, man. Maybe his name's backwards. Maybe it's V. I don't even know. Now I'm just losing it a little bit. Either way, BESTIA losing it ever so slightly. I mean, it's okay because they've got so many rounds to finish off the job from here, so no cause for concern just yet. However, they are going to be exhausting their financial backing after they invest into the following rounds. So do start to enter some territory where if they lose this next round, 12-8, no money, probably 12-9. I mean, one thing was very evident from ShindeN's game against Imperial is that they're a very difficult team to kind of put away. I mean, even though they constantly had map and series points and they kept losing it, they didn't eventually then just crumble, and then Imperial, which is what I was expecting, Imperial would just go on to win the map and then force the third and get the job done there. ShindeN clearly keep their belief all the way up until the finish line.
Using attack here, maybe just to decide how to utilize their money, because it's a little bit betwixt in between. You've got Buddha and Teemo not really able to purchase. Nuxe can. We have got a drop available. We do. So Buddha's got one. Teemo's going to go with the Mac 10. And of course, one thing we haven't mentioned or actually seen too much of yet is the MP7. I've been hearing for many people who've been playing, whether they're a pro or just playing for fun, some of my friends, how good they feel like the MP7 is at the moment. And I have a little feeling we'll see a slight meta change with the SMGs that pros use in time to come, because I think
exactly
the MP7 is going to be worth a purchase.
I think that's the key though, in time, right? Because this is the first day we're playing on the new patch here. For the qualifier, we weren't playing it on yesterday, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No.
So the point is that it'll take some time before players are comfortable to kind of pick it up once they've gotten a bit of a better feel for it. So don't expect it to feature much in this qualifier, but I'm right there with you. Moving forward, it certainly could become the popular option.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. There are a couple of MP7 specialists in days gone by, like Nertz, for example. I think you'd be loving the update. I've tried it myself as well. It does feel very powerful. I think it's going to be a nice option to have. MP7 has always been a very good mid-range SMG, and now it being a little bit cheaper and plainly better, maybe we'll see less MP9s. It'll be easier to control than the MP9, that's for sure, at mid-range. Quick one for one outside. Cassin will deal with the trade. BESTIA now looking to drag this game over the line. They don't want to spend too long fumbling this one, even though they've got a comfortable lead. It's these sort of situations that you want to get the game done with and focus on the next map immediately. Udin have very low HP though. Cassin needs what would be a 1v3. He's got a Biz pinned in the corner. Good headshot. And Ivy's is also low with that AWP. Naz not exactly healthy either. Cassin's going to choose to make a play toward ramp. Definitely unexpected for Naz. And now, all down to Ivy's. Tough chance to plant for Cassin, but time is against him. Does he fake it? He's going to fake it. That's an incredible choice to make. And unfortunately for him, he focuses on single and not double. Ivy's gets the kill with the AWP. And ShindeN will continue to stay up on Nuke.
Yeah, keeping themselves in the contest. That's what, now 3 rounds in a row for ShindeN, giving themselves a fighting chance of pushing this game all the way. BESTIA come close in that previous round. Nice attempt from Cassin, but ultimately one that goes in vain. And this one's going to have to be an eco round. We've seen them win a round of this nature already. The second round of the second half worked out for them with this type of investment. Like you said, they don't really want to hang around all too long here on Nuke. Start to get the youngsters believing once again.
Good flashes toward ramp.
Criminal that he gets a kill.
I was going to say, this has done well to actually find one, considering. Just blind spraying. Trying to get on the scene with the A4, bursting away. Headshots, very nicely done. 4 players alive, keeping their money up. Doesn't matter really at this point, because they're 1 round away from losing anyway. But they're now only 3 behind. It's getting a little bit squeaky bum time for BESTIA.
Yeah, I think we've entered that territory of where they're probably setting up a bit straighter. They've got that classic lock-in meme going on right now. Because this is starting to get probably a bit closer than what they would have liked. Considering how pretty they were sitting at one point. They're going to be a distinct change up in the direction. It looks like they've set themselves up for a big execute into the A-bomb side as things stand.
He will try and silently make his way up to Silo to team up with his friends. On player lobbies, you can see as well. It's just waiting behind the smoke. Oh goodness, dropping down his Naz. One player caught in the corner apart. There's more where that came from. Nacho trying to hold on. Thankfully, Tommy Jed is there as well. But Timo is trying to pile his way around the silo in an unpredictable fashion. It's a really good kill, but a great bit of accuracy from Ivy's again. He's starting to show up a little bit toward the end of this game, but they need to hold on, and they will. Nacho will find Noxe too. Another half buy coming in from BESTIA, I'd imagine. And we could have round 24.
Yeah, I mean, we should have round 24, considering that, like you said, this is going to be a bit of a weaker purchase coming through from BESTIA. Oh, ShindeN. And like you've also aptly mentioned, it's almost about just holding on for as long as they can so that Ivy's can start to come to the party, because it's just a matter of time before he's going to activate, have a big round, some sort of a crazy quad kill, and then he's going to be very difficult to play against once he does get the engine going. It's taking some time to turn it over. It's going to just be a brute force approach coming through from BESTIA straight in towards the A-bomb side, able to trade their way forward initially. There's more where that came from, though. Thomason does double down, but he's been cut down, and this is the round I could have been referring to for Ivy's. He's been able to find 2 drops, the nade, 5-7 will complete that kill. Nacho will finish off the job, and ShindeN see the light of day on round 24.
So many of those rounds that you see put into practice there by BESTIA can get you over the line. Like, it feels like more often than not, those Tech 9 Mach 10 rushes, they can do more damage, especially at this stage of the game when nerves are high. ShindeN are getting a lot closer bit by bit on the comeback trail. So I think you've got to give ShindeN quite a bit of credit for holding on there. That could have gone all right, and the map would have been gone just like that. Now they have a chance at overtime. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, good
Oh.
question. Who on earth would have ever expected us to end up in overtime? Not just because of how dominant the scoreline was, but how much BESTIA had been destroying ShindeN up until that point. Look at how confident ShindeN are as well, Trav. Even with them being on the brink of getting the game into overtime, they haven't gone super conservative and regressed into a shell. They're still looking to make moves.
Yeah, look at Tomajed. He's actually through Squeaky. That smoke will give BESTIA the knowledge that could be possible, though. And of course, Tomajed does have to worry about T-Roof. Buddha on the other side of Heart. Two players on the other side of Lobby. Will show some space and then moves forward as Tomajed. That's a great pick to grab. They might realize the A-bomb site itself is a little bit weaker. Does it matter though? Tomajed's doing it all from that Squeaky push. A kill from Naz as well toward Buddha, and all of a sudden, feels like this has gone out of BESTIA's hands so damn quickly. Ivy's is in the vent with the knife out. Insult to injury from 12-5 to 12-all. We have more Nuke to play.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe they've done it in such simplistic fashion. They made that look so easy. And for me, Tomajed is the most impressive of the lot there. I mean, not just because he was the one guy who was fragging even when times were tough, but the fact that he's got the confidence to make moves of that nature in round 24 when you're looking to try and force the game into overtime, and such a fine margin between overextending and making a mistake and then potentially giving up the round. But he's able to do really well in that position, get a multi-kill from there, and then enable his teammates to finish off the job. Fantastic work there. And BESTIA are going to be kicking themselves, Trav.
I know. They're going to be pretty angry right now that they are just not in the mid-series break. Not preparing for D2. You mentioned the credit that deserves to go to Tomajed. It's important to reiterate to maybe some people not familiar with ShindeN. He's the player that's been on the team for only 2 weeks and is the in-game leader. That is one of the main factors for ShindeN's improvement at the beginning of the year, for sure. And he's showing that he can't just lead, he can frag as well.
Yeah, leading the scoreboard, but it does seem like Ivy's is kind of getting going, right? I feel like he's got the multi-kill in the past 2 rounds of regulation, which is an even scarier prospect for BESTIA. Timo is trying to accelerate towards outside. Thomason's taking a lot of damage. In fact, one tick to the molly will be enough to finish him off. His teammates still continue to make moves in round, but only as far as ShindeN allowed them. Are they going to be the first team to get to 13?
Now, I don't want to say anything, Matt. It's a different game, and BESTIA have been on 12 for a while. But we know what happened to them against Red Canids. Their T side went very, very quiet in certain points. And, yeah, I'm concerned that we could be in a similar situation here. I'm going to look back at the game they played the other day against ShindeN as well in a second, because that's going to be important knowledge. That's a great flank round from Ivy's. When would you ever expect the AWPer to go through Heart? That's how confident he is. Almost invent, by the way. Pretty short.
Yeah, they're just feeling themselves more and more here. ShindeN as the game goes on. Casson left with a basically impossible 1 versus 2. As you said, the bomb is in vent. They now know where he is as well. And it requires some sort of a ridiculous drop down, which he's actually managed. Ivy's going to step into the scope and come out on top of the duel anyway. Okay, it's happened. The beast has been awoken. And BESTIA have missed their opportunity to finish off this job while he was still asleep.
So as I said, very different day. It's provided us, get my English out, it's past midnight now, has provided us with a very different result. But in that second half on Nuke for BESTIA, in the game they played against ShindeN the other day in this very qualifier, where ShindeN won 13-6, they also only got 1 round on their T side. So their T side Nuke has really fallen off a cliff, I feel like, lately for BESTIA, and they're coming across teams who are very solid on CT. Red Canids did not let them get 1 round at all. And ShindeN, on this recovery streak, are looking incredibly solid as well. Thomason will get the frag on Tomajed. 2 Toms going at it. It will be the King Tomcat, though, at the end of the series. Right now, it's still a 5v4 for BESTIA, trying to get their first T round in quite a while.
Yeah, it's Arbus' turn to make a move here. We haven't seen a whole lot of ramp progression coming through from ShindeN. He's not by himself either. May have spotted the gun barrel, doesn't look like it. think it's Buddha. Yes, it is. Who's just tucked in behind the wall, and Arbus is going to go searching. It's the worst timing for BESTIA as well as they set up for that execute. There's a deep smoke in towards T-spawn as well. Round's been completely stifled, and ShindeN have got full control. I mean, BESTIA have literally got no map control besides what you're afforded from spawn. They will be able to walk back through Hudson to A, and actually does catch Arbus a little bit off guard, but there's quite a bit more where that came from. Ivy's trapped in behind the vent. Casson will remove him, and finally BESTIA will get themselves up to 13, at least you'd imagine from them.
If Ivy's was in any other position there, maybe he gets more than the one on the hold. Also annoying timing for ShindeN with the push near Hutch, just catching a disadvantageous angle. Now's 11 and 21 in this game. This would be some play to make at this point of the game, and there he is. Quick double from Heaven, all of a sudden down to Timo, and he's having to play aggressive because they're holding that defuse. Naz is the hero. Timo's going to hit some insane kicking.
Well, if BESTIA weren't kicking themselves already, Trav, I reckon they'd boot up their own ass by now, because that's honestly, yeah, that's just almost unforgivable. That's a disastrous round for them to lose. They've done well with that double pump to go back into the A-bomb site and find the favorable trades and kills, but then Naz has his say, and he hasn't had much to say throughout the map so far. Oh, BESTIA, they've got to be massively annoyed that the game has ended up in this position. Gonna just try and go in towards ramp. Ivy's hits a ridiculous shot. At least there's an instant trade, and a flurry of frags follow suit.
ShindeN getting a little bit ahead of themselves there with how aggressive they went. I can understand thinking, great, you've got 2 on CT. You know what? There's a chance that could be enough to get the game in our favor. Let's go for something a little bit different. We've got a couple of rounds to play with, but yeah, they got kind of caught there, and kind of Thomasin showed them who is boss. 2 very quick headshots, and there'll be no 2v4 shenanigans on this occasion. As he's going to try and break the door open, take a lot of damage from his own nade, try and go for a pick, and there's nothing he can really do about this. Timo will deal with him. No heroics on this occasion. It's a 2-1 for ShindeN in overtime. And BESTIA already think to themselves, it should be us who are 14-13 in front.
Well, it should be them who are going into the second map 1-0 up without having had to break much of a sweat on Nuke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda,
Matt. Shower. Yeah, exactly. Didn't. And that means that there's going to be a job to be done here on their CT side in the second half of overtime. Remembering now, guys, 16 is the magic number. And ShindeN, well, they're super familiar with overtime at this point, Trav.
Not wrong. All right, ShindeN, what have you got in the reserves? You come back all this way. You have a lead. Battle against Imperial was something to behold. Can they show us what they've got now against their regional domestic rivals who beat them in the qualifier to put them in the lower bracket? Good hold from Timo, good utility usage, good positioning with his crouches behind the main box. Nacho finds Cassin though, and the AWP. No Noxe has missed. That is a secondary AWP in play, and Ivy's finds Thomasin. No AWP for him, but he doesn't need it. Clean headshot. 5v3.
5v2. Arbus is able to dispatch a Timo as well. It's falling apart at the seams here for BESTIA. Noxe is looking to try and make a move.
Oh.
And I appreciate the lineup. It's missed out on the timing ever so slightly. Buddha's been taken down. It's only Noxe left. They have a very good idea of where he is right now. Oh, he's being peppered through the smoke. Ivy's is just toying with him. I'd love to know what Ivy's KD has been since round, like, I don't know, 18 or 19 on the map, because I feel like he's gotten more than half his kills since then.
I actually think you're right on that. Yeah, that is a crazy. I mean, when the map's over, we can check, like, second half.
Yeah, we can go back and have a look. Yeah,
but yeah, his recovery is one of the main reasons that they look so good and why they've made this comeback happen. Especially all the holes on the A-bomb site in regulation to bring it back to overtime against the low buys and the full buys. Noxe's been playing Counter-Strike for very, very many years. He knows his wallbang lineups. Even if that hit, he would not be winning that round. ShindeN 15-13. It was 12-5 to BESTIA. 12-5.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And now 2 chances for ShindeN to seal the fate of Nuke. Their map pick and go up 1-0 in the series and find themselves just 1 map away from that grand final tomorrow against Red Canids. Got to imagine that Bestia aren't in the best place mentally after how these past few rounds have gone.
Completely agree. Can they hold on and keep themselves in the game? Because if they win this map and find a way to take it, they can completely forget about it. But now it's awkward. Cassin, all their kind of body blocking toward hell. Thankfully, Buddha will deal with Nacho. And Tomashin finds a Biz in the meantime. So all of a sudden, it looked a bit messy. But they're able to give themselves a 4v2. It's kind of a 4v or 2v2, weirdly,
2v3.
because 2 players are so low. It's really just one bullet from death. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. That's kind of what I was going for. It's late. I'm stumbling over my thought processes.
Fair enough.
Tomajed's behind the site. He's been amazing so far, but long range spray, a bit whiffy, and Ivy's gets caught going aggressive. So BESTIA will stay up for a little bit longer. It's funny because I was saying that about ShindeN for a long period of this game. It's now BESTIA who are under that cosh.
Yeah, they're feeling that pressure right there. The ones having to battle now to force us into overtime. I mean, ShindeN, as good as they were in overtime against Imperial, they also really struggled to close the game out. Something that I noticed, they had many map and series points on Nuke, and they squandered a lot of them. Eventually, they were able to close it out. So they're clearly a very difficult team to put away, but also a team that seem to stumble a little bit once they do get up to that finish line, just one step away. This is their last opportunity to get the job done here and now.
They got in the reserves, ShindeN. What do they remember that went right for them on the first half? It wasn't the most in the world, was it? What can they change up? The test here for Tomajed, the new in-game leader on the team for 2 weeks. Playing well, falling well. Clearly improving ShindeN tenfold with the results they've been getting in Tier 2 Brazil. Beating MIBR, beating Fluxo.
Yeah, Imperial 9Z as well. Yeah, fantastic wins coming through for them in recent times. I mean, I feel like they were having good results before, just more sporadically. Now we're consistently seeing them perform right up at their ceiling. It's the call coming through from Tomajed here in round number 30. Looks like BESTIA have taken up some advanced positions, almost seemingly want to go searching into lobby from here.
Cassin. Again, wanting to go searching for it. You can't blame him. Thomasin takes a Biz, and Noxe feels like he can fight there with the M4A4 long range, but ill-advised. Tomajed. Oh, Thomasin, what have you just done to him? Jesus.
Deleted him,
up the
literally.
vent. Little jiggle peek headshot, and now the peek through main, the push through main is going to meet 3 players near the A-bomb site. Cassin, Thomasin is near that CT vent as well. They have gone down though. That's unexpected, but they have to trade Timo. Can they get past him? And he's playing Trigger Discipline. This is so unbelievably calm. Easy bomb on denial. Second kill. Oh, that's so unbelievably chill from Timo, and all the pressure is on his shoulders. He'll finish it off with a triple, and we have more Nuke to play.
Yeah, he was in a position where he was guaranteed to get a kill, but he wanted more than just the frag. He wanted to guarantee the round for his team. Kills the bomb plant and knows there's that second player in towards the shadow corner. That silencer conceals his position, gives him enough time to be able to transfer to that second guy, get both kills, guarantee the round, and BESTIA will probably breathing a massive sigh of relief at this point as they're able to keep themselves in the contest. Didn't expect to say that sentence, did I, here on Nuke, but BESTIA have kept themselves in the contest.
Oh dear. I'm not really much sleep, am I?
You and me both.
Get much sleep, are we?
Yeah. It's okay. For the love of the game, wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now.
This is a wild start to the second half of, or second overtime, I should say. It was a very quick lobby push, which was being dealt with by Naz and Nacho to begin with. Naz and Nacho does sound like some kind of food chain. What a duo that could be.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, honestly. Or maybe like an animated comedy, Naz and Nacho, like 2 buddies or something who go on some crazy adventures together.
It's like from The Simpsons, like the Itchy and Scratchy show or whatever it was,
exactly.
right? Like,
same vibes.
Something like that.
Oh,
gun barrel
spotted. Yeah, Cassin's just waiting for him to step out and we'll just immediately put him down. Bring it back into an even numbers game.
Yeah, and that's low HP from earlier. Noxe will face toward Ramp Molotov coming in. You can kind of see the corner of the drop down though. He doesn't know if they creeped in toward the left, which is why he wants to check it, sees it, but Tomajed sees him and takes him. 30 seconds left. Great pick from Cassin again. He's really stepped up as well, like Ivy's in the end of this game. Oh my goodness, the timing is crazy. Ivy's has crept past Cassin, but Cassin's gone quick enough to see him. Thinks he's fallen back to site. Not the case. Tomajed is in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's on B and the bomb's on A. The round's over. Thomasin again with a great hold, great headshot. And now suddenly BESTIA are back in the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, you'd waste your time trying to make any predictions about actually what's going to go down between these two teams, not just because it's a consolidation final or because of how this game has gone, but it's also a derby where there's so much on the line. As far as pride's concerned as well, lower bracket matchup. Best to just sit back and enjoy at this point, fellas.
Not sure. I mean, I mentioned they were bypassing each other in toward lobby there. Ivy's and Cassin, the two AWPers. I don't think that was ever actually going to go Ivy's way, unfortunately. He was always back turned, and Cassin was ahead of the game. Great battle between those two so far. Oh, my word.
Yeah, arguably been the two best players on the server, actually. I mean, Thomasin probably takes that cake, but not by much.
Really big damage. Cassin eating 2 HEs. Say just jump spotting the double doors. Soon as he sees ahead, close the door. Play behind the site. There we go.
Good kill from Thomasin to kind of stifle the attack here. ShindeN looking to try and set it in towards his B bomb site. Noct is still in a pretty good position as well. Quite a lot for ShindeN to deal with. There's quite a lot going on right now that ShindeN are trying to handle. Noct is still smartly tucked in behind that reactor. Will step out, find a kill, a bit of chip damage onto Nacho as well, but that man advantage will persist for his team.
Oh, Tomajed is going unchecked here, the creep up, and thankfully for BESTIA, Cassin is there, sharpishly on the trade. And he was one bullet from death and has been for a long time, like I've mentioned, so he had to hit that shot. Thomasin finds Nacho, it's all down to Abyss, and Thomasin is waiting for the possibility of that lurk all the way around. He's missed the timing on it, he's closed the door in Abyss's face, and he'll react quickly. Another cleanup for BESTIA. Now they'll be feeling a bit more comfortable all of a sudden. 17-15 is the scoreline, and ShindeN are struggling on their T side.
Yeah, I mean, BESTIA are certainly doing this on hard mode, but the mentality certainly would have shifted for BESTIA after they were up 12-5 and they were sitting so pretty. It would have turned into like a do or die situation, right? Which is make or break for most teams, and seemingly it's going to be make for BESTIA at the moment, at least, that they haven't crumbled off the back of the game slipping through their fingers, which can often happen to a lot of teams. That frustration can really creep in and then, you know, break a team's mental within a map, but they've still been able to glue the pieces together and actually get themselves into a competitive position once again, in control.
This is also the Thomasin we all know and love. 35 and 21. About to have a duel outside. All their body blocking. Nacho doesn't realize there was some pause there of his attempt to make it through. And Buddha, okay. Was that a one tap on Naz? That was incredibly clean. 4v2 off the bat, and a great reposition from Thomasin. They're making it look very, very easy. And they must be wondering what happened to us earlier, because we are now in full control. A clean sweep of CT overtime. Another big triple from Thomasin. 38 is the number, and he'll be loving that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of decided, fine, I'll do it myself at this point. I mean, not like he's not getting support from anybody, especially Cassin, but Thomasin has been fantastic, and you could really see it when he got that kill where he flew up the ladder but was instantly able to strafe off the ladder and headshot the player who knew he was coming up. That for me was where I'd be like, okay, not sure what I can do at this point if that's how he's killing me. 33 rounds, he's averaging more than a kill a round at the moment, is Thomasin. It's one of his greatest hallmarks as well, Trav, as he never shies away from the big occasion. His team obviously relies on him heavily and seemingly able to rely on him when it matters the most.
Yeah, for sure. Sure, like he kind of went missing earlier against Red Canids, but none of them were at the races in that series. Red Canids were 10 times better, so I can forgive him for that. Right, ShindeN, now it's you who need the clean sweep. You've gone through all this effort, all this trouble to bring it back to OT. Lose it would be a bit heartbreaking. Amajed will drop down, mollied from the top of Hearts. But BESTIA aren't maneuvering in just yet.
Oh, okay, well, Naz is going to draw first blood. There has to be more where that came from. He's got Tommy in support. It's a good opening couple of kills coming through for ShindeN, but Timo will answer back with 2 of his own to bring it into an even numbers game. Nacho forced to use a smoke grenade to try and make his way up the ladder, and he's going to be in conjunction with his teammates who flood through from heaven, and it works out perfectly for ShindeN.
Yeah, no chance for Thomasin on that occasion. You saw his adjustment was a little bit off. First miss, actually, we've seen for a while. Hassan realizes that even in overtime, there's not really any point going for it. Someone's not planted anywhere where he can really give that a go with the AWP. So he'll keep his AWP alive, and ShindeN will stay alive. Good recovery, as you say. They managed to all group up together and collapse on BESTIA's after plant attempt. A few more chances. It is on the BESTIA T side, obviously.
Yeah, which is where they struggled to close off the game in regulation, right? Had plenty chances on the T side there. Good trade from Thomasin. A necessary trade as well. Otherwise, Timo would have gone down for nothing. Wouldn't have gotten control or any kills as a result. Looks like Nacho's actually going to hang around. This is really brave from him right now. And oh my goodness, ever so slightly misses that opportunity to execute Thomasin. Now forced to tuck tail and make his way back to safety.
It's all about the mind games when you play ramp like that for Nacho. You could play close to the smoke. You could play on the headshot angle where he's playing right now. You could play in the corner on the left as we look. You don't have an A1S, your gun doesn't stick out too badly.
Ultimately, it's just about not being predictable, right? And trying to keep your opponents guessing so that they can't just always have a very good idea in terms of how you're going to respond to similar situations.
Exactly. BESTIA do have an option to go hell if they want here, but they're going to sprint down to B right now, and Nacho has to hold on. Great positioning. Oh, he's found 2 and keeping himself alive in toward dark. That is an expert hold. And BESTIA not even allowed to get the bomb planted. What a play from Nacho. That's a spicy one.
Well, is it happening again, Trav? It was 18-15, 3 map points for BESTIA. It was 12-5 in regulation, 7 map points for BESTIA. That means they've had 9 so far. 9 map points. It's nearly an entire half's worth of rounds so far for BESTIA that they've had in terms of opportunities to finish off the map. And, well, they certainly are struggling here. What's the call going to look like? What do they revert back to here to try and finish off the job? Feels like we're just stuck in an infinite loop. Oh, but maybe Bruder's going to find a way to break out.
Maybe that's the answer. He just swings silo, somewhat dry, and hits a shot like that. Okay, they've just decided, look, let's WP our way to victory. Big lineup needed for Naz, and he can't get it either. How has that just happened then? Oh dear, they just sprint outside, full wide swing top silo, full wide swing main. They decided to completely change up the pace, and look at that. It's worked out for the map win. ShindeN go through all that pain, all that suffering on the comeback to bring it back to overtime from 12-5 behind. They don't get any just reward. BESTIA can now forget that map ever happened and can go into map 2 with a lead.
Yeah, and just imagine what the sigh of relief sounds like there for the team who were always supposed to win the map. It took them, what, 9, 10 map points to eventually get across the line? And they do make it happen. So very good work coming through from BESTIA. ShindeN, I mean, they've got to take something away from that. I know the fact that they've lost the map isn't ideal, but they certainly have improved the optics of the map and will probably have more confidence and momentum going into map 2.
You'd hope so, and we'll see if that's possible, because ShindeN, they are not out of this without a doubt. We know how good they can be. BESTIA have just snapped a 5-map win streak, by the way, for ShindeN on Nuke, beating MRBR, Fluxo, BESTIA the other day, 9Z, and Imperial. So it shows you what ShindeN have been able to do lately. We'll see if they can bounce back in map 2 after the break.
of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want.
Second map, Dust 2, Bestia and ShindeN. Now, I want to see what ShindeN have got here because they have gone through the ringer to come all the way back from 12-5 behind, get into overtime with Bestia, but still come out behind. Can they recover? Can they reset? Or will Bestia be going through to the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, I frequently in casts talk about who teams, when they're very far behind, to just fight back to kind of improve the mood in the camp going into the next map. It's exactly what ShindeN did. So let's see how they're going to get things going here on Dust 2. Quite an advanced setup from ShindeN in towards lowers. Is going to work the trick for a couple kills. Is a good response though, but there's even more advanced positions being taken up by ShindeN. And all of a sudden, the bomb's been dropped.
Yeah, and the two T players, Timo and Noxie, are actually miles away. And Nacho checks T spawn. I wonder what that looked like from Noxie's POV. That must have looked pretty disgusting how he died. Barely would have seen Nacho for a split second. And Timo has got a very difficult job on his hands. He wants to have blood on his hands by the end of it, but I just don't think he will. Smoke to try and cover where the bomb is. That will make Naz a little bit concerned that he's picked it up and left. And that is why Timo is continuing to wait here, trying to sell a bit of a fake, put a doubt in the mind of ShindeN. Now he'll move forward as that smoke will begin to fade. Bomb now retrieved. No armor on Timo, deserves to be said. 30 seconds to make a decision.
I'm surprised that ShindeN have actually decided to split themselves up with the player on either bomb side. Timo now going to try and chase his player down in on B while the cavalry arrives, kind of recognizes this window of opportunity. And Nacho will arrive in time to actually get the kill. Was he the player who was there? I think he was the one who had rotated up, right, to join with Naz. So perfect start to the map here for ShindeN. And clearly a team that brim with confidence, right, Trav? I mean, that setup in the pistol round with the way that they set themselves up in round 24 on Nuke when they're trying to force overtime, they certainly don't shy away from putting themselves in these advanced positions.
Bestia will look to now kick forward because, as I said, I'm worried about ShindeN's mindset going into this one. But at least it's a okay beginning.
Yeah, I think it's probably better for them that they didn't just lose 13-5 and then came into Dust 2. I mean, I know it's not ideal that they lost the map even though they had a map point, but I still think that the mood in the camp is better than what it would have been had they lost 13-5, even though, you know, not ideal. Like I said, they lost an OT, but it still kind of gives them a bit more now going into Dust 2 than what they would have had otherwise.
Yeah, and when it comes to Dust 2, it's going to be a bit of an unknown a little bit for ShindeN. They've played it a little bit this year. They have played it in this qualifier. They played BESTIA and they played 9Z. They beat 9Z on it 13-11. But for the likes of BESTIA, they do have it as one of their main picks at the moment. And they used it to great effect in that Draculan tournament at the end of last year where they won and got some very precious VRS points. And they also managed to beat Cybershock in it in the grand final. And as we know, Matt, in all the times we've covered Cybershock in EU
Glowing
and
on
CCT, they loved us too. So yeah, it's a good win for Bestia to take. They also beat 9. They beat Lasercats. They also beat Gaming Gladiators back in ECL. They also beat Ill Will. And I think that's actually an important win to mention because this Ill Will team has suddenly kicked on and has looked amazing. It's only really a mix in EU at the moment with Nemanja and Hadji and 7kick, right, as the AWPer. But, you know, we've got two great players there, and Hadji and Nemanja, the in-game leader. They have got like a 6-win streak, I think, in EU at the moment. So, yeah, something crazy.
Makes it even more impressive, yeah.
So I think it shows what potential that team had and why Bestia are should be a force to be reckoned with. Look at the Ill Will team right now, actually. What have they got? Okay, they lost today, which put us an end to their win streak. But they had beaten Masonic, they had beaten Sangal, they'd beaten AM. For a mix, pretty decent.
I'm actually very excited to see Nemanja in the big 2026 with a different team. I feel like they certainly reached their ceiling with Zero Tenacity, and I think it probably benefits all parties to venture in some different directions and see what they can accomplish in other teams playing with different players.
One of the things that was pretty crazy about Zero Tenacity as well is, like, do you remember they stuck with the same team? I think they only moved off, was it Simki first? I'm pretty sure from memory. I think that's the first
when they
player
brought Madden
benched.
in.
Yeah. They like re-signed for like 4 of the 5, I think, for like what, 2 more years? I think maybe last year or the year before. I was like, okay. We knew at the time that entire core had been together for like 4 years already. Surely they weren't going to last another 2 years, and in the end, you were right, they didn't. The whole team dissolved. So Yeah, to split up and move on and look for clues, as they say. Now, Bestie need clues on the second round here with their force spike. Eagles and Scout in play.
I think one of the main reasons I still have faith in ShindeN is because Ivy's was looking really good towards the tail end of Nuke, and obviously he's the AWPer for the team, which is a massive part of the defense on this map. So if he can kind of realize that form again here pretty early on Dust 2, then it's going to make life very difficult for BESTIA.
Well,
BESTIA taking their time. Yeah, going to try going towards the safe bomb site. Well-timed incendiary. The entire team grouped up on short right now. They have a single smoke and a flash at their disposal to try and get in towards the safe bomb site.
That's not enough, usually. IVs, what have you got with the M4? Flash over from Goose, and choose to go for the peak. Little bit whiffy, but still gets both. You'll love that. Very clean. Got a bit of help now from the ramp as well. The MP9 comes charging up, and they'll survive with 4 players alive. So, very nice from ShindeN. And as soon as they get going, as soon as they bit by bit get rolling on Dust 2, bit by bit, they'll forget the pain of Nuke, and they can try and focus on what's in front of them. And hopefully, we've got something to work with here. I think we do have the buy to come through now for BESTIA. They can have much better utility with
Next round,
sorry, with the utility. But they do get the hero AK out on Buddha. And considering that is, you know, not a huge loss, look at the money they've got around them. Definitely worth it.
Again, they're just going to look to try and charge in towards this B bomb site. Buddha was the first player to fall. Naz having a field day with his MP9. Mopping up these players as they try and get in towards his domain. Not going to allow for them to even set foot into that B bomb site. Got a little bit confused by the HUD there. Nocte, unfortunately, has disconnected. But
there you go.
Good start here for ShindeN on Dust 2. You
can catch the best of us out. Timer's not being paused. I hope we'll figure that out. I think a good little HUD refresh will probably figure it out. There we go. We can see he's in the server, so should get him back in soon.
Yeah. We're live though.
Usually he is in the server. Don't worry, I can see him.
Okay.
But usually the HUD refresh fixes it. We just saw our production do that, so I don't know why he's not on the HUD yet. Hopefully we'll figure that out soon.
Not on the minimap either though.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Okay, there we go. I can see him with the X-ray. Confirmation of his existence. Minimap is having a bit of a moment. Sometimes this can happen. Bear with us, guys. There we go. Let's work the trick. Oh, nearly. I mean, we've got him on the minimap now, but we've got 2 sets of CTs on the server. Anyway, we'll focus on what matters, and that's the Counter-Strike. And it looks like BESTIA are setting themselves up for a breach into this B-bomb site, throwing that lurk smoke.
Feels weird. Too much blue on my screen.
I know, it's confusing, right?
It's funny. Anyway, we'll figure this out for you. And firstly, we need to see the outcome of the round. Thomason gets a lovely entry on Naz. Nacho has found their trade on Buddha. MP9 goes for something, but can't complete the kill on Thomason. And yeah, kind of going alone. Maybe a little bit of a decision that can be questioned. One will go down, and I think that's going to be a save.
Yeah, should be success for BESTIA, persisting with the B-bomb site, making sure they don't take it too long to actually get in position to execute into the B site there, and then maybe in turn give time to ShindeN to explore the map and figure out what's going on. Good opening kill coming through from Thomason as well. BESTIA will open up their account by virtue of the first gun round.
Production, if you so wish, feel free to quickly switch scene to sort the HUD out. Feel free. We're at your beck and call. You want to see Noxie on the server. Who's Rugo?
He must be the coach
there
of BESTIA, I think.
The round starting has fixed it. Easy.
Right, well, normality has been restored. HUD has been restored. We've got a timeout now.
Rugo is the coach of ShindeN, you're right.
Okay. Ivy's has his Orpia as well. 6-1. He's had a good start to the map so far, which is a bit of a concern for BESTIA. I think this is one of the maps I remember Buddha being very good at in terms of his anchoring. Anchoring that B bomb site here on Dust 2 tends to be a very comfortable bomb site for him to defend. Probably one of the reasons why BESTIA have had so much success on this map. Worth keeping an eye on when we go to that second half.
Quick tack for BESTIA. And they'll look to try and build off of that gun round win. We'll wait out the incendiary on long. I like the close angle being played here for Abyss. Always feel like if there's no utility or they don't use the Molotov on the corner, that is guaranteed at least a one, especially when you've got a player on the long corner to help you. Pick off your contact. They're going to shift forward now, though. Flash could be coming in for a bit, and they could be meeting in the middle. It's themselves 1 and 2. It's a little bit messy, but thankfully that flash was excellent. They'll get themselves a 2 for 1.
Good moves being made here from BESTIA in the meantime. I know that they're down by a man right now, but just looking to try and assume control of the A bomb site. Is it all a ruse, though? I mean, Thomas, oh my goodness, has been demolished by Thomason. Head popped up for the briefest moments, and Thomashed will lose his. Thomason eventually gets taken down. He survived a lot longer than I'd expected. In the meantime, Casson tries to cut the map down the middle while his IGL will rotate that bomb through tunnels in towards the B site. Naz has to consider this, and oh wow. All right, Casson's been hard done by. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. Noxa spotted on the cross. Both players looking at him at the same time, and ShindeN immediately back to winning ways.
His T sides have been a little bit worrying over the few days we've watched them, so just keep an eye on that in this game. Dust 2 is not known to be a map where T sides are difficult. We shall see. Full purchase, by the way. It's a bit rough.
Yeah, they've gone all in, you're right. And losing this round would mean they find themselves down 6-1. So there's a lot weighing on this all-in buy here from BESTIA. Good work from Casson to be able to draw first blood onto his opposite number. That'll make their lives a bit easier.
Oh, not this spam one as well. Needs to be a big hold from Abyss and Nacho, and Nacho's only able to get the 1 for now. Can he deliver? They're already up elbow, and Naz, he knows they're past him. Can he get a recovery kill? He can on Buddha. It's still a 2v3. Needs another one. Very difficult spray on the headshot angle with the A1S. You got to put it so quickly. It always feels so awkward. And that is a lovely ending to the round for Timo. That's an annoying one for ShindeN to lose, but it was a full purchase from BESTIA. It was never going to be easy. It was never going to be plain sailing. And now, maybe the reason why BESTIA went for that is because they know where ShindeN's money is at. They also have a couple of players who are struggling.
I mean, it feels like ShindeN may be trying to do a little bit too much in those rounds, and I understand that it's part of their game plan to try to be active on their CT side, to try and take the fight to their opponents on occasion, but I think you've got to be a little bit more circumstantial with your decision-making and recognizing that's a round that BESTIA had to either eco or force buy, and it's not as important to try and take those early jewels in those sorts of rounds. Costs them.
Already taking control of the bottom middle. ShindeN don't really have the utility to make this round, I guess, a bit more of a brawl. Well, sorry, not a brawl. They need to make it a brawl. Because the MP9s need to play up close. They've got 1 incendiary, which has been used. They've got 2 smokes remaining with a minute on the clock only. So, not a great look early.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the gunfights that are going to have to go their way if they're going to win this round. Otherwise, Bestia draw within one, and they should be able to level up the scoreline. This time, it's Timo who will open up in the round for his team. Now they set their sights in on that A-bomb side. Currently, Arbors and Tommy Shed here with their MP9s. They're trying to take the fights as late as possible to maybe catch Bestia off guard.
9 struggling though. Thankfully, there's more where that came from, as you say. Aston's able to get one more, but they need Naz, and they've got him. Great start to the map for him. Almost spinning around toward long, but out of bullets. It's all down to Ivy's. What has he got? It's an AWP on an angle. He knows one player charging in from long. Gets the quick scope, but Noxie was always going to pounce. He knew what to do. And Bestia now have fully broken that CT money.
Yeah, Thomason hasn't been getting heaps of kills, but I feel like he's been getting really important kills so far here on Dust 2. Frag coming through from long. Even when he dies there, he's immediately traded out by his teammates, so some good synergy between them. And all of a sudden, we should have leveled up scoreline. Bestia breathing down ShindeN's necks. Sitting pretty at the moment, 1-0 up in this consolidation final, looking to book themselves a date and a rematch with Red Canids.
Yes, peace will fall back away. Might just not choose to fight too much here, not just give the Mac 10 any kills. Give Nox extra money.
ShindeN weren't ever supposed to win on Nuke, Trap, considering they were down 12-5 at one point, but if Dust 2 goes against them, that'll have to be a map they look back on and think, yeah, we really missed our opportunity, right? Getting all the way up, I want to say it was 15-14. I don't think it was 15-13, but certainly had a map point at one point on Nuke that went awry.
How do you feel about these knife sounds? I feel like you're the kind of person that doesn't give a damn. And as you said earlier, will get used to them in 3 days.
I tend not to care all that much, but honestly, I don't know if it's just the nostalgia, but part of me wants to say I prefer the older ones, but I feel like I've said that about most audio changes that have been made in the game.
Yeah. I actually think I quite like them, and one small little factor that I think Valve have done, which is pretty cool, is the only knife sound they didn't change was the classic knife, which I think is like a nice little touch.
Yeah, I actually like that little detail, to be honest with you. I think that is cool.
You know, straight through middle here with the Mac 10. Smokes have come through, so they know he's coming, and he will die very quickly. The thing is, he's gone through so quickly there, and I don't see the reason for that at all, because it's not like it's really created much space. They didn't burst up towards short immediately, but I think they might get the timing anyway. 2 players in CT, always a difficult angle to fight from. They're not going to get any of the kills. Ivy's is here. He does actually respond with 1. Sitting in a 3v3, but now Naz has been tagged down to 15. Passing off, I think, tagging him there on the leg through the door. So yeah, that was a bit of a weird start with how Timo went for that play. It did create some space, but not as quick as it probably should have done.
Honestly, I feel like even though it's a 3 versus 3, Bestia are going to be happy of the 2 teams, because that very quickly could have just ended up in like a 5v2, 3 players being taken down without any opportunity to respond, and they very well may still go on to lose the round. At least if they were going to lose somebody, it was the low health player who's been dropped. Ivy's doesn't have his preferred AWP in this position. 30 seconds on the clock. Bestia got to get a move on.
Cassin gets one over Naz. Now picking up the M4 and feeling confident. Looking to go for the final swing on Nacho as well. I think he's been seen. He get round the corner before the bomb gets planted. He cannot. Cassin will stop him from getting anywhere near his teammate Noxe. And Bestia are starting to show what they're made of again.
Yeah, I mean, you were pretty worried about ShindeN's cause coming into Dust 2, and clearly your concerns were well-founded, because once Bestia have gotten going in these gun rounds, they've been very difficult to stop.
Bestia creeping bit by bit toward that grand final. It's Red Canids tomorrow night. Timo will
They
get
can't do any worse.
unceremoniously put down with the deagle in this following round, though. And as you say, yeah, I think I'd love to see a rematch because surely it wouldn't be as easy for Red Canids again.
BESTIA got to make sure that they keep the screws nice and tight here in this round. This is certainly not where they want to slip up. Again, ShindeN trying to take some advanced positions in their eco, trying to disrupt BESTIA, force him into some awkward fights. Now he's on an off angle with the 5-7, is somehow going to be able to walk away with 2 kills. Sure, Casson gets the trade, but the damage is done.
He's going to try and make something happen here, trying to jump up on top of the close tunnel boxes, but just couldn't make it clean enough. And then the Ivy's Deagle came in to help out. So that's a great round for ShindeN to win. All of a sudden, they're now boosted up toward the end of the half with money to use. And BESTIA, if they lose this round, they're going to be okay. Yes, I think they will be because Noxe had 7k. Of course, use a lot of it now. Maybe with the extra drops they've had to use actually to get a full purchase here. Maybe in the final round of the half, if they do lose this round, they could be on not much. So, yeah, big round for ShindeN in that case. They could even end off half number 1 here with a lead. That would be something after what's gone before.
Yeah, if this does end 7-5 for ShindeN, they'll feel like they've done a fantastic job considering that BESTIA were looking primed to win the half with how they've been playing out in the gun rounds. It's going to be a strength in numbers approach here, just 4 players grouped up on the opposite side of the mid doors. Been a lot of attention to the extremities of the map, in particular tunnels where they throw this lurk smoke and then they tend to just send their numbers through tunnel into B. So this is a variation.
Gacho from the corner of the site, very awkward. Naz going to try and find multiple, and he has actually found Thomason and shifted away into a tunnel somehow, but Timo was able to get that trade a lot quicker than I thought. He is through. He's through into a car already. What a double kill. Buddha now is going to all to do, but it's such a winnable 1v2. He sees the AWP behind the site going for an aggressive swing, but Ivy's gets there quick enough. Okay, that was very aggressive from ShindeN, knowing they couldn't afford to let BESTIA set up in an after plant on the B side of Dust 2, and it works out for them.
Yeah, a couple of impressive smoke kills coming through in that round there from ShindeN as well. The one from Naz to take down Thomason was quite a brave one from him as well because it compromised his position, but he got a kill for it. And then another frag through the smoke there in the retake as well. That's going to net them a lead. Mildly annoying for BESTIA, no doubt, who aren't going to have everything they would have wanted coming into this next round.
Incidentally, I also like the ShindeN jerseys. Pink and the purple. Don't see enough purple jerseys in Counter-Strike.
Just going to have a look here, jog my memory. Oh yeah,
I like
that it's like, I like that it's accents of pink and purple though, right? It's not like in your face overwhelming. It's just like a little touch.
Yeah, I like it, and it's not like overloaded with too many sponsors either. I'm sure they'd like.
Yeah, I was going to say I prefer it to Team Steak personally.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love it to be overloaded with sponsors, but yeah, I always, if I ever get a jersey from a team, if it's like a particularly clean one, like I think I had a Spirit one from a couple of years ago, I always try and get one without the sponsors because it just
You don't
looks
like
so
being
good.
a walking advert, Trav?
Depends what I'm advertising.
Yeah, and whether or not they're paying you and you're not paying for their product to then market for them, right? Or am I missing something here?
I mean, something like that, I suppose.
Look at the BESTIA logo above their title sponsor.
Yeah.
Need a magnifying glass, mate.
Yeah, that is certainly a bit of a in-your-face title sponsor. That's one of the things that I don't like if I was ever to get a jersey.
Yeah, and they're not the only org, so don't mean to just pin it on them, but they're their example of the moment. Anyway, looks like BESTIA are going to try and throw some misdirection into the mix. We haven't seen a whole lot of fakes or attention being taken away from the main destination as they charge their way through that smoke grenade. Thomason will best Arbors. There's more where that came from. Ivy's with his AWP is going to draw a line in the sand. He's got support from his teammate as well, but the trick has kind of worked because Thomason has been able, Casson rather, has been able to lurk into the B-bomb site with the bomb. He gets the kill. Ivy's has been dropped by Thomason as well, and all of a sudden it's just Naz left.
Buddha completely missed his mid to B smoke, but doesn't like it's going to matter. Naz has a chance, though. He has a kit still, and they're looking to try and take the duel together, but thankfully it's unexpected. Definitely a little bit nervy there as they move forward into that one. But it will be an even half between these two domestic rivals. 6-all. BESTIA looking to get ever closer to that grand final. Can ShindeN stop them? Okay, ShindeN, what have you got? You've managed to stay in touch in this game. That is a great positive. It didn't look like it was going to happen after the crazy end to map 1. But you are in with a chance still at 6-6. Can BESTIA close it out from here, though?
That is the question. They'd love to get this done in 2, and a pistol round win would go a long way in making that happen. Trying to kind of give ShindeN a bit of a taste of their own medicine with Timo going in towards lows with the Julies. They're only going to be able to get that single kill. Thomason smartly gets out of dodge. Falls back to that next line of defense. Booster's been spotted, and yeah, they will disassemble the stack. And then it becomes prioritization about defending the bomb sites themselves from here.
Very patient pistol for ShindeN after their first duel. They're willing just to sit and wait to see if BESTIA go looking for something. Usually it's a bit more common for it to be the case on gun rounds and maybe to lure the CTs into going hunting on pistol rounds. Sometimes they can feel like they want to go for that in this sort of situation. The flashes in middle do a lot of good work. It reveals the position of 1, and then Thomason feels like he can push out. He certainly can. He'll manage to get 1 kill. So 3v3 though. Bomb will go down on B. Thomason doesn't want to let them set up properly. He's close on the scene already. But I would favour ShindeN from here, and it's Naz who
you
will peek
should.
forward. They're going to continue to fight forward, actually. Definitely a bit nervy. 1v1 fight against Cassin. Actually, we'll give that one to him. As I don't think a kit is able to be picked up, and that was very close to a second tap. Naz will then put him down, though. They're very, very willing here, ShindeN, to take the fight in this one. Which is a bit surprising, but Noxe's last alive. He'll be found, and aggressively, they will take the T-pistol.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there, honestly. ShindeN do well to keep their composure, get the round across the line, and regain the lead here on Dust 2. Looking to try and force a decider, a third map. Ancient would be a scrumptious affair between these two teams, considering how much is on the line. Naz is having a fantastic game, 15 and 8 right now. BESTIA going to force back. They love a force buy, do BESTIA, that's for sure. Very rarely ever miss an opportunity to go for the force when it's even remotely available.
If ShindeN are able to pull this off and take us to a third, I would be incredibly impressed. It is Ancient, incidentally. As you can see in the top right, both teams do play it.
Yeah, it would be very impressive if they're able to get the win here on BESTIA's map and then force the decider. Been a long day in the office for ShindeN so far, and they've only played 3 maps of Counter-Strike. But all 3 of them have gone to multiple sets of overtime.
True. Yeah, I'm sure there's quite a lot of you who are watching their game against Imperial earlier. It was an incredible win. 2 sets of overtimes, like you say, even more in the second map. Ivy's had an incredible game. Had a 1v3, I think, deep into overtime. Had a 2v5 that almost went his way as well. I think he got 4 kills in what was a 2v5. And then just got denied by a Cello defuse. In the end, they came out on top. They won the game. Another amazing win for them. Another question mark for Imperial, that's for sure. Damage taken here in the second round, though. Significant damage on Naz and Tomajed. Oh my goodness.
Talk about significant damage. How's that from Noctis? 5-7 lines him up and knocks him down. Single mag enough. Thomason slowed down though, mate. Oh my goodness, leaping around the corner. He is a dead man. It's a matter of time. Arthur's getting crunched in on though. I was going to say for a second it might still work out because he's got Naz there to provide the support. Thankfully though for BESTIA, Buddha will be able to get that kill and then get out of dodge. And with Naz being as low as he is, it looks like BESTIA again have got this uncanny ability of winning these unlikely force buys.
Yeah, and that's a really annoying one for ShindeN. Especially giving a chance to Noxie with the 5-7 there. I mean, you went through a smoke. That is a classic what not to do when you've got time on your side. You weren't really forced into that. Maybe they felt like they had to make the play then and there. But straight into that 5-7. 3 kills for the BESTIA captain.
And now, ShindeN are in a precarious position. Julies for Ivy's in the force buy on Dust 2? What's he cooking there then, Trav?
You don't see that too often. I was actually talking to you earlier about how it's a kind of a pistol round only weapon. On the T side, it's crazy as well. What's that about?
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Either way, maybe he's going to show us a trick or two up his sleeve here. A trick for each pistol. Jeez, I didn't even realize that Naz is in a position to get that kill on Cass, and thankfully Noctis seems to be on at the moment. Some really important kills coming through from him.
Oh, flash in the middle. Buddha blinded up, gets spooked by it. Thankfully, we'll get his vision back on the fallback. Oh, and just about takes the biz as he falls back. There's the dualies, and it's actually done decent damage, but he's taken more damage. So looks like BESTIA are going to recover here. Nacho needs this dig, doesn't get the dig. Noxie is killing everyone right now. Another triple kill, 6 kills in 2 rounds for Noxie. And he's trying to drag his team, kicking and screaming, into that grand final.
Yeah, and they should be able to build themselves a bit of a buffer here with this being the full eco from ShindeN, 9-7, ripe for the taking. Would put them just 4 rounds away from finishing off the job, and then, like you say, getting themselves into that grand final. It's a best of 3, right, Trav? I mean, it would be in a qualifier.
I believe so.
It's not like there's any map advantage. Of course, the advantage is not having to play in the lower bracket or this extra best of 3 at a minimum. Oh, there's a player who's been able to nestle himself into picture. I mean, the problem is he's only got a Glock. It's Ivy's who's there right now, and it doesn't look like it's being considered at all by Timo. The problem is it's just a Glock. Like, if you had a P250, I'd feel a little bit more excited by the prospect.
Well, he could have a guaranteed knife kill. That's something.
Does.
Yum yum.
Eat that one up every day of the week. And now he's going to quickly accelerate. Oh, okay. Well, that just pours cold water all over the round.
Like I need to pour cold water over my face right now to stay awake.
I do it between every map. Go splash my face with some water between every map. I mean, at these sorts of games, not every map I cast, but when it's later at night like this, first thing in the morning, every morning I wake up, splash my face with some water. Gets the people going. It's provocative. Yeah, not really.
It's the classic male skincare, just like a flannel and some water.
Yeah, but it's like one of those old rougher towels. Like, my girlfriend always wonders, like, how do you have such clear skin? You don't have any skincare routine. I'm like, babe, I just use a 10-year-old towel. It's like an exfoliation while it dries me at the same time.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you get some dry skin, maybe you'll need to use something. But other than that, still, I don't know. I don't know how we get away with it.
It's a blessing.
Lucky. We're lucky, us men. How did we get away with it?
We don't ask those sorts of questions. We just take the blessings and carry on with it.
Yeah.
Right, well, we start to enter some very important territory now for ShindeN coming into round number 17, because this is a gun round that they have to win. They started strong on the map, but it's been BESTIA for the most part since then. And if that continues to be the case, the end could be around the corner.
Don't forget, one of the most important factors on Nuke for ShindeN was Tomajed, not just his captaincy, but also his fragging. A number of really important rounds mainly in regulation, to be fair. But yeah, he's not as explosive here. It's a good opening kill on Buddha. Thomasin will hear a lot of the utility over toward B and see it as well. Lurk smoke. Flashes as well. Incendiary toward mid won't do a whole lot. Cassim will fall away.
That's a big kill on Naz.
Go down, and that actually is the recovery that I think will matter a lot, because it's not even Tomajed. He's been given the AWP now. What can Thomasin do? He's somewhat alone on B. There is a rotation coming in very quickly from Cassim. Those doors could be smoked very quickly, but they're not going to be smoked quickly enough. Thomasin gets his one. Cassim gets his one. He even refaces for another. That's what Cassim's all about. Great jump spot on Tomajed as well. And I feel confident that he's going to be able to complete this one.
He basically has already, yeah. You know, bomb plant's actually pretty important here, you know, to just try and bolster their finances going into the next round. Tomajed with the AWP with an impossible clutch on his hands. The smoke being peppered by the 5-7. He's completely surrounded, triangulated in on his position. I tell you what, there was a very brief moment where I got excited because he gets that first kill, then he turns towards the window. I'm thinking no scope into the 1v1. He jumps into the smoke. Who knows what happens from there?
Yeah, I could see it. I could see your thought process.
See the vision?
There.
Yeah.
But that was always going to be impossible. Great work from Cassin again. And what's interesting about Cassin, right? I mean, we spoke about him quite a lot over the course of this series, and a couple of days we've covered him. You know, a Brazilian player, obviously, going into an Argentinian team. Definitely something you don't necessarily see a whole lot of. But, you know, he's really grinded out his career in lesser teams in Tier 2 Brazil. Of course, he had his time on Pain, but it was before Pain really became a big factor in Tier 1 tournaments, right? I think they really only had Big Uzera and Lux, from my knowledge. So, yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see how players progress when they've been at that portion of their career.
Yeah, and one of the key indicators is that he went from pain to insanity and then a Amigo. So it's not like he got picked up by another team or he was kind of still, he almost had to go back and then prove himself for 9, 10, 11 months before he then was afforded this opportunity. And it's not like he was setting the world on fire in that, you know, insanity slash Amigo is obviously playing at a bit of a lower level. So got to give some credit to whoever decided to bring Casson into the fold here for Bestia, because it's been one of the few decisions they've made that have really boosted this team's stocks. The other one was obviously in conjunction with that Nocte foregoing the AWP to create room for a more talented AWPer and then allow for Nocte to focus more on his calling.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at like the history of Casson as well, like he was only on pain relatively briefly from August until November 2023. Then he was benched for a decent 6 months, November to April 2024, right? So that's a lot of time to be spent not doing much. And it's obviously with the way Brazil has always been and players and, you know, high priced buyouts and all that stuff. Who knows what he was kind of locked behind for that time. As you say, proving himself again in those sort of tier 3 Brazilian teams, those mixes like Adalia Amigos as well, spending about a month on that team before finally getting picked up by Bestia. It's a big change up in the direction for Bestia, like you say, with Noxif or going that AWP, not AWP in-game leading anymore. And it's kind of been a big positive for them ever since. And now adding Buddha, it adds to that. It really does.
Yeah, I've noticed with Buddha, he seems to want to be more active than what I've seen from him in the past. I mean, even in that round, you know, trying to run up middle in the start of the round. Excuse me. And I mentioned in the past that he has been a B anchor on Dust 2, but obviously Thomason is the B anchor for Bestia. Just remembered that when we saw him playing in the corner there. There's no way you're going to force Thomason out of that position. He's one of the best B anchors in the game at this level, right? He's their best player and he's their B anchor. So you're not going to want to disrupt that sort of setup and that recipe. So I think that means Buddha is playing that like linchpin role between the B side and middle, and then Casson with the AWP will play probably like CT in middle, and they'll be a duo and form a bit of a system between them. So I think Buddha's just got to find that sort of middle ground between wanting to evolve and be a little bit more active, but then not overplaying his hand and being too aggressive.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because Buddha spent his entire career in the 9Z setup, right? Going from the academy to the main roster, spent over 3 years in the main roster. And yeah, unfortunately, at the end of the main roster, you could very obviously tell that he was out of his depth in the roles he was playing. I mean, he was really, on more than one occasion, botting out in these big tournaments 9Z were playing, like really having poor performances, dropping like 0.6s, 0.5s. Then he went to Crew, the Argentinian team.
Yeah.
I think owned by Aguero and Messi, right? Or at least, like, you know, funded and founded.
It is Aguero, yeah. You got Messi on too, yeah.
Yes, like he farmed on Crew. Like he's all of a sudden, like his career was completely revitalized, and he's continuing a little bit of that on Bestia, which is really great to see for him.
Check this though, big breach in towards this B bomb site coming through here from ShindeN. Casson and Thomason both going to find a frag apiece though, making lives a lot easier. And ironically, oh, it is Thomason who's in the back of the side. I thought it was Nocte. Okay, excuse that point entirely. It's a flawless hold coming through from Bestia, and that against a full round loss bonus Tech 9 purchase, which has always got some sort of bite to it. So the fact that they make it look so easy is a massive boost for Bestia.
The money is looking good all of a sudden, and they're only 2 away. 2 away from a date tomorrow with the team they already played today and who absolutely farmed them. Red Canids, 13-4, 13-7, I think it was.
Somewhere in that vicinity. I think it was like 13-6 in the mix, but points it still stands exactly the same.
Yeah, it makes no difference, as I like to say.
Yeah, true.
Because the damage done early in this one. I think Ivy's tag 1, and Buddha also got taken down to 25. That's in on the AWP. It won't matter too much for either of the two AWPers, being on 16 and 17 HP. Been a pretty fun battle between these two in this series, especially as it got closer on Nuke. Ivy's had that recovery in the second half on CT side. But again, ShindeN have got all the hard work to do.
Yeah, and they've clearly set their sights in on the say bomb site. We haven't really seen much long action at all from either team, but Casson is actually in position right now, posted up on the angle. ShindeN relying on the two players towards short to try and take the attention initially and then hope that that trio coming through from long wouldn't find as much resistance. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, they've used their last smoke grenade. Big kill onto the AWP, but Timo now out in the open, only going to be good for a single kill. Leaves Nox in a very awkward position. He gets overrun as well, and ShindeN show that they're not done just yet.
It's crazy how quiet Naz was on Nuke. Oh, lovely pre-fire tap. He's on for the ace here, Naz. How quiet he was on Nuke. Then had one very, very important round in overtime, if you remember, with that 2K from heaven. And now here, he's unfortunately what could be in vain, dropping a 21-12 with some beautiful headshots. Of course, Naz is the one former BESTIA player. So you'll know quite a lot of these players he's playing against right now, like the back of his hand.
Just kind of thinking back a little bit here, and I think the BESTIA have been very good after most of the pauses that they've called, which is a reflection of good game plans and good information being relayed through from the coaching staff as well. Shows that they've got what it takes to find solutions on the fly and find adaptations necessary. Might have just put the wood on them and jinxed them by calling it out here. But I think it's worth highlighting that pauses are a big part of BESTIA's game. They're not shy of calling them. Another one used here. Winning this would get them up to map and series point.
Yeah, so many years of experience on Noxe, right? I mean, people can criticize him for his numbers. You can criticize him for maybe being a little bit left behind when it comes to that sort of thought process. But he knows what he's talking about. He's been around for a very, very long time. He deserved that Austin Major and that huge bonus of sticker money, obviously. We've been over that 1,000 times. We don't need to talk about it again, but felt so bad for him and Thomason in particular. Two players who really are Mr. BESTIA. BESTIA and BESTIA Junior.
Yeah, it's actually a good way of putting it. And I mean, it's brutal for Noxe because you know Thomason will get his major, but there's no guarantees that Noxe will get his opportunity. He kind of reminds of like Seized and Nine Pandas. I mean, obviously he had a lot earlier in his career, but yeah, and they had their visa issues as well, and they couldn't get to play at the major that they had rightfully earned a spot at. That also sucked.
It did. It did. Felt bad. I think it was more glowing that we felt bad for, right? Because he had that incredible, like, what was it, 60 kill BO3 or something like that, or like 80 kill BO3, where he just went crazy against Gamer Legion, and in the end, Gamer Legion got the spot because glowing couldn't go with Nine Pandas anymore. Nine Pandas as a whole couldn't go. So yeah, it was very sad for him. As you say, it's always rough, but we hope for BESTIA and their future, and we hope they can show us what they've got. And making Rio would certainly be a step toward more VRS points and maybe making a major appearance. Tom and Jed, though, keeps out middle. We kill toward Timo. Thomason will go unchecked, but doesn't expect a second player coming in. Buddha will hold on to what a biz, though. There's more where that came from. Back into a 3v3. 16 seconds. They're trying to overwhelm him, but Buddha's holding on brilliantly, and the USP gets the finish. Noxe finds Nacho, and that puts BESTIA on match points.
Yeah, well, I highlighted his prowess in terms of anchoring in on the B bomb site, and we see it delivered in heaps and droves in that round because he gets one kill, which then puts him on notice. ShindeN knows in the corner, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. You have to stand and bang. Gets peeked by one player, then a second arrives. All of a sudden, he's able to control the spray, runs out of ammo, sidearm out, finds the third kill of the sequence. Could be the biggest moment in the game so far from Buddha. And it is going to be 4 opportunities now for BESTIA to put the series to bed.
Yeah, Buddha's always got one really good hold in him, right? I mean, you mentioned that how good he is at anchoring. I think it's always something very important to point out. Struggled for a while in his career, as I mentioned earlier. Now he's back, and I really feel like in this level of Counter-Strike in particular, playing against Tier 2 and Tier 3 South America, he is always good for a great hold like that, and made that look easy. ShindeN tried to double swinging, they couldn't remove him at all. Bit of a change up here for ShindeN in this round. It's a good opening as they try and cross in toward the A bomb site. But look at the damage taken by Naz. Thomason's tapped one more through the smoke. It's falling apart for ShindeN. It's been an incredible run for them. I think it might be about to be coming to an end. Great taps from Timo. He will finish it off. BESTIA are through to the grand final. They'll be playing Red Canids tomorrow for IEM Rio.
And completely deserve it as well. I mean, the fact that they were able to hold on Nuke and get the win there in overtime, not kind of crumble under the pressure or how the game had gotten away from them. Coming into Dust 2 as well, it wasn't an ideal start for BESTIA. I mean, ShindeN came out the gate swinging. They were up 4-1 at one point, but once we got into the thick of the gun rounds, BESTIA really were able to assert their dominance on this Argentinian derby, and like you say, stamp their ticket into that grand final tomorrow.
And there you go. Those are the results. And I think, honestly, I want to give a shout out to ShindeN. They've been the perennial underdogs, the lowest ranked team in this qualifier. And in general, I got to say, they came from the open qualifiers. They came from the very beginning, having to play in the the mass BO1 pool in the South American qualifier, in the Americas qualifier. Sorry, they beat Faker De Burro. Decided off on HLTV when they got through to that stage. That's a team with like Coldzera, Pesadello, PKL, Hardzao. They then beat MIBR in the BO3. Then they backed it up. They beat Fluxo. Then they lost to BESTIA, lower bracket. Is that where it comes to an end? No. They beat 9Z and they beat Imperial. I mean, that win against Imperial is one they'll be thinking about for a while of the level they can reach, what they can get to. And yeah, I think they'll be very proud of their qualifier, and they should be. Because of that run they've had. But it will be BESTIA. They will be in the grand final. It will be Red Canids against them. Matt, and I'll let you close the show this time.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like ShindeN might have done BESTIA a bit of a favor by beating Imperial, because BESTIA have never beaten Imperial, and if ShindeN had lost, then it would have been Imperial versus BESTIA here in this consolidation final, and BESTIA are able to get the win over their regional rivals. They're now one best of 3 away from IEM Rio. We're going to have that grand final tomorrow between BESTIA and Red Canids, a rematch of our upper bracket final. Two teams that have performed incredibly well throughout this qualifier so far are within touching distance. Two teams, one spot. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night for that all-important grand final. We'll see you guys then.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Charlotte's winning.